We're going to go back on the record. It is March 12th, 2026, case number 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Welcome back, everybody. The jury is here and ready to go. Anything we need to cover?
Yes, we just had, I guess, just one issue that we wanted to bring up and have the court to think about. I know it's not ideal. Scheduling wise, we are behind schedule. We're doing our best to work with both counsel are doing our best to try to streamline things and work together. Notwithstanding, we think we might need another day. I don't know how possible that is. I know that you have the judicial conference.
It's not possible.
Is it impossible to take the 23rd? I know that's your law in motion day. I don't know how possible it is to get coverage for yourself on that day if we can. Otherwise, I mean, we'll obviously do our best, but it's looking like, because I believe Mr. Williams originally thought that we had that Monday available because he didn't know that your law in motion is on Monday. I obviously did know that. I think we just are behind schedule such that we think another day is maybe going to be necessary, but if it's impossible, we'll obviously do our best to.
The parties asked for 9 days, and that's what we gave you. I don't think there was any question about, and that included jury selection. I don't think there was any question about how much time the parties were going to have.
I think we simply miscalculated. So I don't know that we're gonna do our best to streamline. I think we've cut down. We've cut a witness and we've tried to cut down on timing of witnesses. But I just wanted to flag that for the court. I don't know that it's something we need to decide right now. And obviously we'll do our best to avoid it. I just wanted to see what the possibilities were.
That would be the only option, is to see if I can get coverage for law in motion on that date. I don't know if that's a possibility, but we potentially can. What we are not going to do is give this to the jury on the afternoon of the 24th.
Okay.
That's not going to happen.
Okay.
That's not fair to them.
Agreed.
They are here on the 24th, and that is their last day.
Agreed.
We are not giving it to them that afternoon. In our prior discussions, the hope was that they would have all day, the 24th, to deliberate. If they didn't start Friday, the Friday before, I'll look in to see if I can get that Monday, if I can get coverage.
We're hoping it's not necessary, and like I said, I think both sides are going to do our best to streamline and speed things along. But I just wanted to flag that we are behind schedule.
I'm glad you guys are talking about it, because we've got to work within this time frame, and if we can get an extra day, we'll try and figure that out.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
Anything else before we bring the jury in?
Not right now from the state.
All right, thank you. Let's do it.
Jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Appreciate y'all showing up again for day 2 of our trial. We have our witness available for Mr. Williams to continue on cross. Mr. Farnsworth, if you please come forward. You've already been sworn in, you haven't been released, so I will remind you that you are still under oath. Thank you for being here again, sir. Mr. Williams, when you're ready.
Thanks. And you'll be happy to see, Your Honor, that we followed the court's order to all dress the same. I don't want the jury to think, however, that means we're all on the same side. Morning.
Morning.
It's okay if I call you Mark?
Yep.
I'm going to try to be a little more surgical here. It's morning, a little more awake. Hopefully I haven't had too much coffee. So I'm going to hit some topics. I did want to follow up because we had talked about the various things that Kacee, lied to you about and also got you to believe. You'd already talked about the cancer and the various maladies, right?
Yes.
And the needs for medications and things like that, right?
Yeah.
But she also led you to believe she was on hospice.
Yes.
Remember? And you did.
Yep.
I want to touch on this subject of insurance in this life insurance stuff. Now, you talked a little bit about it yesterday. Do you remember that?
Yep.
This issue of life insurance was bantered about by Kacee for years, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And you even, as you testified yesterday, it just didn't make sense even to you for reasons that included financial, right?
Yes.
She had once told you, well, I've got some boyfriend who's paying the premiums, correct?
One time.
Oh, paying one premium?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And, I mean, again, it's Kacee telling you, but you didn't have any proof or reason to determine whether that was even correct, right?
Right.
And when Kacee used this discussion in that topic, she would often use it divisively, wouldn't she? In other words, she'd sort of say, well, I'm changing the beneficiary to this person, or people are after my life insurance policy and things like that. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I mean, one time she even was accusatory against you in relation to trying to get it when there was a discussion with whether Kyle might be a beneficiary, right?
Yeah.
I mean, and I think you expressed, or you can do it again, it must have been pretty frustrating to even have her discussion of this life insurance be divisive as to you and your brother.
Yeah.
But even as recently, as April of 24, before Kacee passed, do you remember her even talking about that subject divisively vis-a-vis Meggan? I need to show it. Well, you can. Yeah, go ahead and put it up without. In some text messages, do you recall that?
Text messages with me?
Yeah, Kacee and you are talking about Kacee trying to tell you, hey, Meggan just wants my life insurance policy. I've taken her off of it. You shouldn't even let her come to the house. I don't like her, etc. I'm paraphrasing. I'm going to show you the actual words in a minute, okay?
Okay.
But do you recall that? You were kind of supportive of saying, okay, I'm here to help if you want me to intervene.
I don't know that I recall specifically that, but that kind of conversation, I would say, yeah, that probably happened.
And, I mean, you know now, do you know now? I don't know what the government has shared with you, to be honest, Mark, but do you know now that while she's telling you she wants help getting rid of Kacee bugging her and coming over to the house, she's also simultaneously, I'm sorry, Meggan, coming over to the house, she's simultaneously texting Meggan about coming to the house, texting Meggan about the same old subjects of being sick, I'm nearly dying, I think I'll try to commit suicide with insulin, all those stuff. Do you know that while she's telling you to, sort of splitting you off, asking you not to have communications with Meggan, she's inviting Meggan over?
No, I didn't know that.
Do you know it now? Or do you? I mean, have they shown you the text messages between you and Kacee?
No.
Have they shown you text messages between you, between Meggan and Kacee at the same time that Casee's texting you?
No.
Let me show you an example. You probably heard, you've been in a few hearings, and you probably know by now that there are tens of thousands of text messages over the course of the relationship, just back to five years before. I'll show you what, let's talk about it as defense one. This is a text exchange from April 24th, 2024. Looks like it's in the morning. But just looking at the top of the green bubble here, it says, "From Kacee girl." Is that what Kacee often had as a nickname?
Yeah.
And it's to a number that says Mark. Can you look at that number real quick and see?
Yep.
That's your number, right?
Yep.
So does this look like text messages? You can go ahead to the blue bubble and look at that blue bubble and see if it's you back to her.
Okay.
Okay, so this, you agree, accurately represents a text stream between you and Kacee in April of 2024?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and read through it, so you don't have to, but follow along if you will. So, well, I'm sorry, I'm gonna move to publish it as exhibit number 1.
No objection.
Do we need different numbers?
Oh, do you want?
Or do we have defendants exhibit 1 and states exhibit 1? What's easier for you?
I'm happy to do letters if you like.
Letters might be more clear.
Sorry, Judge,
So,
every
that's all right.
court practice is different.
Yeah, that's all right. So defendants exhibit A,
A.
and you're offering this.
Yes, and it sounds like there's no objection.
Court received defendants exhibit A, you can publish it.
Thank you, and then we'll get these numbered correctly on the ultimate provision to the court. So I should check first. Again, I'm sorry. So we've got Kacee girl telling you about Meggan, that I think she's still hoping I'm dying. That's all she talks about because she thinks she's getting my life insurance policy. I never told her I took her off it because I didn't want to start fighting. But it's like our friendship isn't a friendship anymore. Again, this is April. All she'll ever talk about is me dying and asking about my health, and I don't want to think about my health, and I don't want to talk about it, but I'm sure it's all money. But I called her out on it, she would try to cry and say I was rude for even thinking that, and she just cares about me and doesn't want me to be in pain anymore. I'm just tired of having this same conversation with her. You see that?
Yep.
Now, you would be sympathetic to the supposed position of Kacee, right?
Yep.
And so you say, you need to put in writing what you want done with the life insurance, and then I'll call her and I'll put an end to this if you want me to, right?
Yep.
Scrolling down, she doesn't seek your help, right? She says everything is in writing. Now, as far as you know, that's not true, right?
Right.
But she may mad that she went through my life insurance policy when I went out of town with Keller, when I was living at her house. By the way, she wasn't living at her house. That would have been years before this was written, right?
Yeah,
And I had letters and things with friends and family for after I passed. So after me and her went and planned my funeral, I told her I wasn't telling her how much it was or anything because I had surprises for people to get after I was gone, but she went through all my stuff anyway. I didn't even put it back to make it look like she didn't go through it. I'm sorry, she even put it back. So I called my attorney. You're not aware that she ever had an attorney, right?
no,
And I changed everything and I put it in your name and Kay's. Kay's your sister, right?
yep,
Kacee Lyn is her name, but you guys called her Kay.
yep,
Of course, that's not true in terms of, and put it in your name in case you never saw any proof that anything got put in your name or Kay's, right?
right,
I don't want her to know. She can be pissed off after I'm gone. I'm just gonna block her off of my phone, so if she gets a hold of you, just don't respond to her. And hopefully she'll leave me alone. But I don't want to bring up the life insurance thing with her because that's going to give me major anxiety. So she's asking you here not to help, right?
yeah, I think she's just saying,
Well-
I'll take care of it, and you don't have to do anything.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I was just, we don't get to speculate on what people thought, so that's why I was about to interrupt you. But that's okay. Because you say, okay, you say, all right, I'll stay out of it, right?
Yep,
So she's clearly, you interpreted this as, that she wanted you not to have contact with Megan, not to get involved with Megan, right?
yep,
She went further. She said, thanks, hopefully she won't get you involved. I just wanted to give you a heads up because I was thinking about how her husband got in contact with you, so I can't remember if it gave her your phone number and I first went on hospice, or if he just called your insurance phone number because he had done my taxes. And then if you can scroll up. Oh, that's the end. So you never did go back and forth with Megan because, among other things, even though you offered, Kacee is splitting you off saying, don't communicate.
yeah,
Do you remember she even talked to you and texted you about, hey, I don't want her at the house, so if she comes over, tell her to go away.
yeah,
Now, when she's telling you that's before, for instance, the events that we're talking about, where, as we now know, she is inviting Megan over to engage in an insulin overdose. You didn't know that, of
No.
course. So she's already told you that she wants you to expel Megan, to keep Megan away, that she's broken it off with Megan, that she doesn't like Megan and she's fighting, and this is in April. Right?
yeah.
All right. I just wanted to touch on the subject of, you can take that down, on publishing. Thank you very much. You had talked about some blessings, and that Kacee had asked you to give her blessings periodically, right?
Yep.
Those blessings come from a pretty darn serious place in your spiritual beliefs. Agreed?
They can, yeah.
I mean, I think you explained it. It is God empowering someone who holds a position, that's a certain position, bishopric at some point, to give these blessings to people of for various purposes, right?
Yes,
Now, Kacee knew that that's the strength of your belief and that it was religious and where it came from, right?
yeah,
So she asked you to do that. And you mentioned she didn't ever ask you to give her a blessing in release, in relation to a release into a dying. She didn't, right?
right,
Instead, she asked you to do it on some other subjects. And one was to bless her in relation to her health and getting better and beating cancer, right?
Yeah.
She asked you to give her a spiritual blessing about cancer that she didn't have, right? And you did, didn't you?
And I don't know that it was specifically about cancer, but, you know, she was sick, and so a blessing of healing and
Healing.
comfort.
Healing and comfort for reasons that after her death you learned she didn't have, right?
Specifically with the cancer, right, but she had a lot of other health issues that she would have wanted a blessing for.
All right. Let me go to this other subject. We had talked, this is part of the investigation, not as personal, I'm sorry. I'm gonna move off something that personal and just talk about the investigation and the evidence, okay? I'm not gonna traipse you through all the things again about all the roles you've had here. I think that'll probably come out with investigative witnesses. But I want to talk about one feature we touched on yesterday and expand on it and clarify it and let the jury understand it. And I'm going to call it the Fanta box. You want them to put it up, or are you ready? Either way.
I'm ready.
You're already plugged in, so sorry.
I'm not offended.
Reneging on you. This is actually State's Exhibit 7. Could that be published? That from your computer? That's a clip.
Are you
Can
offering,
you
are
switch-
you offering 7?
State's 7 is in.
Oh.
That's why I was gonna use it. It's the photo of the Fanta box. So that's all right. If you could leave it up, well, you probably can't put it here and not
We
publish
can
it.
publish it.
That's my fault. We're using the two computers here on publishing. Now this Fanta box, while it's coming up to be publishing, just a little reminder, not that everyone needs it, but after the police had come on the 12th and left, this Fanta box evidence, as far as you're aware, was not known about, right?
Right.
Then the police come and do this search. I kept calling it, referring to a warrant, and you might have not, that might not mean anything to you about warrant, but still trying to get Exhibit 7 up. But,
My computer froze, sorry.
okay. We'll get it up. I'll just lay out the history of it. Then they search in connection with their investigation with a team on the 14th of August, a couple days later. And then say you can go ahead and go about your business in the home, right?
I mean, dates I'm not gonna remember, but
That's what I'm telling you.
sequence of events, yeah, a couple of days after.
Thanks. And I'll try to tell you because these things are known and it's not fair to ask you therefore to have to remember them cold. Okay, this is State 7. Now, when you go out, you find this, I think, on the 18th. At any rate, a couple days after that search, right? A number of days. Correct?
Yeah,
And this I'm talking about, of course, it didn't look like it's in plaintiff 7. It was this Fanta box, and this Fanta box was in the garbage can that we had talked about, right?
correct.
And as we went through that and laid that out yesterday, this garbage can's over there on the patio. We're gonna see it in a minute, we're gonna play a clip.
Okay.
But you go out that patio door that you would describe, that's where Kacee would be, right?
Yeah,
That's where people would go and come, that were her friends, and how she would leave and arrive for her life, for the way she operated there, right?
yeah,
She'd sit out there on that patio and smoke and talk. Sometimes you could overhear it, things like that, right?
yeah, yeah,
That's Kacee's garbage can.
yep,
And you find, and you address that garbage can, the only reason is you're cleaning up Kacee's past. And that's why you end up coming into contact with this Fanta box.
Correct.
Now, the Fanta box is not surprising insofar as Kacee, that's her favorite drink. Kacee bought and drank Fanta, orange.
Yep.
And as a matter of fact, did you know that they found cans of it in her room on the 12th?
Yep.
As you take it out to crush it, to put it in the garbage or recycling, wherever you put it,
Yeah.
I won't put you on the spot for that. There's something in it. It's this black rag, right?
Yep.
And syringes and insulin. That's what you end up finding out is in it.
Yes.
So, okay, at this point in time, this is the, I think, 18th, but at any rate, you absolutely know that there's an investigation going on and that Kacee is believed to have died because of an insulin overdose, right?
Yes.
You've discussed that regularly with Detective Forney and Special Agent Hale, right?
Yeah.
So here you come across insulin syringe in a garbage can right outside where Kacee would put her garbage, where Kacee would go. And so you call Detective Forney, right?
Yep.
And say, hey, you tell her what you found, right?
Yeah.
Now, she doesn't tell you to hold the scene, don't touch anything, I'll be over, or I'll send a CSI over, or we'll collect it, just leave it. She just tells you, hey, set it out and photograph it. Do you remember that?
I don't remember anything about the conversation.
Okay. Well, she'll be on the stand and I'll ask her. At any rate, I think you had said that this looks like the workbench and looks like a photograph that you could have taken because, well, you said you don't remember what Farney told you, but it was something. Farney told you to do something and it certainly wasn't do nothing, right?
Yeah, my brother did a lot of woodwork and he built that bench, and that bench was out on the patio. So I would have picked up the box and just put it on that bench if I don't even remember taking the picture, but I'm sure I did, so.
And again, you said you don't remember the exact conversation, and I guess that's fair, but it'll become clear with this clip that we're going to show anyway, because Detective Farney, I'm sorry, does come over on the 19th for a couple hours to do a number of things at your house, right? Remember that? The next day? You don't remember? Well, let's show some clips, and maybe we'll end up having to show more. Maybe we can do it with the detective, though, too, since you obviously don't have these things in your possession in terms of body cameras and stuff like that. Let me tell you that it was the 19th, and that Special Agent Hale's Detective Farney and some other people who are going to be witnesses or related, I don't think, but came over, and I guess I want to ask you what the purpose is. Ultimately, I'm going to have to ask them. But let me ask you if you recall that among the things that were done when they came over that day was address this question of the Fanta box. Do you remember that?
Of what?
The Fanta box evidence.
Yeah. I don't remember the specifics of any conversation.
I'll probably have to do that then with the detective. If it is the case that the detective just asked you to put the evidence in a plastic bag and she would pick it up, you would have done that, right?
Yeah.
You don't recall being told to use gloves or take any precautions when you put this evidence into a plastic bag so she could just pick it up, right? You said
I
you
don't recall.
that.
Yeah, I would have put it in a plastic bag if I was instructed.
Let me show you what's on the screen right now and see if you recognize where that is.
That's the downstairs kitchen.
Now again, you were never asked to take pictures of your house or, to your knowledge, had any police officers come in and take pictures so they could document what it looked like or anything like that, right?
Right.
But here we are on some body camera. Do you recognize that's you? In the right, with that ball cap on?
Yep.
Okay. You're down in the kitchen, there's some boxes, and I'm going to move to admit this clip as defendant's B.
Ms. Hunt?
I guess I don't know how much of, are you playing the entire thing?
How long is it?
52 seconds.
Oh, it's on there. This is a clip that is 52 seconds, and I'm happy to play it through non-published before the prosecution has to make a decision about whether they object, if that's appropriate. It comes off discovery.
Ms. Hunt?
It doesn't, I don't think I have any objection at this point.
I will say, I think I heard in the question about whether it's an original. And I will inform, the only difference is that Detective Barney wears her body camera upside down. And so this did have to be flipped around, and that's why the dates and times are at the bottom. Or is there any other?
Still no objection, Ms. Hunt?
No, not at this time.
Thank you. Court will receive defendant's exhibit B. Wish to publish?
Yes, please, Your Honor, and there's also audio. Let me stop it right there. Right there. Oh. Go back a little bit, sorry. Till we can see that bag. That's good enough. Play it until you can see the bag if you can, please. Right there. Can you see what Detective Barney is holding up there in a plastic bag?
Yes.
Does it look like some of the stuff that you had taken out of the Fanta box?
Yes.
When you, well, you said you're not sure exactly what she asked on the phone and such. You don't see a Fanta box there, right?
Right.
You don't see the black rag there, right?
Right.
Okay, we can play on. Okay, if you could pause for a moment. Where are you headed out to?
The patio.
That's the door you had drawn on your diagram out from the kitchen to the patio, right?
Yeah.
Right, we can continue to play it. I may ask you to pause, and I'll give you some. Boom, let's pause there. So here's the patio. Those are the chairs. This is where Kacee would be with her friends with smoke.
Yep.
Stick her garbage in that gray can there, right?
Yeah.
Well, that's where you found the evidence, right?
Yes.
Is that to the left of it, the desk you're talking about? The workbench?
No, that's
Oh, that looks
grill.
like
That's a barbecue that with the little side table
That's
folded
fine.
up or up.
I should have realized that. I'm gonna go on, let's go ahead and play it. Stop. That is Detective Barney having you pick up the piece of evidence that she hadn't asked you to yet collect with your bare hands out of the trash can that you ultimately retrieved it the day before. Is that right?
Yeah.
Go ahead and play it. Now, it looks like like we don't have, stop it there, will you? We can't see the bag. Does this refresh your recollection that you're talking to her about the stuff she had, that bag she was holding in connection with the Fanta box?
Yeah, I mean, I don't remember anything about the conversation.
Okay. Is there not the ability to play the volume, or did we choose not to? Okay. We're checking on volume.
Mr. Farnsworth, do you need to take something? I noticed that an alarm went
Did it
off.
beep?
Yeah, just before I came up here, I had a shot, so I think that'll take care of me.
Obviously, we're stopping any second you need to.
I'm good.
You know that, right?
I'm good.
Okay, play it. Boom. In fairness, let's go back a bit if we can, because we can at least slightly hear the volume if we're quiet. I'm not sure why we don't have it stronger, but let's, if we're all quiet, and play it again from there, for your benefit, Mark, to refresh your recollection that you're talking to her about the box, about the evidence that you're holding in your bare hand. Okay.
With that box, and everything was in the box, but it was stuck in here, I usually pull these out and stamp them down. And I could feel there was something there, so.
And this is not yours.
Well, it could be, but I have no idea for sure.
Boom. So that refreshes your recollection. The Detective Barney comes over to you, talks about the Fanta box evidence, talks to you about who it could be, talks about where you found it. You retrieve it right out of a garbage can, and in front of Detective Barney, stick it back in the garbage can, right?
Yeah.
That's where it stayed. You ultimately threw it away from there? Remember?
Yeah, at some point, I would have stamped it down and taken it to the big garbage can that goes out to the curb.
Same for the black rag.
Yeah, probably. I don't remember.
Let me change topics and subjects again to what will probably be my final. You were asked some questions by the prosecutor yesterday about what Kacee did in the form of stealing money from your grandparents, right?
My parents.
I'm sorry, her grandparents, her
Yeah.
grandparents.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm prone to that. So let's start over. You know that Kacee was stealing money from your grandparents, right?
From my
Objection,
parents.
misstates evidence.
Yeah,
Did I say parents again?
he said my grandparents,
Hold
but
on, as to the objection,
Misstates evidence calls for a legal conclusion.
I thought we'd been through this, but I can lay foundation.
please do.
Sounds like we're gonna have to take this a little bit backwards. At some point, there were irregularities with your parents. Third time's a charm. Bank accounts, right?
yeah,
And you talked about that a bit yesterday, and I want to talk about it more, all right?
okay.
Sounds like we need to start from what the final conclusion was about that stuff, okay?
Okay,
Because in relation to that activity, there was concerns that things were done with that card that were not your parents doing them, right?
correct.
Money being used on those accounts that wasn't your parents using it, right?
Right,
Now, you wanted to know and investigate that. You said that yesterday, right?
Yeah, my sister and I were trying to figure out what was happening.
And even though that investigation into what happened, that happened throughout a time and to a point where after Kacee had passed, right?
Right.
Now, we're gonna get to the point, the point about she might have known about it, okay? But let's just talk about what your investigation resulted in. Did you involve complaints to authorities?
Yeah, we got in contact with the credit card company and my parents' bank.
Did you also, end up getting reported for an investigation on elderly abuse to the Department of Health and Human Services?
Yes.
And in terms of police work, you certainly informed Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales about it, right?
I don't recall.
You might have to play some clips. You don't recall that even that on the 12th, that day that we saw you walking in the Fanta box and showing it then, that you and Kylie and Kay were all down asking Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales what you could do about it, and then it looked like money was missing?
Yeah, I don't recall. I don't think that would have been on the 12th.
Well, I don't want to challenge you too much on the dates and times again. We've seen the body camera and we know, and it sounds like they haven't shown you. But that continued on. You investigated it. Elderly abuse was investigated by a state agency, right?
Yeah, and I was surprised to hear from them. Some lady, I think her name was Joanne, and one other came, but when they showed up at my parents' house, that was surprising to me. I don't know how they got involved.
And you talked to Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales about it being money that was ultimately, your concern was taken and stolen unauthorized by Kacee, right?
Yeah.
And even we're told by Farney that you could use a case number, generate a police case number to use to try to get some refunds from the banks and things, right?
Yes.
Certainly Detective Farney and Special Agent Hales did not push back to you on the notion that Kacee had taken the money. They said they'd help you in that regard so that you could try to get some of it back, right?
Yeah.
So investigations done regardless of whether you know how it was generated for elderly abuse by a state agency, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that they got it a little screwed up. They wondered whether or not Kay was involved, remember?
I don't remember that.
At any rate, a result of that investigation was communicated to you, right?
Yes.
And that it was supported for elderly abuse for Kacee taking the money, right?
Yes.
And ultimately as well, do you remember that the taking of money, I won't use the word theft, Kacee taking the money had ramped up in the 2 months prior to her death?
Yes.
And ultimately it was $68,000, wasn't it?
I don't know that I ever knew what the exact amount was, but it was significant.
Now, the prosecutor kept asking you what you would have done and whether you would have tried to put her in jail and things like that, but was also pressing some sort of notion that you didn't confront Kacee directly about it.
We didn't know what the issue was until after Casee's death.
So even though Kacee presumably knew what she was doing, you hadn't figured it out enough to tell her, right?
Right.
However, you honestly referenced that you had your suspicions, spoke about bank records with Kay, and spoke about canceling the credit card, right?
Yes.
And that discussion was roughly 4 days before Kacee's death, right?
Yeah, somewhere in that time frame.
And that you believed and worried that Kacee was privy to that Kacee could have heard about it, could have known about it, right?
Yeah,
And that worried you, didn't it, after the fact, after Kacee was dying?
yeah,
Because there was discussions early on about whether or not Kacee could have committed suicide, right?
yeah,
You didn't know.
no,
When you found out about this theft, you did worry about that in connection with whether she committed suicide, didn't you?
yes,
And you got a hold of Detective Farney so you could tell Detective Farney about your concerns, right?
I don't recall that, but wouldn't surprise me.
I'm going to play a recording if I'm allowed. Could you put what I'll call defendant's C up? Or pull it, it's audio.
It's already up.
Okay, I guess, can I get some more foundation about what this is?
I'm gonna ask if this is your voice, to see if you recognize your voice. Or I could state the foundation the state would like.
Ms. Hunt?
I guess play a few seconds and see if he recognizes it. I just don't know at all what this is yet.
And let's be careful, not sure why, but let's be careful about foundation. Trying to lay foundation that a phone call was made to Detective Farney on the subject of theft, and the concern of a theft might be related to what Kacee would do if she thought she was gonna get caught. You had that concern, right?
Yeah,
And you do not remember the date, but the concern was great enough that you made a call to Detective Farney on the telephone, okay? Right?
I don't specifically remember, but I can see myself doing that, yeah.
Let me play a little bit of this to see if you recognize your voice. If we have a good sound this time. You recognize that voice?
No,
Okay, so my sister and I,
Let me stop there.
yeah,
You recognize that voice?
yep,
That's you, right?
that's my annoying voice, yeah.
I find it quite calming, Mark, so we can disagree on that. All right. Represent that this is a phone call. The witness has identified his voice. I guess it goes to will lay further foundation if the state still requires it with Detective Farney.
Ms. Hunt?
No objection.
Thank you. Court received Defense Exhibit C. You can publish.
Sure, let's start from the beginning and see how loud we can get it, unless it's really super loud.
Hey, is this Mark?
it is.
Hey, Mark, what do you got?
Okay, so my sister and I, on last Tuesday, going through my mom and dad's banking statements, we had things put on all of their accounts
Okay.
about a month or 6 weeks ago, because they just can't do it anymore.
Okay.
And Kacee Lyn was saying, I can't account for about $1,000.
Okay.
And we were talking about that in the kitchen on Tuesday. And I said, okay, tomorrow morning I'll go down to the bank and I'll get their banking statements from the last 3 months. And I'm pretty sure Kacee was there in the kitchen when she and Kacee Lyn and I were talking.
Okay.
But I went into the bank and got these statements, and there's about $1,700 that it looks to us, and Kacee Lyn and I don't know. We're going back into the bank week to have our friends at the bank explain what this stuff is. And it looks like there's about $1,700 of Kacee over the last couple of months that taken out of my parents' account.
Well, I found a credit card statement that I need to ask you about. It's similar in nature to that, but I'm actually here in Santa Cruz, so I'm going to call you back if that's okay.
Okay.
Okay, I
I
appreciate
was
it.
just thinking that if Kacee, this would wipe Kacee out if she felt like we were going to find out what she'd been up to.
Okay, yeah, maybe you can look into it before I can call you back. It's his Cabela's credit card. Your dad's statement was in her room. The credit card is almost $13,000, and it looked like at least the recent charges were things like Venmo, DoorDash, things that I'm guessing your dad aren't doing, like Apple.com. So if you want to look into that, or we can talk about that a little later, but I'm going to go for now, and I'll keep you updated, okay?
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks.
You ever concerned that if Kacee was certainly in a point she could overheard and known about your intent to investigate the theft, right?
Yes,
You were concerned that's important information that Detective Farney should have, right?
yes,
As you said, because if she thought you were gonna find out, it would wipe her out.
yep,
She would react very severely.
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll strike that and move to this. You don't know what it would have done, but you did get ready even as recently as last February, just weeks ago, and have a conversation to prepare for trial, right, with the prosecutors?
yes,
The subject came up again even when you talked to them, right?
yeah,
You once again told them that discussion you and Kay were having in the kitchen was at a time when it was in the presence of Kacee, right?
yes,
You're probably concerned, Kacee. Remember that? Told them that again.
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
The subject came up again that we just heard in that call as recently as a couple of weeks ago when you talked to the prosecutors, right?
yes,
And you specifically gave them your concerns and impressions in hindsight. Do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I would guess that yes, I probably,
Your concerns, your beliefs, your knowledge of this whole subject in this circumstance, 2 weeks before this trial, is it could have been a motive for Kacee to commit suicide. You told them that.
a possibility, yes.
Mark, thanks for answering the questions. That's all I have on this.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. You were just asked about parents' finances and kind of the timeline of when you had been suspicious of or ultimately discovered that something happened, right? You remember that?
Yes,
You weren't part of, you were asked if officials were contacted and did an investigation. You maybe would have given them relevant information, but you certainly weren't part of the investigation team.
no,
I As to the objection, overruled.
So again, you're not part of the investigation team.
No.
On August 16th, Mr. Williams just played you that clip where you're calling Detective Farney, and at the time you're saying that $1,700 is missing, or you're not sure what happened to $1,700. Does that sound right?
Yeah.
And then you were asked about, it's heard in that call that something about this would have wiped Kacee out. Do you remember what you meant by that at the time, wiped out?
Yeah, it would have been emotionally traumatic for her.
You were asked about a conversation that you had with the state a few weeks ago in preparation for trial, and at that point, you said, in hindsight, it may have been a possible motive for suicide. Is that fair?
Yes.
Did you, at the time that Kacee was alive, did anything about her demeanor, behavior, anything like that indicate to you that she was suicidal?
No.
Did anything at the time indicate to you that she was concerned about you looking into the finances?
No.
Even though you believe she may have overheard a conversation that you had with your sister about the finances, nothing about her demeanor or behavior or anything she said to you gave you concern at the time that she was concerned about that?
No, the morning of August 12th, the conversation that Kacee and I had in the downstairs kitchen was really good.
Do you remember how long ultimately that, whatever investigation happened about the credit cards, do you remember how long it took before they kind of came back with some kind of conclusion?
I don't, because, we had a couple of different credit cards that we were, with different companies, if I remember right, that we were trying to do research into, and also into all of my parents' bank accounts. So I don't specifically remember details from each of those financial accounts that we were trying to look into.
Fair to say it took a bit of time to kind of figure out what had gone on?
Yeah.
We asked you, and Mr. Williams asked you a bit yesterday about, I'm going to change topics here. Remember we talked about the syringe you ended up finding after the flood when you're pulling up the carpet?
Yeah.
Yesterday you stated that you thought you found it in the middle of the floor. Have you since had a chance to review body cam of your conversation with Detective Farney about finding that syringe?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection of the circumstances of you finding that?
Yeah.
Tell us how, now based on your memory, how you found that syringe.
Okay, if you refer back to the video that we just looked at a few minutes ago where Detective Farney came over to the house and I gave her the plastic bag with the Fanta box contents. In that video, you can see stacks of boxes and everything like that. When the carpet started to stink, I moved everything out of Kacee's room into the kitchen in there, and so that's why that kitchen looks like a bomb went off in there. When I started moving all of the stuff out, in Kacee's closet, it was stacked with those 13-gallon white trash bags full of Fanta cans and medical debris from her IV stuff that she used to do. And so I think that that syringe probably came from that pile of garbage that was in the closet, and I may have picked it up and put it somewhere, I don't know.
Do you remember at what point you contacted Detective Farney about finding that?
I don't.
I'm gonna ask to show the witness what's been marked as State's Exhibit 151. Let me know when you see that.
Okay?
Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this the video that we just talked about that you reviewed about the circumstances about finding the syringe?
Yeah, now that closet door that is open there is not where, it's the other closet door there that you can see to,
Oh, okay, let me stop you there, because we'll get to that in a second, but you recognize this video?
yeah.
I'm gonna move to admit State's Exhibit 151.
Mr. Williams?
Once again, we've never received this as an exhibit. We'll address on pretty direct how much has been done with this witness overnight. It appears, is it 11 seconds long?
Yes.
It appears, since it's right side up, that it was something we gave you?
No,
You did check that. I'm just trying to make sure it's of the same thing. I don't know. 151?
yes,
Court will receive States 151, wish to publish.
yes.
Is that another syringe?
Yeah,
And then diabetic syringe?
yeah.
Where was it?
It was on the floor here somewhere. It was in a closet on the floor.
Oh, okay. Is that,
All right. So you said it was on the floor here somewhere, and then you said it was in the closet on the floor. Does that refresh your recollection more about how you found that syringe?
Yeah.
You talked about the closet having been full of trash and medical supplies. Do you remember if you said it might have been on top of those, all that other things in the closet? Do you remember exactly where that syringe was?
I don't remember exactly that. This used to make me a little mad because Kacee would throw all of her trash in those 13-gallon trash bags and then just throw it in that closet. And then like on Monday, she'd take 7 or 8 of them out and throw them in the big trash can and fill it up. And now the rest of the week, nobody else had anywhere to put garbage before it went out to the curb. And so, that's,
So there was a lot of things in that closet.
yeah, and common.
Either way, fair to say that did the video refresh your recollection that that syringe was found in the closet?
Yeah.
What other, you said other medical supplies were in there. What kinds of things?
Mainly things that she would have used for her IV treatments that she did.
So we talked,
Tubing, other types of the big syringes that, I have no idea how that stuff works, but that kind of thing. And then little vials of whatever it was she was taking.
you said syringes are part of maybe the supplies that were in there.
Yeah.
And you just said bigger syringes. How do you differentiate? I believe in the video you say an insulin syringe. How are you able to differentiate between an insulin syringe versus a bigger syringe?
Size and diabetic syringes have an orange cap. The syringes that Kacee used for IV came individually packaged in like a plastic thing that was probably about that big. So those kind of, the packaging for medical supplies and things like that were also in those trash bags.
Mr. Williams asked you if you believed that Kacee was on hospice, and you said right. You
Yes.
said you did, right?
Yeah.
What made you believe that Kacee was on hospice?
And she told me.
Were there other circumstances that seemed to support that to you?
Yeah, she had nurses that would come occasionally, on-site physical therapy or in-home physical therapy, weekly deliveries of medical supplies.
The weekly deliveries of medical supplies, were you ever privy to what that kind of stuff looked like?
No, they came in a white box every week, and there was, some weeks there would be multiple boxes because they'd send the bags of fluid. But that was, like a regular occurring thing that those supplies would be delivered.
You mentioned bags of fluid. Do you know what that fluid was?
Saline.
Saline.
Yeah.
Do you know the purpose that Kacee would have needed that saline for?
For the IV treatment.
Did you believe that to be for her cancer or? For
Yes.
her, okay. Do you know if you know, do you know if that kind of treatment is necessary for her kidney condition?
I wouldn't know.
You were asked about blessings, and Mr. Williams said that Kacee asked you for blessings surrounding her cancer. You said maybe not specifically cancer, but comfort for maybe other health issues as well. Is that right?
Yes.
What other health issues did you know that Kacee had?
Anxiety, the kidney issues, retaining fluid. So there's a lot that she had going on.
And then we know from testimony and your testimony yesterday that she got a knee replacement, right?
Yes.
We heard from the surgeon that did that knee replacement that was performed on July 23rd. Does that refresh your recollection? You did not have a specific memory of when that knee replacement happened.
Yes.
Does July 23rd sound fair?
Yes.
So that's about, again, my math's not great, but maybe 2.5 weeks before her death.
Yeah.
You mentioned that she had physical therapists, people coming over. Do you remember the time frame of those folks coming to the house?
I don't.
Are you aware if she was performing physical therapy for her knee replacement?
Yeah.
Mr. Williams showed you the body cam of this trash can on the patio with the Fanta box. Remember that?
Yes.
In the body cam, Detective Farney asks, could this have been your insulin? I believe you said that it could be yours, you don't know. But I want to clarify what you meant by that. Because yesterday we had testimony that, I guess, is that insulin that you would have thrown in that garbage can?
No, I wouldn't have. And, if there wasn't an investigation of a death, if I would have found that, since that orange cap was off of it, I'd have thrown it away.
But it's not a place that you originally would have thrown it away.
No.
So when you say in the video it could have been yours, what did you mean by that?
Well, it could have been taken out of the refrigerator, and I don't remember I don't know if I even looked at the date, the expiration date on the insulin. But if it would have been older, or even possibly Kyle's, I wouldn't, I don't inventory that and keep track of it.
So that insulin could have at one point belonged to you, but it's not where you would have thrown it away.
Right.
How did that patio trash can typically get emptied?
I would take it up to the big trash can that goes out to the curb in the garage.
How frequently would you do that?
It'd take her about a month to fill it up with like empty cigarette cartons and Fanta boxes and just that kind of stuff.
Do you remember the last time that trash had been emptied before you found the Fanta box?
I don't.
Judge, I want to ask permission to do a demonstration. I've talked to defense about this, and my understanding is he does not have an objection. I think it would require a lapel mic. We have a glucometer here that is the same type and model of the one that's at instance in this case, and I want the witness to demonstrate for the jury how that's used, the process of testing one's blood sugar.
Mr. Williams?
Yeah, we had talked about it, then it wasn't done on direct. Clearly, that's way outside the scope.
He asked about it in cross, but a glucometer, types of glucometers, how many there were present in the home came up.
I don't have objection if they want to do it.
All right, you can. You want to get a mic?
Yes. Permission to approach the witness?
Absolutely.
This isn't going to involve actually pricking a finger and drawing blood.
Certainly no. No, he's just going to walk through the process.
I'm happy to do that if you want. Okay.
And through a note.
With your leg, are you able to maybe just kind of come down and stand right here and demonstrate for the jury
Yeah.
so they can see a little easier? Sorry, just make sure that it got clicked on. Oh. At the top, the toggle. Thank you, Brooke. Thanks. All right, so I'm handing you this demonstrative. And without actually pricking your finger, and if you could verbally walk through the steps that you're taking, show how measuring your blood sugar happens with this monitor.
Okay. All right. So this is what they call the test strip. So you take that out, insert it into the monitor, that activates, turns the monitor on, then it gives you instructions to prick your finger, get some blood, then you just put the blood on the end of that test strip, and then this starts counting down. And the older models of these used to count down for 30 seconds, and I think this one, I'm guessing, would count down from 5 seconds. They got better over time. And then it would flash a number of what your blood sugar level is right here.
Okay, thank you. Using that glucometer, you said you prick your finger. Typically, how much blood is coming out with that prick?
Just one drop.
How do you typically clean that up after you've pricked your finger? Do you use like a cotton ball or a tissue or wipe it somewhere? I know that might differ, but
I lick my finger and wipe it on my pants.
If I could just have one moment. I don't have any other questions.
Mr. Williams?
Briefly, Your Honor, so we're all clear on a few things. First of all, Kacee, with all the work she was doing in that house, with what people were doing, with how she was helping your mother, she certainly used the glucometer, would know how to use it, right?
Yes,
Clear up this hospice thing. She told you she was on the hospice that you assumed was for her cancer treatment, right?
right,
And she had told you that over the course of years, hadn't she?
yep,
I heard, you referred to this syringe on the floor that you found after police had been in that room for days and searched it.
I need a verbal answer.
yes,
EMTs had been in that room, right?
yes,
Police officers had been around that room, right?
yes,
You have, strike it, that's argument. You said that you had been shown this and refreshed your recollection since last night?
yeah,
I mean, since, your testimony yesterday, you've been working with the prosecutors in preparation for today's testimony?
I met with them for just a second, yeah,
What was that, last night or this morning?
this morning,
And they had took that opportunity to show you evidence and refresh your recollection outside the presence of this jury?
yeah,
Was Special Agent Hales there?
no,
Was Detective Farney there?
no,
Well, let's go to this. I don't have any way of, I guess, except asking you what the total circumstances were there then, but it's about, you were asked these questions again about suicide, and again, her seeming to you okay, as you're asking her to clean up her dishes in the morning, et cetera, right?
yeah,
Even though there had been this discussion that you thought she might have heard a couple days before that would wipe her out and cause her emotional trauma if she knew she was going to get caught. But in the morning that you engage with her, she seems okay.
yeah.
So let's just talk about what the prosecutors have talked to you about that morning. They never told you that in the previous couple days she had generated a text script about inviting Meggan over? Did they ever tell you that?
No,
Did they tell you that that script was about doing suicide with insulin?
no,
She hadn't told you she was going to use a glucometer in the process of that?
no,
She hadn't told you that she had taken the glucometer and even used it and tested her blood before?
no,
You didn't know, in relation to that morning, that for days she had been communicating with the person she told you she didn't want to be around, right?
right,
And invited her over for those events that we now know occurred, right?
yeah, I don't know that she invited her, but
She, that morning, certainly, Kacee never told you that,
no,
and you know it now, right?
yeah.
Nothing further.
Anything else from the state?
Maybe we approach Judge.
Maybe. Any additional questions for this witness?
No, Judge, thank you.
Mr. Farnsworth, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You're free to step down. Counsel, I think this might be a good time for our morning break. Is everybody okay with that? Take a few minutes?
Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a short recess. I want to remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Can I make a quick record, Judge, and that is only this, we did not, in open court there, determine that Mr. Farnsworth is released. And out of an abundance of current concern, I don't want to agree to be released, but I don't object to having an exception to the exclusionary rule if he desires to stay.
So he can, so you're okay if he remains, but as far as rebuttal or things of that nature,
I don't want to be excluded
It's
from
fair
the
game.
possibility of recalling him, but I am willing, if his desire is to stay, considering the nature of the matter and his connection to it, that he could stay and be accepted from the rule.
anything from the state on that?
I think we'd agree to that.
Okay. All right, let's come back, or you're going to have your next witness ready?
Yes.
A moment. All right. Let's come back at 20 after. Oh, and so counsel too, we've got to break early for lunch just a little bit, about 10 till. I've got a district meeting I've got to run. So we're going to break at about 10 to noon for lunch.
Okay.
And I apologize. It's
We didn't
10
give
minutes that
you-
we could
the
use.
trial
but
didn't give you a good excuse to get out of that?
I wish it did. All right. We'll be back in a moment.
All right.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We ready with our next witness?
Sarah Varner.
Thank you. Please come forward. We'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Come on up and have a seat. Thanks for being here. As long as you can keep that mic in front of you, it'll all work. Counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name and spell your last name, please?
Yeah, Sarah Varner, V as in Victor, A-R-N-E-R,
How are you employed?
for the Utah County Attorney's Office.
What do you do for the Utah County Attorney's Office?
I am a victim witness coordinator.
Are you subject to approval as far as any of your pay goes or anything by the attorneys in that office, the individual attorneys?
Sorry.
Job performance related to making the attorneys in the office happy?
Oh, no.
And what is your job involved?
I help all victims and witnesses in trial, make sure that they're here when they need to be, and we do trial prep with them, and then I just am here during the trials.
Okay, this morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with Mark Farnsworth?
Yes, I did.
And did you see him just testify a minute ago?
Yes, I did.
Were you present this morning when he reviewed the body camera that was played in court?
Yes.
Who else was there?
Lauren and Chelsea.
And by Lauren, you mean?
Oh. Lauren Hunt, the prosecutor.
Okay, and who is Chelsea?
She's our paralegal.
Okay. Were any instructions given to Mr. Farnsworth about how to testify regarding that clip?
No.
Was any more played than the 11 seconds that were played in court?
No.
Thank you, that's all I have.
Any questions, Mr. Williams?
No.
Thanks for being here. You can sit down. Next witness.
The state calls Scott Larson.
Good morning, sir. Please come forward. Come up here near the clerk and we'll get you sworn in. Come on up here.
Please raise your hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Come on up here and have a seat. We appreciate you being here. As long as you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, we can make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. Thank you. Counsel.
Good morning. If you could state your name for the record.
My name is Scott Larson, Larson.
What is your occupation?
I am a forensic toxicologist.
Briefly tell us what that means.
Forensic toxicology is the field of testing biological specimens for drugs, alcohol, and poisons.
I want to talk about what kind of training and education is required for this position. Can you briefly go through your educational background?
Yes, I have a bachelor's degree in science in biology and another bachelor of science in medical technology and a master's degree in pharmaceutical sciences.
How long have you been a forensic toxicologist?
For just over 20 years.
Does it require, you just listed the degrees that you have, does it require those degrees, the job?
Some base level science degree is necessary, yes.
Does it require, does your specific job title require any certifications?
I've been board certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicology since 2010, and that's one of the requirements at my employment.
To keep that board certification, do you have to do some kind of continuing education requirements every year, anything like that?
Yes, I mean, I've been doing continuing education over the course of my entire career, but specifically, the board certification requires a minimum amount of continuing education per year that gets documented and turned in.
Or do you always keep current on that?
Yes.
When we're talking about your job, is it fair to call them tests? Or do you run tests on blood or specimens for substances? How should I refer to that?
Tests or assays, yes.
About how many tests do you perform in a typical year?
Well, I mean, for my position at this point, what I do is review. So in terms of reviewing analytical data, I review roughly 12,500 cases per year.
At what point, I guess at one point in your career, did you actually do the testing?
Yes, for many years, I started as a bench toxicologist in my first job and did that for probably the first 10 to 15 years.
And now it sounds like your job is to review the tests that have been done by somebody else?
Yes.
And what are you reviewing for? What does that look like?
So the NMS, where my laboratory that I work for, we run basically in like an assembly line type system, and I'm on the last phase of that line. And what I look at is all of the initial documentation that gets turned into our laboratory, the chain of custody, which tracks the sample and what happens to the sample through its lifespan and the testing at the lab, all of the analytical screening data, confirmation data. I write the report and then release it to the to the agency that requested it.
Do you know what case we're here today about?
Yes.
Kacee Terry, does that name ring a bell?
Yes.
Did you review the testing that was done on the specimens involved in this case?
Yes, I released 2 reports on this case.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 13. You have a screen up there. Let me know when you're able to see that. Sometimes it flickers a bit before it stays.
Came and went. There we go. It's on. Oop.
It'll just takes a bit to warm up.
Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Do you recognize that?
I do, yes.
What is this?
This is a toxicology report released from our laboratory.
Is this something that you prepared or
Yep.
reviewed?
Yes,
Sorry, which of those? Prepared, reviewed, both?
both.
State moves to admit Exhibit 13.
No objection.
Court received States 13, wish to publish.
Yes, thank you. All right, before we get to, there's a box that says positive findings. I'm going to get to those in a second. If we can scroll down, I want to ask just briefly so the jury can understand when we're talking about, it says gray stopper, red stopper, different tubes and caps. I want to go through what those things mean. So I guess, can you explain the different tube types? Let's start there.
Yes, a gray stopper tube is, excuse me, a gray stopper tube is the recommended tube in forensic toxicology. It contains 2 different components, potassium oxalate and sodium fluoride. The potassium oxalate helps make it so the blood does not coagulate and stays in a liquid form. The sodium nitrate, or the sodium fluoride, I'm sorry, is an antibacterial, so that will eliminate bacterial growth within the blood sample. A red top tube or a red stopper tube does not contain anything, and that means there will be levels of coagulation in serum. A white cap plastic container, the specimen number 8, the liver, came in, does not contain anything. It's just a normal plastic cup with no additives whatsoever. These different types of containers are used just because different tests have different recommendations on what additives are needed. So, but gray top tubes is standard in forensic toxicology.
Okay. If we look over a few columns, there's something labeled matrix source, and there's hospital blood, femoral blood, and a few other things. What does hospital blood mean?
Hospital blood is just blood that is collected at the hospital prior to death.
Prior to death.
Yes.
What does femoral blood mean?
Femoral blood is postmortem blood, and that is what's called peripheral blood, and that would be collected from your femoral artery, which is in the kind of the upper section of your thigh.
When you're doing your testing or your review, does it make a difference whether something is hospital blood or femoral blood?
It does not make any difference in the testing. That's all done the same. It does make differences sometimes in your interpretation of those results.
So it looks like in this case we have both hospital blood and femoral blood.
Yes.
Why might that make a difference in results?
Well, there's a lot of different reasons. I think the first one is if you look under collection, date, and time, the hospital blood was drawn on August 12th of 2024, where the femoral blood was collected on August 16th. So with that 4-day window, there you would expect different results because your body could metabolize, things like that. So the hospital blood would be theoretically, we would receive results that would happen before any the hospital, anything that the hospital would have given them. You'd see those results more in the femoral blood, so you'd see differences in the results.
And then also you mentioned hospital blood is prior to death, femoral blood is after death. Can death make a difference in what's in, I guess, a sample?
Yes, it can. There's different types of activities that can happen in the body post-death. One of them is called postmortem redistribution, which is just the kind of diffusion of drugs from your central cavity throughout your body. So that can kind of increase the concentration of certain drugs. You sometimes can also get, in certain circumstances, increases or the artificial creation of ethanol from bacteria in your body using glucose to create alcohol. So things like, there are some differences, yes.
Okay. I want to scroll down on the exhibit. At the top, we see detailed findings, analysis, and comments. I want to go through this. The first one is naloxone, and I'm sorry, to clarify, these would be, I guess, tell us what exact findings these relate to. I guess, what patient are we talking about?
This would be from Kacee Terry.
Okay. What is naloxone?
Naloxone is a opiate antagonist drug that's used usually in hospitals, but now you can get it outside of hospital use to stop opiate overdoses.
And the result here was what?
It was presumptive positive. This is something that came up in our initial drug screen that is not part of normal confirmation. So it came up on a screen, but it was not confirmed.
Is naloxone typically given in a medical setting in certain circumstances?
Typically, yes. Many times if someone is kind of struggling, they will just, nowadays, hospitals will just automatically give naloxone based on the rise of opiate overdoses across the country.
So even if it's not confirmed that an opioid overdose is...
Yes, because it doesn't hurt anyone, so it'll either help them or it doesn't matter.
Okay. The next one we see down is oxycodone free. What is oxycodone? What is oxycodone, first of all?
Oxycodone is a narcotic analgesic used for pain relief.
And what does the free mean?
It can be found in two different ways in the body, either free, which means not bound by plasma, or conjugated. So we test for free, which is the normal forensic way, but we just like to clarify what we're reporting.
Okay. What was the result here for oxycodone?
It was It came up in the initial drug screen, and then it was then followed by a confirmation, and it was 34 nanograms per mil,
And that, what was the specimen source for that?
hospital blood.
34 nanograms per milliliter. Help us understand what that result means.
34 nanograms per mil would be considered a therapeutic dose of oxycodone.
For anybody?
Yes, I mean, that would be like your normal prescription with a tablet. Obviously, there are different prescription, I mean, doctors would give different people different prescription amounts of the amount that they would take, but this falls within the range that you would expect.
So you would not expect 34 nanograms per milliliter to cause an overdose?
Not unless there's very unique circumstances.
We talked before about naloxone, which is given if an opioid overdose is suspected. Does that, would that being given at the hospital lower the oxycodone level in the blood?
It wouldn't change the oxycodone level. What it would mean is the oxycodone would not be able to bind to the appropriate receptor because the naloxone would be blocking that receptor.
Okay, so this
So
34...
it doesn't change the concentration, just whether it's activating the downstream effect in the body.
Okay. We're talking about Kacee Terry here. If she had been prescribed oxycodone and had been taking it for years, does that matter in your interpretation of these levels?
It would. There's something in the human body called tolerance that basically as you take, the more you take any drug, your body creates a certain level of tolerance to some of the side effects from that. So that's one of the questions I always would ask oxycodone. So as oxycodone is breaking down in your body, there's a different enzymatic pathways that break it down to that, and then to other later stage compounds, which is just a way for the body to get rid of the oxycodone out of your body.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you a few questions just to make sure that I and the jury understand. You referenced something called a metabolite. What does that mean?
So as when you take any drug, or most drugs, not every drug, but most drugs, your body will start breaking it down into similar compounds that are easier to clear out of the body.
So when we're talking about oxymorphone and oxycodone, is oxymorphone a separate drug that is given, or when you're talking about being a metabolite, it's what oxycodone turns into inside of the body? Does that make sense?
It does make sense, and the answer is it can be both.
Okay.
It would be my interpretation based on the ratios of the oxycodone to the oxymorphone found in this case, that most likely this the decedent was taking oxycodone, and the oxymorphone that we found was as a metabolite and not taken as a separate drug.
Okay. Here we see under oxymorphone, the result is what?
2.7 nanograms per mil, which is about roughly 1/10 the oxycodone, which is roughly the relationship we see.
So when you're talking about the ratio leading to your interpretation that it's a breaking down metabolite, is that relevant to that?
Yes.
Let's go to the next one, promethazine. What is that?
Promethazine is an antihistamine that's found in over-the-counter allergy medication.
Does it require a prescription? I know you just mentioned over-the-counter.
No, typically it does not.
Is it also something that can be prescribed in certain circumstances? If you know?
There are probably prescriptions, but the majority of the people that use promethazine are just from over-the-counter medications.
I believe you said it's an antihistamine. Does it have any other uses that it is given for?
There may be some off-level use or off-label uses, but I'm not aware of that.
Does promethazine have any central nervous system effects?
Promethazine is an interesting drug in terms of it's been shown there's a wide variance within the population. The majority of time it has central nervous system depressant effects. There is a subset of the population that will have stimulant effects from it. So it kind of falls on both sides. But in general, it's thought of as having central nervous system depressant effects.
And maybe everybody knows this, maybe this is common knowledge, but briefly tell us what central nervous system depressant effects means.
So there's different, you can have stimulant effects or depressant effects. Depressant effects in general could lead to things like drowsiness, maybe a little bit of uncoordination depending on the drug. And then that would be your normal symptoms that you would just get. In worst case scenario, it can lead to respiratory depression and death.
You mentioned worst case scenario. I guess, let me ask first, what's the result we see here?
It is 370 nanograms per mil.
What does that level indicate to you?
That would indicate to me, I would still consider that a therapeutic level of promethazine. There's a fairly wide range in promethazine of what people see in terms of the therapeutic. There's a very long, it takes the body a long time to eliminate promethazine. So if someone is taking it for example, for like allergy medication for like multiple days, because it takes a long time for your body to eliminate it, you can kind of build up concentration even if you're taking it at normal doses.
You mentioned worst case scenario, you might even see a death from this substance. Is this level anywhere near that level?
Well, to clarify, I was talking about just in general of central nervous system depressants.
Oh, okay.
But,
Thank you.
no, I would consider this within the therapeutic range of promethazine.
Is there a concentration of promethazine, like a level that would start being concerning to you?
There's been promethazine itself as a sole drug. There have been overdoses reported at, say, 4,000, 5,000 nanograms per mil. There are some mixed drug intoxications at like the 1,800 nanogram per mil range, but I'm not aware of any where this would be one of the main drugs this low, especially with in context with the other drugs that are found.
The next one down is alprazolam. What is that?
Alprazolam is a benzodiazepine that's used to treat like anxiety.
And again, maybe this is common knowledge, but briefly explain what a benzodiazepine is.
So there are a lot of benzodiazepines on the market. They are used for a really broad range of uses, a lot of them tied to anxiety.
Does that have a central nervous system depressant effect?
Yes.
What's the result that we see here?
100 nanograms per mil.
Is this a level that was concerning to you?
It's on the high end of the therapeutic range, but within what you would expect, depending on how it was taken.
When you're reviewing these results and creating this report, are you aware that a death has occurred?
Well, I'm aware that deaths occurred just because postmortem samples were submitted to the laboratory. I rarely have very much information when I'm releasing the report. So kind of toxicology falls into two phases. One is the analytical testing, and that's what I focus on when I'm releasing the report. The interpretation would come later if asked.
So when you are creating this report, because there is femoral blood, you're aware that a death has occurred,
Yes.
but you don't have much other information about what's going on.
No.
When you created this report and initially made your findings, were you aware that insulin was involved in this case?
I do not believe so, no.
At some point, did you learn that insulin was involved?
Yes.
Do you remember when you found that out?
Well, I would have found it out for sure during like a pretrial meetings and pretrial calls. There is a submission form that gets sent in from the submitting agency. I don't remember if insulin was noted in that. Like I said, most of the time we get almost no information. So when I focus on the review of cases, it's normally just the demographics, like the name, the submitting agency, things like that. I don't really look at the case history at that point because it doesn't matter to me.
Before you knew that insulin was involved, based on the results that we see here, did it make sense to you that somebody would have died solely from these drugs at the levels that we're seeing present here?
I would not have expected someone to die unless, like I said, there were special circumstances, and that does come up sometimes, and that would normally be through conversation with the medical examiner on what they found at autopsy.
Do any of these drugs listed interact with insulin in a way that explains death?
I am not aware of that.
At some point, were you made aware of Ms. Terry's glucose level when she was taken to the hospital?
No.
Based on your training and experience, would it be typical of somebody to die based solely on the drugs that we see present here, absent some other circumstance?
I would say not, outside of special circumstances.
Is insulin being on board, would you consider that a special circumstance?
Yes.
Does that, I guess, illuminate your findings or your conclusions here in any way?
Yes.
In what way?
Well, in a way that it would answer as a more obvious potential cause of death than this drug grouping. But again, I want to stress that, you know, determining cause of death is not really the job of a toxicologist. That's the job of a medical examiner.
Fair enough. Maybe I failed to ask you this. What lab do you work for?
I work for NMS Labs.
Does your lab test for insulin?
We do not, no.
Why not?
There are real analytical challenges with testing for insulin. So we had a test years ago, and before I even started there, and stopped testing for it, and I really don't know the background of that. But in my 20 years of working in laboratories, I've never worked in a lab that tested for insulin.
You mentioned analytical challenges to testing for insulin. Do you know more about what that might mean?
I can speak to it a little bit. I mean, I think one of the main issues is that there's both insulin produced in your body and then synthetic insulin that's given. And I think there are issues differentiating between the two.
Does stability issues in the blood relate to that at all in terms of testing for insulin?
It may. I have to admit, I don't, because I've never worked in a lab with insulin testing, I really don't have a lot of background on all of the analytical approaches, so I can't really speak very deeply in that.
Do you know of any forensic toxicology lab in the country that has the ability to test for insulin?
Not that I'm aware of, though I don't know if there is one or not.
Do you remember if you looked into it for this case?
I believe I have been asked and have looked into it, and I was not able to find one.
So we've distinguished between hospital blood and femoral blood, and on all these results that we're seeing here, the source is hospital blood. Are you able to tell how long before the blood draw at the hospital Ms. Terry would have been given or taken these medications?
No.
Would you expect, so we talked about how oxymorphone is a metabolite of oxycodone. Would you expect to see other metabolites of the other drugs involved? Does that question make sense?
It does. We do not, there would be theoretically other compounds there, but we don't test for those other compounds.
What is, when I say the term half-life of a drug, do you know what that term means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
So the half-life of a drug is basically the amount of time that it takes for for your body to eliminate half of the blood concentration of that drug. So, you know, if, like for example, oxycodone has a 5-hour half-life, so you would expect the concentration to get cut in half every 5 hours.
Do different drugs have different half-lives?
Yes.
If a half-life is longer in a certain drug, what does that mean in terms of how it's breaking down in the body?
It just means it would take longer. So for example, and when I say like oxycodone is 5 and promethazine is, the half-life of promethazine is 15, that's an average. It's a broad range. Some people are much faster, some are slower, but that's the average of it. So for example, promethazine is 15 hours, so it takes 15 hours for that concentration to get cut in half, where oxycodone is 5.
Would anything in Ms. Kacee Terry's system lead you to believe that these drugs alone caused her death?
I mean, as I said earlier, this grouping of drugs is, because of the oxycodone being at 34 nanograms per mil, the grouping of the drugs was not a real cause of concern for me personally, outside of, like I said, special circumstances that the medical examiner would have determined.
Would anything about these drugs together, how they interact together, give you any additional concern for potentially causing death?
Well, I mean, all 3 of the drugs, the main drugs, oxycodone, promethazine, and alprazolam, are all central nervous system depressants. So it was something to look at and think about, and it really comes down to like the tolerance that we discussed earlier, and you know, I would look at oxycodone as kind of the primary drug here for concern, and with that being at 34, then it lessened the concern I would have. I mean, there are certainly many examples of multi-drug toxicity overdoses with alprazolam at 100. That's actually a fairly common, but you would expect a primary drug like oxycodone to be at a much higher concentration. So.
And we're not seeing.
And we're not seeing that in this case.
Okay. I'm going to just briefly scroll down on this exhibit just so there's a bunch of Chuck's reference comments, and then it talks about these drugs. We don't have to go into each one, but what's the point of including this section in your report?
So this is a stock reference comments that are published in every report. So every time these drugs are reported out in our reports or in our cases, these stock comments get put in there, and it's basically just to help the submitting agency kind of interpret a little bit of what's going on in that case.
So nothing in this section, and it lists all the drugs that you found present here, but these are stock information. Nothing pertains particularly to Ms. Terry in this section of your report.
No, every postmortem case that oxycodone is reported out has the exact same comment.
And that's true of all the drugs we see
Yes.
listed here. If you'll scroll down a little bit. We see oxymorphone, promethazine, that section is those are all stock.
Yes.
And then I believe down here we see your signature, is that right?
Yes.
Right, I have nothing further for you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Scott Williams. We met on video, but otherwise have never met in person, right?
That's true.
Just a few follow-ups. We've got these levels that you're able to detect when you're doing your toxicology assessment, right?
Yes.
Of each of the drugs, and you've gone through them. By the way, let's talk about how these drugs might get in the body. Overwhelmingly, oxycodone is orally ingested, right?
That is true, yes.
Promethazine is generally orally ingested.
Yes.
Alprazolam is generally orally ingested, correct?
Yes.
All right, and then let me touch the promethazine just for a second, because you indicated, I mean, it is not even a controlled substance. You can buy it over the counter.
Yes.
And while it could act as a central nervous system depressant, it sometimes acts the opposite, right?
With certain people, yes.
So like me with my allergy pills.
Exactly.
Sudafed can do that, right? It can
Yep.
make people sleepy, or it can make people shaky.
Yep.
And as you indicated, promethazine considered an antihistamine, right?
Yes.
You looked at the promethazine aspect of this case and didn't see anything that was out of the normal in terms of the levels.
I mean, I would interpret that as someone that was just taking it probably continuously over a couple days. But,
Sorry to interrupt.
well, I just wanted to clarify, but, you know, I wouldn't have any information to know that for sure.
Let's touch on that real quick. In your role here and in working with the prosecutor's office and such, were you provided information about the case?
I was provided a small amount during like a pretrial hearing.
But not a medical history?
No, I never.
Of the deceased, right?
No.
So what your interpretations are in general?
Yeah, based on just 20 years of experience in reviewing many, many cases.
In all those many, many cases, in reviewing those, you look at this and it looks like a pretty regular promethazine user's result.
Yes.
Looks like an oxycodone user's drug result, I think you indicated, as far as you can tell.
Yes, I mean, that falls very much in the expected therapeutic range.
Now, with the potential, the metabolite, to understand how much, assuming the oxymorphone is a metabolite. Again, you can't be sure, it's possible. That drug can be orally ingested as well, right?
Yes.
It's combinative in its effects with oxycodone.
Yes.
And, but it can also be a metabolite, and you, with your experience, interpreted that's probably what's going on here.
Probably based on that ratio, you know, if the oxymorphone was at, say, equal concentrations, then I would think either both drugs may have been taken, or there may be some sort of metabolic metabolism, polymorphism, or change in this person that maybe doesn't allow the breakdown of that drug as normal humans would.
All right, and also we have a half-life. So if this oral medication, the time that it's taken, over the period between that and this blood result that gives you the toxicology analysis ability, this is metabolizing, right? And while it sounds to me like you're saying it really varies greatly with different people in different circumstances, et cetera, it's about a 5-hour half-life.
Yes.
So does this tell you anything, given, notwithstanding the generalizations and the basic estimations that are involved, about how much somebody would have taken, say, 6 hours before to have this result, what the result would have been closer in time to 6 hours before?
Well, I mean, theoretically, 6 hours, you could roughly double it. But again, that's a general.
Right. I was trying to understand because I don't. Otherwise, it's certainly not the way you do what a 5-hour half-life is, and whether I was correct in suggesting that she could have had a result double that, 6 hours, double that.
Yeah.
6 more hours before.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, it takes roughly 5 half-lives in general to eliminate a drug from a system. But, you know, I'm not able to, because I'm not sure if you're asking this, so I just want to clarify, you know, I'm not able to look at this drug concentration and make any sort of predictions on how much was taken or when it was taken.
Right,
Okay.
we might call that reverse extrapolation,
Yeah.
right? But if you knew how much somebody took, strike that, I'm sorry. The half-life, as you indicated, would go from a large number to half of that in 5 hours, right?
Yes.
So, again, these estimations, but with this numbers, we've got a 68, according to that, we would have a 68 nanogram level, presumably, and 6 hours before this result.
Theoretically, yes.
And then, what about 6 hours before that?
I mean, yeah, you could just keep doing that
Keep
math,
doubling,
but
right?
again, you know, for that to be kind of meaningful, I would, you know, you'd have to kind of know when the drug was being taken and things like that, right?
Right. I mean, you would, for instance, you could know if you knew a time that almost certainly a drug wasn't being administered by the person orally, right? If you knew the last time,
Yes, yes,
then you would have a better idea of extrapolating.
yes.
And then you indicated your sort of toxicologist opinions about how these would impact the person whose blood you're testing. And you did agree, didn't you, that this alprazolam level is at the low threshold of, according to those stock ranges of death, right?
Or at the high end of therapeutic, but yes, in certain drug combinations, it can be found in that.
And
In-depth.
half full, half empty, but
Yeah.
your own stock description here is that it's therapeutic to a certain range, and frankly, then you indicate a range that could result in death, and that's just in relation to alprazolam, right? On your stocks.
Yes,
Yeah.
and usually those are not alprazolam alone, but alprazolam with other drugs.
Like opiates.
Yes.
And then that's because there's combinative effects of all of these things, especially when they're central nervous system depressants, right?
Yes.
But when you were asked about each of these drugs and in combination, questions on the subject, it sounds to me that ultimately you leave it up to a medical examiner to make final conclusions about cause of death.
I mean, it's just not part of my job.
And it is part of the medical examiners, that's your understanding.
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Any follow-up?
Just very briefly. I just want to make clear that the names that we're talking about, for instance, promethazine and alprazolam, are there other names for these drugs that people may typically hear?
I mean, these are the scientific names. There would be trade names tied to all of these on like what you would, if you received a prescription, there'd be a name tied to that, like Xanax.
Okay, so Xanax is what?
Is alprazolam.
Is there a different name for promethazine that you might see more commonly?
It may be in Zyrtec. It's just over-the-counter allergy medication. I honestly am not 100% sure which ones. These drugs can be found in different trade names.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Williams asked you a bit about half-lives and if you're able to double the amount. You said theoretically you can do that, but that's not something that you would rely on without knowing when a drug was taken. Is that fair?
yes.
And why is that not reliable?
Well, I mean, you just can't do it forever. I mean, you can theoretically say, for example, with oxycodone, that 5 hours before it may have doubled in concentration on average. But, if you try and extend that too far back, then you start getting into unknowns that I just don't have information on.
If we just double the oxycodone level here one step, again, my math is bad, 68, I believe, Is that still within therapeutic range for somebody that has been taking it and has some kind of tolerance?
Yes.
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. You can step down.
Thank you.
This witness be released.
No objection.
Yes.
Here you go. Stay ready with your next witness.
Commissioner, say we call Dr. Ben Murray.
Please come forward, sir. Come on up here near the clerk and we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Come on up here and have a seat. If you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, we'll be able to make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. Appreciate you being here, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning. Would you tell us your name, please?
Good morning. First name is Ben. Last name is Murray, spelled M-U-R-I-E.
And what is your occupation?
I am an assistant medical examiner at the Utah Office of the Medical Examiner.
How long have you been at that office?
It'll be about just shy of 3 years.
Were you engaged in that occupation before 3 years ago?
Yes,
Where was that?
in Las Vegas, Nevada.
And how long did you work in Las Vegas in that capacity?
About 2.5 years.
Were you similarly employed before that time?
No, before that, I was still finishing my training in forensic pathology.
All right, so I was going to ask you about that. What is your educational background that led you to that occupation?
Sure. So I completed 4 years of medical school in Pennsylvania, Erie, Pennsylvania. After that time, I did 4 more years of residency training in the field of clinical pathology and anatomic pathology in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And then after that, another year of specialized forensic pathology training in Albuquerque, New Mexico.
I am not entirely sure what pathology actually means. Would you please tell us that?
Yeah, generally speaking, it's the study of disease, and it could be. I think that's generally a pretty good way to say it. So, in a hospital setting, a pathologist may look at tissue under the microscope to diagnose, inflammatory conditions, or cancer, other disease processes. But for me, I deal with people who are dead.
Okay, that's a blunt way to put it, I guess. What is the difference between clinical and anatomic pathology?
Anatomic pathology I'll describe this in a hospital setting. That would be if the doctor who would look at a surgical specimen under the microscope. So if a surgeon cuts out an appendix or a gallbladder, the anatomic pathologist would review that and make a diagnosis. A clinical pathologist could also be a hospital doctor, but they would be doing some of the laboratory side of the hospital work. Perhaps like when if you get a blood drawn and it goes down to the laboratory, there's a pathologist in charge down there, and that's a clinical pathologist.
All right, and so you completed 4 years, you said, residency in each of those specialties?
Yes.
Are you, and maybe this is a stupid question, you are a medical doctor, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned that you did an additional year in forensic pathology. How does that differ?
Forensic pathology fellowship would be after completing the 4 years of residency, and there we would focus on the practice of an autopsy. And so not every day, but almost every day, we would have a deceased person and perform an examination on them, and that went on for a year.
And after those training circumstances, that's when you went to work in Las Vegas as a medical examiner?
Correct.
Are there board certifications required to be a forensic medical examiner?
I'm not sure if they're required, but I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology and forensic pathology.
What do you have to do to be board certified?
You should complete the training years, and then there are examinations that you need to take to be board certified.
So you took 3 probably really fun tests to gain those 3 certifications?
I wouldn't call them fun, but I did take 3 exams, yes.
And do you have ongoing continuing education type requirements to maintain that certification?
Yes.
What are those?
So I do need to have a certain amount of medical education credits. And so every year or about, I need to submit the medical education requirements I've completed. There are some continuing test questions that I answer throughout the year that helps maintain my certifications.
Okay. Is your work also reviewed occasionally?
You mean at the office?
Yes.
Yes, sometimes.
And you are current in your ongoing continuing education?
Yes.
What, in general, is the purpose of a medical examiner?
In general, the purpose would be to determine a cause of death or a manner of death. Both a cause and a manner of death for anybody that comes in the office.
Okay, what's the difference between those 2 phrases that you just used?
Yeah, a cause of death would be the kind of the final or physiologic derangement is sort of the word, the process that the body is starting to die. So that would be the cause. So for example, if somebody had a heart attack and dropped down and died, after an examination, likely the cause of death would be, coronary artery disease or atherosclerosis or sclerotic cardiovascular disease, something like that. Then a manner of death, on the other hand, is more referring to the circumstances surrounding a person's death. So we have 5 options to choose from, and they are homicide, suicide, accident, natural, and undetermined. And so manner of death would be one of those 5 choices.
Okay, what is the purpose of determining the manner of death?
For my purposes, it's for documentation for the state and epidemiology. That's kind of my focus.
Is it meant to have any legal effect?
It could, but I don't know necessarily that it is meant that way. I'm not sure.
All right. Have you, in your past experience, dealt or worked specifically with insulin overdose cases?
Occasionally.
All right. Can you recall how many off the top of your head?
Not very many. They are, in my experience, there's been a few, probably less than 10.
And that's between both Nevada and Utah?
Yeah, that I can remember right now.
Okay. And what do you typically review in preparation for writing your report?
So it is case by case dependent, but generally speaking, when I'm generating my report, I'll review the autopsy or examination findings, and then review the pertinent background history, pertinent medical record. Sometimes law enforcement records are available too. So those are, that's pretty typical.
What type of background history are you referring to and reviewing for after an autopsy?
Yeah, so we have a there's a group in my office called the medical legal investigators or the death investigators, I guess. I don't remember the exact term at the moment, but their job is to go to the scene of a death and gather information and write that down into a narrative so I can read through it before beginning the autopsy, and I can refer to it later on as well.
Was that investigation team involved in this particular case?
Yes.
And why is a medical record important to you?
It tells some of the story of what happened prior to death, if it's available. And there's other cases where a person may be dead in their house, and all that's, we don't really have a lot of what led up to the event, but we do have some record of a previous doctor visit or something.
All right. And in an insulin overdose case in particular, would the medical record be important to you?
Yes.
Why is that?
Well, that has a documentation of some of the lab values that may have, may have come up since the initial admission until time of death.
Would you anticipate or expect a medical record to contain information that may not be available readily upon autopsy or toxicology?
Could you please repeat the question?
I am not sure that. Would you expect a medical record, a chart from a patient to perhaps contain information that wouldn't be readily apparent from an autopsy or toxicology result?
Yes.
Would that be the case in an insulin overdose?
It certainly could be.
And what process do you typically follow when you conduct an autopsy?
The autopsy usually begins as some of my support staff, my technicians, they'll have the body on a table for me, and then I'm able to do an external examination of the body where we document, it could be hair color, presence or absence of tattoos, presence or absence of injury, etc. Just head to toe examination externally of the body. After that point, then we begin with an internal examination of the body, and that's where we make the standard Y-shaped incision on the front of the torso and examine the organs inside.
And do you do that both just visually and microscopically?
Not always microscopically, but yes, visually.
And would it be fair to say that there are autopsies where the cause of death is immediately apparent from just viewing the decedent?
Yes.
For example, a gunshot wound or stab wound or something like that?
Yes.
In this particular case, was the cause of death immediately apparent to you?
No.
And you did prepare a medical report, or I'm sorry, a medical examiner's report in this case?
Correct.
Can I show you Exhibit 29? It'll take just a minute to come up. Do you see that on your monitor?
Yes.
And what is that document?
This is a copy of my autopsy report.
All right. Does it look to accurately reflect what you prepared in this case?
So far.
Okay. If that changes, let me know.
Okay.
All right. State moves to admit Exhibit 29.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
29?
No objection.
We're not going in order.
Court received states 29, wish to publish.
Thank you, Judge. So the first two pages are, I don't need to characterize it for you, but would that be accurate to say that those are your diagnoses and conclusions, and the remaining pages describe your support for those diagnoses and conclusions? Do we want to scroll through that quickly?
Am I able to? Oh, okay.
So those are the first two pages.
Okay.
Stop there for just a second. Do you recognize the signature on that page?
Yes.
And who is that?
That is mine.
And below that is a handwritten date.
Correct.
What does that date signify?
That's the date I completed my report.
Can you, sorry, Chelsea, go back up to the top. Is there indicated on this report the date of the actual autopsy?
Yes, at the top on the right-hand side, where it says date and time of exam,
And that is,
August 16th, 2024.
okay, so it took you roughly, I guess, 5 months to complete the report?
Yeah, that sounds right if my math is correct.
Okay, and I'm sorry, Chelsea, go back up. The date of death is also noted
Correct.
as 8/15/2024.
Yes.
Why is that important to you?
This is documentation. This could be, relevant if there's a large gap in between the time of death and the time of autopsy. But I guess it does tell me that the death happened relatively soon before the exam started.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. All right, so, I wanna go down to page 3. And this, it's labeled external examination. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Just generally speaking, did you notice anything in that external examination that explained the cause of death to you?
No.
You mentioned, go down a little bit, Chelsea, please. Okay, stop there, and upper, sorry, keep going. All right, and now you noted evidence of injury, and injuries of the upper extremities. You talk about some contusions. What is a contusion?
A contusion would just be a large word for bruise.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It means a bruise.
Okay. Were any of these contusions or bruises that you noted something that would be a cause of death?
No.
And you noted some on the upper extremities. There's one on the lower abdomen, on the right shoulder arm, right forearm, left shoulder, left arm, and the right antecubital fossa. Is that an accurate summary?
Yes.
As well as then down below that, also one on the right buttock?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. Do you have any information about what would have caused any of those bruises?
I don't know.
Okay, just something you noted because that was part of your examination.
Correct.
Would they be consistent with medical intervention?
Some of them could.
All right. Would they also possibly be consistent with injections?
Yeah, they could.
You just don't know what?
But I don't know. I mean, I did mention where it says other, there was other left antecubital fossa that it could be medical intervention too.
All right, and so that's going to be the next explanation. What's a right antecubital fossa?
Oh, that's like if you put out your hand and you feel your elbow, it's just the opposite side from your elbow. So where a typical blood draw happens.
And then after making your observations on the external examination, you proceeded to an internal examination?
Correct.
And if we just scroll down a little bit, I'm not going to spend a ton of time on any of this, but would it be fair to say that your findings on internal examination were all unremarkable or normal for the most part?
If you want to scroll down to the cardiovascular, I think she had a large heart and some dilation of, there it is, right ventricular dilation. So that's not entirely normal. And then there was also a finding of she had one kidney. So that would really be normal. but I didn't note those.
Okay, let me talk about the heart for just a second, if you could go back up, thank you. Is an enlarged heart something that happens at death or pre-morbid, pre-death?
It would happen before death.
What is that symptomatic of?
I mean, there's a number of reasons to have a enlarged heart or a dilated heart. If somebody has some systemic issues, obesity can lead to it, hypertension, high blood pressure can lead to it, chronic alcohol use. In this case, it wasn't an enormous heart, but it was on the large side.
Was it a finding that you considered to be indicative of a cause of death?
In some people, it could be.
Was it in this case?
I didn't think so. It was in this case.
Okay. And you also noted, as you said, the single kidney. We can go down a little bit, Chelsea. And urogenital system. You
Yes.
noted kidney on the right was absent.
Correct.
Did that appear to you to having been removed at some point or having been born that way?
My understanding is that's how she was born, but that's what I understand right now anyway.
Okay, could you tell that from autopsy, or whether it was congenital or removed later on down the road?
I mean, if it was removed, there might be some surgical clips or a big scar or something like that.
You didn't see anything like that?
Not that I recall, and not that I noted here.
Okay, and the remaining kidney, what was its status?
So if you look there, it says surface, second line down from urogenital system, says granular. So that's indicative of some scarring that's happened in the kidney.
What does that mean to you?
There's a number of things that can cause scarring of the kidney, disease processes, but it's a kidney that has undergone some stress over time.
Would that have been sufficient in your determination to be a cause of death in this particular case?
No, not by itself.
Did you see in the course of your autopsy any indications that this lady had any form of cancer?
I did not.
And if you could go down again, please. In microscopy, you see, thank you, down at the brain, and you listed indications in the brain that were consistent with ischemia. Do you see that?
Yes.
What is ischemia?
Ischemia would be low blood flow to the brain, so it would be poor oxygenation of the brain tissue.
And was this significant to your determination of cause of death?
Let me back up. I wouldn't necessarily say low blood flow to the brain, but I mean low oxygen to the brain. And in this case, it's evidence that she had some kind of period of low oxygenation.
Okay. What happens with low oxygen to the brain?
Well, just like every tissue in your body, every organ in your body needs oxygen to perform its functions. And so without that, you can have cell death. And when you have cell death, you have, altered or diminished function of those organs.
Would brain or ischemia of the brain be consistent with an insulin overdose?
You can have low blood sugar that can have some similar overlapping, similar changes. And so it's I would say it's more like a low sugar kind of thing.
Okay. All right. Under that, you listed additional studies including toxicology and insulin testing. If we could scroll up, Chelsea, please. No, other way, sorry. Scroll down. Stop. What? Perfect, thank Okay, why were additional studies necessary in this case?
Toxicology testing is sort of a routine thing that we do on almost, almost all decedents or those who have died. Of course, there are some cases where we don't do it, but in this case, that's a routine thing. And then given the history I was given about, a possible insulin or, the hypoglycemia that she arrived in, that's why we did some of these tests. Although she did have a long hospitalization, but yeah, that's the reason why.
Okay, you say long hospitalization. Is 3 days in your mind a long hospitalization?
Yeah, I guess for the purposes of testing for, for drugs or whatever, of course, if somebody has gone to the hospital on day 1 and then day 3 we test their blood for a drug or something, it's likely impossible that, it is possible that that drug is gone or changed, the
Over the
concentration.
course of the 3 days that
Yeah.
okay. What does hypoglycemia mean?
And that would be low blood sugar.
All right, is that another name, I guess, for an insulin overdose?
Well, it would be the effect of, it could be the effect of an insulin overdose.
Okay, that makes sense. If you overdose on insulin, it causes hypoglycemia, which is low blood sugar.
Yes.
All right. Why is low blood sugar problematic?
Well, just like your organs need oxygen to function, they also need energy to function, and that energy is usually in the form of glucose. Glucose being essentially a sugar that your organs use. And your brain loves glucose; it uses it very readily. And so, if you have if you have a diminished amount of blood sugar, that can again alter or diminish your organs' functions.
All right. You list in here insulin, C-peptide, and free and total insulin. And what do those two things mean?
So insulin is a chemical that can be made by the body, and that helps to regulate our blood sugar. C-peptide is a part of that also. And so when your body makes insulin, it's made in kind of a large molecule, and attached to that insulin part is a piece called C-peptide. And your body takes the C-peptide off to make the insulin, more just plain old insulin. So the presence of C-peptide would be a clue that there's natural, or in other words, endogenous insulin present.
Can you say that last sentence for me one more time?
The presence of C-peptide would indicate that there is like what I call endogenous, or insulin made by the body.
Okay. Does insulin that is injected also contain that C-peptide molecule?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, so this notation about insulin with C-peptides would be specific to any insulin that was naturally produced within the body?
Yes.
And what about free and total insulin?
That just talks about the insulin that is present in the body. So some insulin can be bound to other proteins, some not, and that's not bound is free.
And what do you mean by bound?
I'd have to refresh my recollection on the biochemistry of that, but what I seem to remember is that there's other proteins that will bind to certain chemicals in your blood, and so when they're bound, they're bound to a protein.
Okay. Would that indication there about the quantity of free and total insulin be an indication of artificially induced insulin or naturally occurring insulin?
I wouldn't be able to tell with that.
Okay. So when you completed your autopsy on this case, were you able to decide what had caused the death without additional information?
Do you mean when you finished the autopsy that day? Or
That day.
That day, no, I needed more information.
Like, what more information did you seek?
I reviewed medical records, I believe we did a microscopic analysis. That usually takes a couple weeks after, or sometime after, and then law enforcement records.
What about toxicology?
Oh, yeah, yeah, and toxicology results. And all that takes time to come back.
All right. Did you ever speak to the toxicologist about this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
All right, so your reliance on toxicology as part of developing the conclusions that you did were just from his report, not from a conversation that you had with that individual?
Yeah, yes.
So going back up then to your conclusions on the first page. Thank you. Leaving aside for a minute number 1, you listed various pathologic diagnoses 2 through 9, correct?
Correct.
Were any of those, in your opinion, after conducting the autopsy and the additional information that you received, determined to be the cause of her death?
No.
So it's fair to say that number 1 is what you found to be her cause of death?
Yes.
And that was the combined effects of oxycodone, alprazolam, promethazine, and probable exogenous insulin use?
Yes.
Were the combination of the first 3, oxycodone, alprazolam, and promethazine, sufficient by themselves to have caused the death?
I mean, their effects can be added up. In my opinion, though, in this case, no.
With the probable exogenous insulin, well, let me ask you first, what does exogenous insulin use mean?
That would be insulin from outside the body.
So insulin that's been injected in most likelihood?
Yes.
And that's compared to the term you used earlier, endogenous?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
So endogenous is naturally occurring insulin in the body?
Yes.
And exogenous is introduced into the body from externally?
Right.
Okay. Would the effects of what you noted, probable exogenous insulin use, would have been sufficient for her death, even absent the oxycodone, alprazolam, and promethazine?
Yeah, from my recollection, the hypoglycemia, or the low sugar, was quite low, and so yeah, I think in the absence of those first ones, the exogenous insulin would be a key factor.
Okay. We talked a little bit earlier about the autopsy occurring on August 16th and the report being completed on January 22nd. Is that an unusual gap of time to complete a report after an autopsy?
I mean, generally we strive to have reports done, 90% of our reports done before 90 days. But, sometimes backlogs happen, and some cases take some more consideration. In this case, I don't remember exactly why. It took roughly 5 months or whatever. But it could be backlog, could be just continued consideration.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have. Thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Mr. Williams, do you have an estimate of how long your cross will be?
More than 5 minutes.
Dr. Mary, are you available to come back after lunch?
Sure. What time would that be?
1 o'clock? Lawrence, are we okay to do that?
No objection here.
No objection.
Okay, as long as you're okay, come back at 1.
Yes.
Okay, all right. We're gonna take our lunch break right now. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I want you back here at 1 o'clock, and we'll get going again. I need to remind you that you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. We'll see you back here at 1.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Dr. You can sit down. Counsel, before we break, I've got good news. I found coverage for the 23rd.
Oh, wow.
Sometimes miracles happen.
Thank you.
We appreciate that,
This is one of them, so we can plan on the 23rd. The only key is we need to make sure the jurors are okay with that, because they weren't planning on the 23rd. So before we break this evening, if I don't remember, one of you need to remind me to talk to the jurors about that, and I will ask him if that's gonna be a problem for him, and if it is for any of them, I'll get their juror number, and then we'll talk about it, what to do. But I do have coverage, so I think that should help
We appreciate
you
that, Judge.
guys.
Very much so.
So-
Thank you.
Also, additionally, I apologize, I know you have a meeting to get to. The state yesterday indicated, and I believe Your Honor agreed, that a curative instruction is appropriate given Mr. Williams' statements in opening. We've consulted with our kind of admin team, including some former appellate attorneys, about the language of that instruction. I've emailed Brooke and Mr. Williams what our proposed instruction would look like. The state would prefer it be given sooner rather than later, because if the jury goes the whole 2 weeks believing that we have a burden that's different than what the law requires, we believe that can make a difference. And so I didn't know if everybody wanted to maybe review that over the lunch hour, and we could have further discussions about it, but we wanted to get our proposed language to Your Honor as soon as possible.
Thank you. I've seen it, and I've got some thoughts.
Judge, I have not, and I need this lunch hour
Yeah.
because the state changed order of witnesses. I also wonder, and I'm not challenging, I'm just explaining, I kind of need this lunch hour more than I might otherwise because of the swap of witness order in my preparation. Also, is it possible, well, do we know whether the state generated, first of all, the request for one, and the proposed instruction in connection with any transcript of what happened?
I mean, you've been present and we've been on the record for all of the proposed instruction, obviously we have talked about that separately, but I've emailed it to you and you're welcome to review it, but the discussion about it can take place on the record, and that's what I intend.
No, I'm sorry, you're misunderstanding me. It's in reaction to the suggestion that something I said causes it to be needed.
That's correct.
Do we have a transcript yet? I think we could probably get a recording. How soon, Brooke, could we get a recording of the opening?
Yeah, you would send me a copy of your recording.
And because we can get it
Yeah.
AI'd. I'd like to
I think
know.
that may help. We're not gonna have that discussion right now. We may not even be able to have it today, but I've got some thoughts on that
Okay.
too, but you're gonna have a chance, you need to have a chance to respond.
Right, I
And
need to
you guys
know
might
what
come
the
up with your own,
basis
you
was.
may come up with your own agreement anyway.
Sure, that's my point.
All right, I'm aware.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all. We'll see you all back here at 1.
All right. Judge and jury.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, hopefully you had a good lunch. We appreciate your attention to these matters. These trials, any kind of trial, there's always a lot of ebb and flow and a lot of pivoting too. So sometimes it's hard to track witnesses when certain witnesses are called out of order for certain reasons and everything of that nature. Rest assured, at the end of the trial, you're going to get all the exhibits that we're offering. You're going to get a chance to review all of those. But there's just a lot of pivoting in these types of trials that's required from the attorneys, and they're doing their best to just keep it moving. But we appreciate your attention to all of this. Counsel, anything we need to cover before Dr. Murray?
Thanks, Your Honor.
Doctor, you want to come on back up? Doctor, we appreciate your accommodation. I will remind you that you are still under oath. Mr. Williams, when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Neary, thanks for sticking with us over the lunch break.
Of course.
I would like to talk to you mainly about what you do, who you do it for, what kind of training you need, what kind of output you and your position generate, okay? Let's be general, in other words, rather than specific to start with, at least with the report.
Okay.
You're a medical examiner and have been for a number of years here in Utah,
Correct.
and were a medical examiner in Nevada.
Yes.
Total of, I missed exactly, how many years have you been a medical examiner before you come to court today?
6.5 to 7.
In
Wait,
that,
wait. 2.5 to 6. Sorry. 4.5, 6.
in that capacity, we've heard about a lot of training you have had, and that includes a lot of medical training, right?
Yes.
You're a medical doctor.
Yeah. It's a osteopathic medical doctor. Same. Yeah.
Learning about some of the things you testified, you made conclusions about, like toxicology, right?
Yes.
Not a toxicologist. You learn about that in the course of your medical training.
Correct.
All sorts of other training that a doctor gets, right?
Yes.
And my point here is when you bring to the medical examiner position a vast history of training, education on medicine. Agreed?
Yes.
And then you have your practical experience as a medical examiner day to day, right?
Yes.
Which includes applying all of that training to your job as a medical examiner.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you're using that medical training and that expertise when you're doing your medical examiner work, right?
Yes.
And the reason I'm kind of saying medical versus medical examiner is, as you said it, you don't actually treat the living.
That's correct.
My favorite line from the first Men in Black.
I don't recall that one.
Medical examiners, I hate the living, said the medical examiner. But the point is that you're still doing medicine and applying medicine and utilizing all that training when you do your job as a medical examiner, even though you're not examining living people.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And then Now let's talk to the difference then. As a medical examiner, you're taking that training, using that training, but involving causes and manners of death, right?
Yes.
That's your primary role as in the medical examiner's office, right?
Yes.
It's set aside. It's a specific office for medical examiners in the state of Utah, right?
I'm sorry, you said it was set aside?
It's not in a hospital.
Oh, yes, that's correct.
It's not in a clinical setting. It's in its own office set apart or set aside for people to do medical examining, to analyze and do casework on deceased people.
Yes, it's a state office.
In that capacity, you also bring to the table forensic activity, right?
Yes.
Forensic analysis. Is that a better way to apply it, say it?
Yes.
Forensic part means related to investigations. Is that fair?
Yeah, the way I understand it, it's for the people, yeah.
But I mean, it's got its own special aspect of investigation. Is that fair?
Yes.
You describe it. Well, I'll just stay out of it for a second. Describe to the jury that forensic part as you see it.
Yeah, so we have an investigatory aspect of our job, to find out the circumstances in which a person died. And then, the other aspect is when these go to a court like now, or when there's other types of litigation. I think that's where the forensic part goes along with it.
Okay, and I guess what I'm getting at is that beyond just sort of looking at all the medicine and assessing a body with your medical knowledge, you're also assessing a case. Agreed?
Yeah, we call them cases. Maybe not in the same way that another organization may assess, but primarily I'm just trying to figure out how a person died.
Your cause and manner of death.
Correct.
But, so let's talk about that for a minute. Not everybody who dies ends up getting an autopsy, right?
That's true.
People get autopsies under are brought to the office to get an autopsy under unattended deaths, right?
Yes.
Suspicious or police-related investigation deaths, right?
Yes.
Things of that manner. And so that's what I mean by a case. It's not just like a medical case, it also has this forensic aspect. It's tied to other sorts of efforts to find out information. Is that fair?
Yes.
And it's very frequently, if not always, law enforcement related.
Yeah.
So you're working in the investigative capacity with law enforcement, right?
I wouldn't say we're working with, we do work together, but I would say work with, not for.
Right.
Yeah.
And I was going to get to that together. You spoke to the jury a little bit on direct about the autopsy efforts. And let me just lay those out a little bit more along the lines that I'm kind of thinking about cases and casework in this theme that I'm stuck on. Okay? You look at the body, you apply your medical knowledge, you look at toxicology and all of those very scientific, observable things to help make your conclusions on cause and manner of death, right?
Yes.
But you also get involved in finding out information from law enforcement investigative efforts.
Yes.
And you want that information in order to do the best job you can at reaching manner of death, right?
Yes.
Law enforcement are almost always attending an autopsy, right?
It varies from case to case.
They do often?
If there is, if they have certain questions, or if sometimes for education purposes they do. I don't know exactly how many times, but.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
In this case, they did, right?
I believe so, yeah.
Law enforcement, as you indicated, on direct, among the things that you do is you seek out information in your investigation to try to determine manner of death from law enforcement agencies, right?
Yes.
You get police reports. Is that fair?
Yes.
You talk to detectives or others that might have the information, right?
Yes.
By the way, you also get medical reports, like in this case, it was from hospitalization. You were able to get those medical reports as well, right?
Yes.
So you get medical information. I won't be general anymore. Let's talk about Kacee Terry. You get medical history, right?
Yes.
You saw the toxicology. You already talked about that, right?
Correct.
Some of those things you have to wait a bit for sometimes.
Yes.
For those toxicology reports and things. But this is part of the process. And then you work with trying to learn what there is to learn from law enforcement efforts to reach your conclusions, right?
Yes.
That, again, includes, you can call a detective if you have a question that might, the answer to which might help you render your conclusion on manner of death, right?
Yes. Yes.
In this particular case, you know from your report that is in evidence that you did do outreach, did speak to Detective Farney, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
And she could talk to you and you could talk to her freely in the course of your generating your investigation and ultimate report, right? Nothing stopping that.
No.
Questions for each other you can ask, right?
Yes.
Also with other officers, and for instance, let me add this component, you actually have an investigator in your office, right?
That's right.
So that investigator is sort of assigned to your autopsy case as well to go find out facts to help inform your opinion or your decision.
Yes, and there could be other investigators involved too.
Sometimes those investigators who work at your office actually have other jobs as police officers in certain agencies, right?
I don't know everyone specifically, but I know that's a possibility, or some do.
In this particular case, your investigator who was assigned to this case, do you know what agency that person worked for when they weren't acting as an investigator for you?
I don't.
But this investigator often, and in fact in this case also may go to a scene
Yes.
of a death. But officers might call it a scene of a crime, but a scene that is relevant to the investigation you're doing with them, right?
Right.
Get police reports, right?
Yes.
Talk to agents about what witnesses have said. Correct?
Yeah.
Learn what conclusions may be the opinion or have been reached by police investigators, right?
Yes.
Working that way with the science, the medical, and then the law enforcement and law enforcement activities, you are ultimately looking to make, to the best of your ability, a forensic conclusion on manner of death, right?
Correct.
Now, how many autopsies have you done? Hundreds?
As of today, probably over 2,000
That's hundreds, I guess, times
something.
something. Okay, 2,000 autopsies. You do this, you work in this capacity, you ultimately generate reports. Now, sometimes, even after you've generated an initial report, further information might be garnered and you can actually amend your report, right?
Yes.
At any time, if you got information that you thought affected your ultimate manner of death decision, you could amend it.
I could.
So let's talk about all that effort and all that information, and the things that you talked about medically, and all the information you had on January 22nd, 2025, you ultimately issued your medical examiner report that was entered into evidence, right?
Yes. If that's the date, I don't particularly remember the date on it, but
Fair enough.
yeah.
It's on mine, and I thought that was developed on direct. Whatever, it's on the exhibit, and it's
Yes.
entered, I think it's 37. You don't have it in front of you?
I do not have it in front of me.
Let me see, you know what, this would be worth it, because as I look at the report, which ended up getting entered into as an exhibit in its total, it has some stamps and things on it. I'm not gonna try to ask you what they all are, I'm gonna go back to this question, just when you issued your report, because I don't know what the other stamps mean. Can I approach the witness? Ignore my highlights, does this look like your report, you saw page 1 up?
Yes, it does.
On the second page, is your signature on it?
Yes.
And is it 1/22/25,
Yes.
handwritten?
Handwritten.
You wrote it?
Yes.
Okay. And on that date, pursuant to everything you had done, everything we heard you looked at, you rendered your professional conclusion as the manner of death is undetermined. Correct?
Correct.
And that's January 22nd, 2025. An abundance of completeness here. You're sitting here on the stand today. That is still your conclusion, correct?
Yes.
Nothing further.
Regret?
Yes, thank you, Judge. I don't want to keep you too long, Dr. Mary. You indicated, you answered one of Mr. Williams' questions that you work with, not for law enforcement. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Does law enforcement dictate in any direction what they want or expect your conclusions to be in doing a medical examination?
Their input is helpful, but it doesn't ultimately is my decision.
And when he was going through some of the information that you rely on informing your opinions, you mentioned medical history.
Yes.
Which we talked about also, right?
Correct.
In this particular case, was her entire medical history important to you, or just the final hospitalization?
I mean, I had some, the most important was probably the final terminal records or the final hospitalization. I believe I was aware of some past medical history. I don't remember the details.
Okay, so for example, you didn't find any information regarding any mental health treatment, anything like that?
I don't remember.
Okay, but that didn't go into your conclusion?
Ultimately, no.
And you said you learned what is available from the law enforcement agency and received their reports, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those?
Yes.
Let me just show you. This is the police report in this case from Lone Peak Police Department. Did you review this entire thing?
I do not have that entire thing in my record.
Okay, and it's, 500-ish pages. You didn't read all of that, correct?
No.
Did you have at your disposal the FBI analyses in this case?
I did not.
Did you have the Utah Bureau of Forensic Science reports in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Did you have available to you all of the text messages between the decedent and the accused in this case?
No.
And manner of death. you said earlier that that's a medical determination, not a legal one, correct?
For my purposes, yeah, medical or even statistical.
All right. And your determination in this case was that it was undetermined. What does that mean?
That means I did not feel, at least for my purposes, I could not categorize the cause of death into one of the other 4 manners.
Okay. And those other manners that you talked about were natural,
Yes,
accident, homicide,
yes,
suicide,
yes,
accident.
correct.
Did I already say that one?
I think maybe you did, but
Okay.
there's 5 total.
Was there another one that I missed?
Maybe you missed undetermined.
Thank you. Undetermined is the 5th. Okay. And you found it undetermined. You didn't feel the manner of death was homicide.
No, I fault everything at the end. The evidence that I had went to undetermined.
And would that be because you could not say from a medical standpoint how the exogenous insulin was introduced into Kacee Terry's body?
I would say I couldn't. That's part of it, and also I couldn't say how the other substances were administered.
Okay. And you also did not find it to be a suicide, correct?
Correct.
And that is one of the options available to you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the state of Utah brought you here as the medical examiner to render an opinion that you maintain as of today that this is not a homicide manner of death, and apparently pointing out they didn't give you all the information?
I mean, I don't know if I always have the entirety of every investigation for every case, but based
You
on
could have, right?
possible.
To see if whether your conclusion would change perhaps to suicide? That could happen, right?
It could.
Nothing further.
Anything else from the state?
Having opened that door, you didn't make the change to suicide, correct?
I did not.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here, doctor. Feel free to step down.
Thank you.
He can be released from the subpoena, Judge.
Any objection to releasing the witness?
No objection.
Free to go.
Thank you, Doctor.
Next witness.
The state calls Diane Allred.
Please come forward, come up here to the clerk, and we'll get you sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Come on up here and have a seat. Thanks for being here. The only thing I ask is that you keep that mic in front of you at all times so we can make a good record and we're all able to hear. Thank you. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could state your name for the record.
I'm Diane Allred.
What is your occupation?
I am a nurse practitioner at Holy Cross Mountain Point in Lehigh, Utah.
I'll get to your education and training in a moment, but first explain for the jury what is the difference between a nurse and a nurse practitioner.
So a registered nurse is someone who's trained to help with the care of the patients in a hospital. So they do the day-to-day medication administration, helping the patient in basically any way and during their care in the hospital. And that's what they're trained
How is that different than your role as a nurse practitioner?
As a nurse practitioner, I have had more education and I'm more trained to be more like a physician, actually. So they actually call us a mid-level, or nowadays they actually call us and physicians providers. So we're providers of the patient. So my role is more directed at as a physician, where I admit patients, I write orders, I'm ordering their medications, I'm ordering their fluid, I'm ordering their diet, and those kind of things. So I'm giving the instructions to care for the patient, and nurses follow out those cares.
Okay, so fair to say nurses often work at your direction to implement the orders that you've given on any particular patient?
Yes, correct.
I want to talk about your education. Briefly describe your educational path to your role now.
Okay. I started out many, many years ago as a LPN, and then I got my registered nurse, which is it can be a 2-year degree or a 4-year degree. I had to go back to school to get a 4-year degree, and then so that's a 4-year bachelor's degree in nursing. And
let
then
me stop you there. I apologize. You mentioned LPN. What does that mean?
It's called a licensed professional nurse, and it's basically kind of the first step. They don't have a lot of them anymore, but years ago it was kind of like it was just a little bit lower than a registered nurse. You couldn't give like IV medications. So there's some limitations on it. So a lot of people, they used to kind of do that as the first step, and then a registered nurse. And then to be a nurse practitioner, you have to have a bachelor's in nursing, and then you go to 2 more years to get a master's degree in nurse practitioner.
Okay. And how long have you, maybe you've already said, and I'm sorry if I'm asking you to repeat it, how long have you been a nurse practitioner?
I graduated in 2013. So 12. Right? Yeah.
And you already stated what facility employs you, Holy Cross?
Holy Cross Mountain Point.
And what city is that located in?
It's in Lehigh.
Were you working in that capacity on August 12th through the 15th of 2024?
Yes.
Do you recall a patient named Kacee Terry?
Yes.
Did you treat her during the time frame I just said, the August 12th through the 15th of 24?
Yes.
I want to explain, because obviously we're talking about multiple days, and we'll get to the different roles and people that were involved in her treatment. And I guess, yeah, we'll start specifically with her. Explain how the tasks or specific parts of her treatment are divided among nurses, nurse practitioners, and doctors.
Okay. Just in general, or her?
Well, yeah, let's start in general, and then we'll go to her.
Okay. Generally, a patient is brought to the emergency room by family, by ambulance. Emergency room does an initial workup of whatever their issues are, their complaints. At some point, they decide whether the patient is sick enough to be admitted to the hospital or not, or discharged or whatever. And if they're admitted to the hospital, they call me and I go down and see the patient and evaluate, and then I write admit orders, and then the patient is brought up to the hospital, to the floor that I work. And then I write those orders for, just like, for example, their medications, their fluid, their whatever, oxygenation, any of their needs to support them and help them towards getting better.
And then how, and I understand this may vary based on the patient's condition, at what point do doctors or physicians get involved?
I have a physician that I work with that is kind of over me every day, and we work together. And so sometimes those physicians are around, like actually they can be at a different hospital working, and I'm at the hospital. So I contacted them, I talked to them, the physicians, we basically work together to provide the care and for the patients, yeah.
Fair to say that physicians, nurse practitioners like yourself, and nurses kind of all work as a team to collaborate on determining what care is appropriate and then executing that care for any given patient?
Yes.
Were you assigned to Kacee's case for the duration of her stay?
Yes.
When that happens, when it's over multiple days, how does that work? What kind of hours are you working?
So the physician is on from 8 in the morning until 8 the next day. Every day there's a physician on, sometimes it's the same one for a few days. I work, at the time I was working, like my day shift was 8 to 4, and then at 4 o'clock until 8 the next day, it's either me or the doctor that is on call. So the doctor's always on call over me, does that make sense? But I would be first call if I'm the one that's on call that day. So the ER would call me first. Then I would put in orders. It allows us to each get sleep, potentially, so, because we can cover for several days in a row. So.
How are the nurses involved in the team? Are they kind of scheduled similarly? Do they shift out more regularly? How does that work?
Nurses work 12 hours on, 12 hours off, so 12-hour day shift, and then a night 12-hour nurse will come on. So that's how they work. So they have their own kind of class, schedule that they come in, just do 12 hours a shift.
So you mentioned that it's important that you be able to go home and get some sleep at some point. Anything that happens while you're kind of off the clock but still on the case, how are you made aware of what happens during that time period?
If I'm not on call, I will go home, and most of the time I try to clear my brain of things and just kind of have a little bit of a life. But by the next day, I wake up early, and at 7 o'clock in the morning, I'm up looking at my patients, seeing if I have any new patients, to see what's changed, those kind of things. So I kind of keep up on it. If I'm working several days in a row, I will get on the computer and look up what's happening out of curiosity, and also just making sure I'm up. But by the doctors, let's say the doctor's been on call all night, I will get up in the morning before my shift starts and look at everything and just make sure that I'm back, caught up on what's happening.
Would you have done that same kind of protocol in Kacee's case?
Yes.
Do you recall how Kacee presented when she arrived?
When she came to the emergency room, I know that she was unresponsive. I know she was not communicating. She was not, she was breathing on her own, but it was very shallow, not sufficient breathing. And so I know that the ER had to give her some medication and intubate her to support her breathing. But she was not responding. She did have some pupillary response, but she was not withdrawing to pain. So one of the tests, if someone, we literally pinch your nail really, really hard, or rub your chest really, really hard, and that hurts. And so people will, even if they're not awake, alert, and oriented, they will, most of the time they will pull away, and she was not doing that.
And to be clear, were you actually present during this initial presentation, or is this just something that you learned later on that affected your treatment and care of her?
When she very first came on, I was not down in the ER. The ER was managing the initial things. But then shortly after, especially if we know it's going to be a patient that's going to be sick, that's going to be admitted to the ICU, I generally go down and see the patient and start doing, talking to the family and the ER doctor and getting everything set up to be able to, once she's stabilized in the ER, to get her back up into the ICU.
Okay. So did you actually go down and observe the symptoms that you're talking about with Kacee, that she was unconscious and very shallow breathing, and her pupillary responses, her pain responses?
Yes, I did.
At that time, did you know what had happened to her?
We know from the EMS report that when they got there, she was not breathing well on her own, not responsive. We call it altered or altered mental status. And we know that her blood sugar, EMS checked her blood sugar at home, and her blood sugar read too low for the monitor to read it. And so I know EMS had initially they started an IV with some sugar in it, some glucose, and then also I think they gave her a little extra glucose at that time. So we knew her blood sugar was extremely low at the 14. Actually, in the ER, her first blood sugar check was 14.
Okay, we've heard, the jury has heard a little bit about blood sugar levels. Understanding this can vary among people, but what is a range of blood sugar levels that you would consider to be normal?
I think normal is 70 to 100, 90 or 100. I don't remember the exact numbers.
how low is 14?
14 is extremely low. Like, a person in that state is not awake, not alert. They're confused. If they have any, they can potentially still move, but they're not with it. They can't follow commands. It's really, really low.
At what point, in the normal range that we're talking about, would you expect to start, a patient to start losing functionality or become confused or, and then, potentially not be conscious anymore?
I'm not sure. I do know that diabetics, when they start getting around 60, they will start to feel symptoms. They will get diaphoretic. They will start not thinking straight. They can feel that their blood sugar is going low, and they're like, okay, my blood sugar is dropping. I need to get some sugar in me now. I don't know what level would be where someone is more incapacitated than another. I don't really know an exact number. I've seen someone at 23 be very confused and not with it in the past, and some numbers like that.
Okay. So you mentioned that you're aware that EMS gave Kacee some sugars, even potentially on scene.
Yes, they did.
Do you know how that is administered?
They give it, they started an IV and gave her an intravenous drip, and then also, I believe, they gave her a bolus of insulin at that time also.
I think we all understand what an IV is, but what do you mean by IV drip?
Basically, that we have IV access when you start an IV, and we hang a bag of fluid that just drips right in at whatever rate we set it at, and so it's continuous. Basically, in this situation, it would be a dextrose solution, sugar water.
And then I think you mentioned a bolus insulin?
Bolus.
Bolus insulin, what does that mean?
So bolus is like a one-time push of a medication. So for her, you would have it's actually a higher concentration. Whenever someone's blood sugar starts to get low, we give them, if they're awake still, we will give them something to eat or drink. If they're not quite awake, you can give them like glucose gel in their gums, and their body can absorb it that way if they're not quite able to swallow. But once they get really low, we have to just give it IV. So a bolus is just a push of a big dose of whatever you're giving.
You mentioned insulin. My understanding is insulin...
Did I say insulin? Oh, sorry.
No, yeah, so I wanted to see if I understood correctly. I might be wrong. I thought you said bolus insulin. What did you mean here?
I mean bolus of the dextrose.
Okay, and what is dextrose?
Dextrose is, glucose and dextrose are basically interchangeable. Dextrose is kind of that's the IV form that's manufactured and made. We call it dextrose. Glucose is your blood sugar level, and that's kind of like your glucose level, blood sugar level. Those are what we check, but it's sugar. So if I say dextrose and glucose, it's kind of interchangeable ones. Does that make sense? They're interchangeable words.
Let me make sure I'm understanding it. Glucose is maybe what you might refer to your body producing on its own, or what your own levels are. If something has to be given externally, you may call it dextrose. Is that correct? Okay. And you probably already answered this, what does dextrose do?
So dextrose is a concentration of sugar. There's different concentrations we give depending on what level how low their blood sugar is, and it's just a bolus of sugar water, dextrose.
And you mentioned that with Kacee it was administered intravenously. Is that correct?
Correct.
So her blood sugar level, you said, is extremely low, 14. What would you expect, I guess, if she's given an IV of dextrose? Would you expect her sugar levels to change dramatically quickly, or how might that look? What was your expectation?
Generally, most people, once you start getting their blood sugar level up, they start to become more alert pretty quickly, believe it or not. So once you give this big a dose of sugar, it gets into their system, and they do wake up pretty quickly. I've had my patient that I said her blood sugar was 23 and was very, very confused and altered and stuff. We gave that person dextrose, and as soon as she started getting around 50, 60, 70, she woke completely up.
Did that happen with Kacee?
No.
So at this point, her blood sugar has been tested by EMS, and she's at the ER, given an IV of dextrose, and she's not changing. What happens to her at that point? Have you come to admit her? I guess what's the status of her being a patient?
So at that point, because she wasn't breathing, we've now intubated her. We're put a breathing tube in for her, hooked her up to a ventilator to support her respiratory status, so now she's breathing. She had a continuous infusion of the dextrose going. Initially, it was they call it D10, so it was 10%. We changed it to D20 pretty quick. I can't remember how quick.
And let me pause you there. Why would that change have happened from D10 to D20?
Because we gave her so she's getting this baseline of sugar because her IV's got this continuous amount, and we're having to give extra sugar. And even if one time her blood sugar went back up, it continued to drop back down again with time. Like, it just didn't stay up like it would. She just had enough insulin in her that was basically causing her blood sugar to just drop again. So then we were checking it every 15 minutes, every 30 minutes for the first 2 days, basically, because it was just, we'd give her sugar and it would just drop again. We'd give her sugar, it would drop again.
Okay, so you were never able to stabilize her blood sugar?
Never.
You've mentioned insulin. We probably bored the jury a lot about educating them on insulin. Sounds like you're familiar with what insulin is. Again, not to belabor the point, generally in like one sentence, describe what insulin is.
Insulin is your body, actually your pancreas, the beta cells in your pancreas produce insulin. So you eat and you eat, your body takes that in and has glucose in it. And insulin is required your body will produce insulin to help the glucose get into the cells, and from the bloodstream into the cells. All of our cells need sugar. They all need to function. And so an insulin is, I kind of say it's kind of the key to the door. So insulin unlocks the door and lets the glucose in. And our body produces it on its own when normally.
Are there some people that don't produce insulin in their own body normally?
Yes, diabetics.
And we've heard a lot about their requirements so far, but generally briefly tell us what they require.
So there's a type 1 diabetic and a type 2 diabetic. Then you can actually become like they kind of call it a 1.5 diabetic. But a diabetic type 1 is where your body does not, your pancreas, your beta cells do not make insulin at all. And so you have to have IV from the minute you're diagnosed, you're on injections of insulin from the very beginning. Type 2 is the people that their pancreas is just not making enough. And so a lot of the times they're just on oral medications that just help their pancreas and their beta cells to produce more insulin. Eventually people can become insulin resistant, and so their body is just, or the pancreas just gets tired and kind of stops making it. And so a lot of type 2s can end up on insulin anyways, just because their pancreas kind of putters out.
Okay. You mentioned before that you were unable to stabilize Kacee's blood sugars ever during her stay at the hospital. I think you mentioned because she had so much insulin. How did you make that conclusion?
Insulin, there's a couple types of insulin. There's the fast-acting and the long-acting. If I eat something and I know I need some insulin because I'm a diabetic, I can then give myself a little bit of insulin that's going to help with just that meal, for example. So you do that basically every meal. You give yourself a little extra. With her, where she just kept dropping and dropping and dropping, she had enough insulin, and presumably the long-acting insulin, because it was days of us trying to get her glucose level controlled and back up to a normal range, and it took days, of just us giving her all this sugar. So in my opinion, I believe that she received a lot of insulin and a long-acting insulin.
Okay, and that's your opinion that it was long-acting. But is it fair to say, well, I guess, let me figure out how to ask this. How is insulin, if given exogenously, externally, if you get a shot, how does it disperse throughout the body, and how quickly does that work? Understanding that there's short-acting and long-acting, and those differ. But if we're seeing results of insulin 3 days later, I guess, how is that being processed by the body? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure like the half-life of the medication. So every medication has kind of like a half-life and how long it lasts. If you take Tylenol, you can repeat that Tylenol in 4 hours because they know that this is the half-life is X, and in 4 hours it's out of your system enough to take it again. So the fast-acting insulin, again, every meal they're taking it because it wears off quickly. Where the long-acting, I do not know what the half-life of long-acting insulin is, but it lasts. In fact, normally, for example, we give a shot of the long-acting generally once every 24 hours. So a diabetic that's on, and they want it to be this basal, they call it a basal amount of the long-acting, and then in every 24 hours, they give themselves another shot of the long-acting insulin.
Okay, and so Kacee was not able to be stabilized over 3 days, and so your conclusion is there's enough insulin on board that it's still affecting her body 3 days later?
Yes.
Was she continuously being given dextrose as part of the treatment plan over the 3 days?
I think she was given dextrose until they initiated hospice. I think she was still on the dextrose infusion that entire time until they chose to go on hospice and withdraw care.
And who makes that decision to go on hospice?
Family, doctors, basically.
And who makes the decision to withdraw care?
Same thing. I mean, it has to be the family decides. We help with those decisions. We don't make that decision at all. It is the power, whoever is the either power of attorney or next of kin can make that decision.
And that decision is presumably informed by doctors and your conclusion on their prognosis or whether they're going to get better.
Correct.
Did you determine, you and your team determined that Kacee was not going to wake up?
Yes.
Does insulin itself directly kill someone? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I don't believe that insulin itself, it's the side effects that are caused from the insulin.
What do you mean by that?
For her, or for anybody, if you give insulin, that lowers your blood sugar level. If your blood sugar gets too low, then you get the signs of, you get hypoglycemic encephalopathy, which is basically low blood sugar, mental problems. She was not breathing appropriately, therefore she wasn't getting enough oxygen to her vital organs and her cells. Therefore you end up getting a brain damage and multi-organ damage from the hypoglycemia caused from the insulin.
Okay, so if somebody's given insulin, their sugars are allowed to drop so low that they become hypoglycemic. That can also affect their oxygen and breathing?
Yes.
How does that work?
Basically, when you're confused and when your blood sugar is so low, your body is not functioning correctly, and so you are then not breathing for yourself appropriately. You're not breathing enough. The low blood sugar can cause the hypoxia also. And there's lots of things that can cause lack of oxygen. You can have a heart attack, and your blood isn't pumping, and you're not getting oxygen. But the hypoglycemia actually can cause this encephalopathy of the brain, along with and caused all from the insulin.
Encephalopathy. I don't even know if I'm pronouncing it correctly. What does that mean?
Just basically, it's the brain. So you're confused. It just means altered mental status. It's a medical term for being altered, confused.
Okay. You talked before about, and I forget the level, maybe you said something in the 20s. You had a patient that had low blood sugar, you got dextrose on board, and that patient picked up rather quickly. Do you remember that?
Yes, that one. I've had it happen many times.
Why would it be the case for Kacee that she didn't just pick up as soon as dextrose is given? She starts getting glucose and sugars and starts breathing and starts getting better. Why did that not happen? Time
is the issue with it. So the one patient that I was talking about that was 23, I had seen, she was a patient that I had seen that had seen like an hour before. So quickly went in there, confused, not acting normal, checked a blood sugar, gave them things. I've also seen a similar case where a patient also came into the emergency room. That patient was altered, ended up intubated, got sugar, got boluses, was cared for, but when we back off on sedation and we give them time, their blood sugar normalizes, and when we wake them up, they wake up. They start showing they'll even start showing signs where they'll start to move, or they'll start, sometimes they'll be still kind of asleep, but they can follow commands. You'll say, squeeze my hand, and they can still squeeze your hand. So we see signs that this person is improving, and then with continued support, continued care, eventually this person I'm talking about recovered. And so time is the amount. It's how long I call it their downtime. How long were they in this state of not breathing, not oxygenating, low blood sugars, all the changes chemically in the body that are happening because of that. So time is the teller.
And why does why does a longer amount of time make it harder for a patient to recover?
Because lack of oxygen and lack of oxygen, lack of breathing is what causes the damage to the brain.
And it sounds like that can be irreversible damage at a certain point.
Yes.
Do you have a particular hypoglycemic protocol? Somebody presents as hypoglycemic. Do you have something that a protocol you engage in?
We do.
Explain that for us.
Basically, we have a protocol in place that as we're checking people's blood sugar, if their blood sugar gets to it, it's almost like if it's this, you can give juice. If it's this, you do this. If it's below, once a diabetic is below 60 or 70, we do give them dextrose, IV push, because we can see that we're downtrending, and so that the nurses have a protocol. I order a protocol. It's very set in standard, and it's if you see this, do this. You see this, do this. You see this, do this.
And that would be based on physical symptoms, and then also the monitoring of what their current glucose level is?
Yes.
You mentioned that Kacee was given D10 first, and at some point it was upped to D20. Do you know if that had to be upped further?
I think in the IV infusion, we only went up to the D20, but we were still giving her the extra sugar when her sugar would drop low, even with that steady dose. She still required multiple doses of extra sugar.
I think you described before that you were able to get sugars up and just not stabilize. So did her sugars ever rise to a level that was normal?
Yes, in fact, even I remember there's a blood sugar reading of like a 500, which would be really high, right? But it wasn't long, it didn't stay that. It just then, with just not even a long amount of time, it just comes right back down again. So there were times where her blood sugar would go up to 100, little over 100, and then we just keep taking it and watching it, and then it starts to dip again, gets below the parameters, we would give extra.
And I believe you stated that signifies to you that insulin is still operating in her system because her sugars are not stabilizing.
Yes.
Sounds like you're familiar with insulin. Do you treat diabetic patients?
Yes, every day.
What dosage would you typically order for a diabetic patient?
It really depends, because some people if they're a new diabetic, they're very sensitive to insulin, so you would give a lot smaller of doses. The longer they've been diabetic, they kind of tend to need more. And so sometimes I've given 10 units of the long-acting once a day. Sometimes I've given 100 units a day.
Okay, and that would depend on the individual patient.
Correct.
You mentioned if they're a new diabetic, I guess someone who has never had insulin would probably require less. Is that fair?
Yes. If they're insulin naive, is what we call it, their body has not had insulin, exogenous insulin, then they would require much less.
What would you expect to happen to a non-diabetic person that's given insulin unnecessarily?
Extreme hypoglycemia, depending on how much they got.
What would you expect, just for example, if a non-diabetic is given 100 units, what would you expect that to look like?
Their blood sugar would drop to probably a critical low level. If it was the short-acting, then it would hopefully rebound, depending on how low they got and those kind of things. If it's the long-acting, it's going to stay down a lot longer, so they definitely need intervention.
I want to switch to a little bit of a different topic. Have you treated a patient who has attempted suicide by insulin before?
Yes.
And understanding that you can't give too many details about patients because of privacy issues, generally what did that patient do?
This patient came into the emergency room, very similar, was not breathing, had to be intubated.
May we approach?
All right, I'm going to switch gears. We talked before about how you work with basically a team. You work with physicians, doctors, nurse practitioners, and nurses. Is that fair?
Yes.
So to do your job correctly, do you have to have a pretty firm understanding of what nurses understand? Because you're giving them commands and orders and you're expecting them to follow through and follow your orders. Is that right?
Yes. I am a registered nurse, and I worked as a registered nurse for many, many years before I got my nurse practitioner.
And in your day-to-day as a nurse practitioner, is it important for you to understand what a nurse would know?
Yes.
So for example, would you expect a trained registered nurse to understand vital signs?
Yes.
Would you expect a trained nurse to understand what insulin would do to a non-diabetic patient?
Yes.
Would you expect a trained nurse to understand that continuously dropping extremely low blood sugar would require immediate intervention?
Yes.
We talked before, Kacee never regained consciousness.
No.
Did she die?
Yes.
Sounds like you have made a professional opinion that exogenous insulin was given to her at some point.
Yes.
In your professional opinion, if she had not been given insulin, would she have died?
No.
In your professional opinion, if intervention had happened earlier on Kacee, sugar's been given sooner, might you have expected a different outcome?
Yes.
I'm okay to pass a witness.
Shall I cross now?
Yes.
If I'm able, I might need your help. Good afternoon, Ms. Allred.
Afternoon.
I'm going to talk a bit more about some general conclusions from the treatment and role you had with Kacee Terry that night, okay?
Okay.
And maybe more than that. I say that because you ultimately spoke about things that happened in the hospital until the decision was made related to hospice, right?
Yes.
And then at that decision, no medical intervention is undertaken, right?
No life-saving medical comfort measures are continued until the patient passes.
Relevant to, I guess, your role in discussion here is nothing was done in connection with the attempt to deal with the insulin problem. No glucose would have been administered.
Yes, once they decide to place her on hospice and do comfort measures, we stop any blood pressure medication, so supporting their blood pressure. We actually extubate them and take the breathing tube out, and all other, stop antibiotics if we're giving them and those kind of things. And we would, in this situation, stop the glucose.
As you sit here when that decision was made,
I actually believe they switched her to hospice the evening of the 14th, but I'm not sure.
do you have records that would help you refresh your recollection that it could have been the morning of the 14th?
I don't remember.
Okay. If it was the morning of the 14th, that would be roughly, well, she went to the hospital around 10:30, is that right?
10:30 at night.
Yes, on
PM.
the 12th.
On the 12th.
So, we can count the hours. We don't know exact hour in the morning of the 14th. Let me leave that general question and go to the time component of what you were talking about when you talked about insulin, brain anoxia.
Oh, yes. You can
Brain,
yes.
is that the same
can call
same
it-
circumstance?
Yes, you can call it anoxic brain injury.
Thank you. I'm sure Ms. Hunt is jealous. Anoxic brain injury, let's talk about that timing of that when you described it. It sounded to me like it's to avoid it in a circumstance such as this with the insulin overdose. To avoid it, you have to act on the glucose issue, right?
Yes.
So, and as you said, time is obviously important because if you don't act, the brain remains in this anoxic circumstance, right?
Yes.
And is being injured. That's the anoxic injury, correct?
Yes. Lack of oxygen.
The lack of oxygen to the brain, you had given an example, I think, of a patient who began to be critical, let's put it that way. I don't know if you knew about the anoxic brain, and who recovered because there was intervention within an hour, right?
The one that I was talking about when the blood sugar was 23,
Yeah.
that person, sorry, that was many, many years ago, she did not get anoxic brain injury.
Right, because, I mean, you even described that while she was pretty out of it, she was conscious.
Not able to swallow, like we still had to give her IV medication because she was totally confused, not able to follow commands. And so we had to intervene with IV to get her blood sugar up. Then we were able to have her drink and
Okay.
that kind of thing.
And then, but you got to start at 23, you knew it, she was in the hospital, I take it?
Yes.
And administered that care. She avoided risk of any anoxic brain injury, right?
Yes.
Because she was, you could act immediately. Are there circumstances where a person has been in at a low glucose level for a period of time that you think that they would have no chance of recovery?
Yes.
How long? I mean, if the brain is anoxic, the chance of recovery, would you agree, could be as short as 1 hour?
I don't think that, well, okay, so
You understand my question? I'm sure I'm doing a poor job and you can help me in any
it's
way
okay.
you think.
In a normal person that has no oxygen to the brain, they say 4 minutes, right?
Right.
That's kind of the, start CPR fast because the brain can, without oxygen, can't live past 4 minutes. And that's without oxygen, right? So you're drowning, your heart isn't pumping, those kind of things. In this scenario, it takes longer than that because your brain is probably getting some oxygen, just not enough to perfuse the brain and all the cells it needs. And because it's not getting that amount that it needs, the brain gets injured. So time, again, is the downtime is what is important without intervention. Did I answer that right?
Sure, yes. Let's put a case specific here too. Is it your opinion that when Kacee Terry arrived at the hospital, given the circumstances of what you've seen, she never had a chance of recovery?
I didn't know that at the time because we always try, right?
Of course.
But she was not showing signs of, she was not on sedation at the time initially, right? She was not breathing well enough. She was not following commands. She was not even able to protect her airway to the point where we had to breathe for her and help her, breathe. So when anybody comes in, I don't automatically think, oh, we are going to do everything we can to
I totally
help this
understand.
person.
I might have led us on the wrong path.
Okay,
I don't mean
sorry.
to suggest that you wouldn't try.
Oh, yeah.
Looking back, that's kind of the way you started. Looking back at the evidence you had as you sit here in your capacity, it's clear to you, isn't it, that Kacee Terry, when she arrived at the hospital, wasn't going to be someone who could recover?
I probably had the next morning. So when they intubated her, we gave her sedation medicine. So now we've sedated her. The next day, we do what's called a sedation vacation, where we turn off the sedation to see what kind of response we're going to get. And when that happened and she did not improve at all, that's probably when I get concerned. So actually later that day, I believe that's when we did the MRI later that day to evaluate to see if we could see that she had any brain injury.
And she did.
She did.
So you're not really able, in fairness, that you wouldn't know at what point in time exactly Kacee Terry was likely not going to recover from the injury to her brain caused by the glucose deficiency.
I don't know a number. I know that there are studies that show in insulin that 6 to 8 hours it's in studies.
Let's talk about the conclusions and things that you saw, based your conclusions on, in terms of the introduction of the exogenous insulin to Kacee, to your patient that you saw. You concluded that based on everything, I'm not going to make you go over it again, based on everything you did there, everything you did in the hospital that day and a half, that she had exogenous insulin introduced to her.
Yes.
And that whatever had happened, you thought it was a lot, right?
Yes.
And you don't know what a lot means. In other words, I thought I heard you say different people react differently, especially if they're non-diabetic. And the notion is significant amount because of the vitals that you saw and the efforts that were done in the hospital.
I believe.
I mean, the point is you can't say a number of units or things like that.
There's no way to know a number of units because everybody's so different.
Everyone's so different, but so that's why I'm just getting at a lot. Something significant enough to do with cause the symptoms that you saw.
Yes.
That it could, you thought it included long-acting insulin.
Yes.
Could have also included short-acting insulin.
Yes.
Could have been injected subcutaneously.
Could have been.
Could have been injected. Okay, let's go to timing.
Okay.
As you say, with the difference of the way people respond to it, the fact that long-acting and short-acting could be on board, could be administered, you don't really have any ways, you sit here today, to project at what time or times insulin was put into Kacee Terry's body. Is that fair?
Fair. And cannot tell.
It could even have been 24 hours before she reached the hospital, agreed?
With maybe, I mean, if long-acting is given every 24 hours, but if it had been that long, she came into the hospital roughly 12 hours, so I don't think it could have been given the day before.
I'm just talking about that she comes in the hospital, I think you said 10:30, right?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yes.
And you've talked about what you think was done with insulin, long-acting, short-acting, maybe both, maybe multiple times, but at any rate, what you can't conclude is when those events of introduction of the insulin occurred, right? You can't conclude that.
I believe her last known well, according to my notes, was 9 o'clock in the morning. That's according to I don't remember who family said that or talked to her, they saw, I don't know, but in our notes it says that her last known well was 9 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, but become unwell, she could have even gotten insulin,
At 9
introduced
o'clock
the
in the
insulin
morning.
before 9, right? 8 o'clock.
Sure.
Thank you, that's all I have.
I don't have redirect. This witness may be excused.
Do I have any objection to excusing the witness?
No objection, she may be released.
Thanks for being here. You ready for your next witness, or you want to take a short break?
I would like a short bathroom break if that's possible.
Yeah, of
I
course.
think he might be a little bit lengthier, so.
Yep. Do that. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a short break. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, anything we need to cover?
I don't believe so.
Nothing to defense.
Let's come back at 2:35. 2:35 or thereabouts. Thank you.
All rise. All rise for the judge and jury.
As soon as they sit down.
Thank you. Please be seated. We'll go back on the record on case 251-401132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Is the state ready with your next witness?
Yes, thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Malcolm Masteller.
Thank you. Please come forward and we'll get you sworn in. Come on up here first near the clerk.
Please raise your right hand. You do solemnly swear the testimony you shall give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Come on over here and have a seat. Thanks for being here.
You're welcome,
If
Your
you
Honor.
if you can keep that mic in front of you at all times, that will help us make a good record and we'll all be able to hear. Counsel.
Thank you. If you could please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
It's Malcolm Masteller, spelled Masteller.
What is your occupation?
Physician.
We'll get to your specialties in a minute, but I want to cover your educational background. Walk us through what that is.
Undergraduate, University of Utah, with a Bachelor's of Science, biology, minor in biochemistry, and a minor in social anthropology.
What did you do after undergrad?
After undergraduate, went to medical school at Rosalind Franklin Medical School in North Chicago. That was followed by residency in Bremerton, Washington, at the Bremerton Naval Hospital.
And what did you do your residency in?
Family medicine.
You said you're currently a physician. Do you have particular specialty?
Family medicine is a specialty. I'm board certified in family medicine.
Help the jury understand, maybe they already know, but if not, or help me understand what family medicine means generally.
Family medicine encompasses care from newborn until geriatric timeframes. All levels of care. Some will do obstetrics as well. It's fairly broad as to what we can do, what we're credentialed to do, and what. I can go into mine specifically. I see all age groups. I also do urgent care. I will see newborns. The majority of the people I see are between 20 and 100 plus.
So sometimes we hear the term primary care physician. Is that what you might be considered?
Yes.
And you may have already said, I'm sorry, how long have you been a physician?
About 18 years.
And what facility do you work for?
I work for the University of Utah.
How long has that been the case?
12 years.
Where did you work before that?
U.S. Navy?
Anything before that?
No.
You mentioned you're board certified in family medicine.
Yes, I am.
Does your role require ongoing continuing education requirements?
It does. State licensing requires continuing education, as does the board certification. You have to complete so many credit hours of continuing education through conferences, online training, in-person training, etc.
Do you keep current on that?
I do.
All right, I want to talk to you about a patient named Kacee Terry. Does that name sound familiar to you?
It does.
Did you know her?
I met her in June of 2020.
In what capacity did you meet her?
I took on being her primary care physician.
You said June of 2020?
Uh-huh.
Do you know about how old she would have been?
34?
Did she have any pre-existing conditions when she started seeing you?
She did.
What were those?
She had a few. Chronic kidney disease. She was seeing a nephrologist. She had diffuse glomerular sclerosis of the kidney, as well as she was born with one kidney. Fibromyalgia, chronic pain condition, endometriosis, von Willebrand's factor deficiency.
Let me stop you there because I don't know what that means.
It's a bleeding disorder. It's a bleeding disorder. They don't have clotting factors that allow them to clot properly. They tend to have bleeding issues, bleeding of the gums. Sometimes women will have heavy cycles.
Okay. Anything else that she, any other pre-existing conditions that she had when you started seeing her?
Interstitial cystitis.
What does that mean?
Painful bladder.
Anything else?
Fibromyalgia.
What does that mean?
It's a increase in pain, generalized pain, in the absence of any other medical condition that can explain it. So pain thresholds in these individuals are lower than the average population, and all the autoimmune and other conditions that can cause pain have been ruled out, and they meet the criteria for it.
Okay. Anything else that you haven't mentioned?
Anxiety, depression.
Anything else?
Insomnia. She'd had a problem with weight, had been through a gastric bariatric surgery as well.
Do you remember when that would have been?
I don't remember.
Were you her primary care physician at that time?
No, it was long before me.
Okay.
In regards to the bariatric surgery, some vitamin nutrient deficiencies, iron deficiency, also from some bleeding tendencies that she had.
Okay. I did not write down each of those, but I'll try to take them in turn. Well, let me first ask you this. Did she tell you that she had cancer?
No.
You mentioned several things, and I don't know that I'll, like I said, remember all of them. But let's start with her being born with one kidney. Is that something that you were able to independently verify, or were you just taking her word on that being the case?
That was verified on multiple imaging studies. The last being a CT scan in 2023 in an emergency room of the abdomen and pelvis.
I believe you said endometriosis was a pre-existing condition with her. Is that something that you were able to independently verify?
I couldn't. Her gynecologist had retired and records were not available. So that was a subjective health condition.
It sounds like fibromyalgia would also maybe be a subjective condition, just her report of her level of pain.
Yeah, it's a diagnosis of exclusion. So if you've ruled out other causes of pain, a lot of them, then that's the final diagnosis if they meet the criteria. There's
Okay.
a very specific criteria.
And you took her through those criteria?
Yes.
I guess she, at some point, had been
She
diagnosed with
had
that?
been diagnosed before. She had already been diagnosed.
Okay.
That was a reported condition.
You said that a nephrologist referred her. What's a nephrologist?
Nephrologist is a kidney doctor.
Okay, we talked about kidney already. And sorry, I'm forgetting the other ones you said. Of the conditions that you listed that she presented with when you began seeing her, what ones were you able to independently verify versus just based on what she's telling you is happening?
So chronic kidney condition, the chronic kidney disease was verified both with laboratory and imaging studies. Endometriosis was not. That is, she had reported surgeries, but it was on the abdomen, which is diagnostic laparoscopies by the gynecologist, both for treatment and diagnosis purposes. Fibromyalgia was verified by clinical criteria after ruling out through blood testing and so forth multiple other potential causes of joint and muscle pain. Insomnia is a subjective complaint. Depression, anxiety are also often subjective, although her scores on the PHQ-9s and GAD-7. GAD-7 is an anxiety screening test. PHQ gives us quantifiable data on depression scoring. Those were always elevated on both of those.
Okay. What about, I will never be able to pronounce it, the bleeding disorder?
So I was going to get to that. She did complain of bleeding, heavy menstrual cycles, rectal bleeding. Hematology reran the von Willebrand factor prior to her knee surgery, and she did not have it. So that was a subjective medical condition she had when she presented to the clinic.
That you were later able to, it sounds like, rule out?
In 2024, before she had the initial knee surgery on 6/20/24, the meniscal surgery, the von Willebrand factors were run, and she had adequate quantities of those factors to clot, for clotting.
Okay.
So she did not have the condition.
Okay.
It ruled out the condition. So the
Okay.
hematologist said, I do not believe she has von Willebrand factor or a bleeding disorder.
Okay, thank you. You made reference to her knee surgery. Did you say before that she had arthritis?
I did not mention that. That was an oversight. She had moderate to severe osteoarthritis, both knees. Left knee was verified on x-ray, bony arthritis. She can't see soft tissue unless you get an MRI. The right knee was verified, bony arthritis, primarily in the lateral component of the knee joint, as well as extensive cartilage degeneration, I believe tibial plateau and over the tibia and femoral condyles. So what that basically means is the cartilage is breaking down. She had pretty extensive breakdown of cartilage in the knee.
Okay, and we actually have already heard from the surgeon that performed the one knee replacement. Were you involved, obviously you're not the surgeon, but were you involved in kind of helping her make that decision or deciding that that was maybe an appropriate path to take?
Yeah, there was a long discussion on both knees.
I'll come back to that in a bit. But fair to say that at least some of the things that Kacee came to you complaining of were either entirely subjective or even later ruled out.
Yes.
Would you say that Kacee sometimes exaggerated her levels of pain?
Yeah, exaggerated several things. Pain was one of them, yes.
What other things did you find that she may have exaggerated?
So for me and the nephrologist, in June this was started after her knee surgery, her initial knee surgery, there was initial complaints of pain. That kind of disappeared, and then she was complaining of significant weight gain, swelling in the legs. But objectively, there wasn't the degree of weight gain nor the swelling in the legs, both on my exam, the nephrologist's exam, and in the ER note where she had gone in with that complaint.
We've heard from other witnesses that she may have made several trips to the ER, or maybe even frequently went to the ER. Would you have, as her primary care physician, been made aware of ER visits that she had made?
Yes, sometimes. I mean, they will, by her, if we don't always get the notes from the ER, no. We try to keep up on them. Sometimes they're good about sending them, sometimes not. Most of the electronic medical records have gone to a unified system now, so it's much easier. But at the time, not always.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about her kidney condition. That was one that you're able to verify. She was only born with one kidney. When she came to you, we've heard talk of her having a port. Is that something that she had when she began seeing you, or is that something that you helped her do?
I did not help her. So just to clarify on her kidney condition, she was born with the solitary kidney. She also had a progressive kidney disease, probably from overuse of ibuprofen, anti-inflammatory medications, is what was presumed. There was high-dose anti-inflammatory medications taken for years. But so there was two different, the solitary kidney just gave her one kidney, so kidney function was already overall reduced because you're running off one kidney. But then she also had verified damage to the remaining kidney on a kidney biopsy that I think it was 2020. It's in the notes from the nephrologist.
Okay.
And he had mentioned just that it was presumed that probably due to overuse of ibuprofen.
Okay. That damage to her existing kidney, how might that show up in her? Pain, other symptoms?
No, it's usually painless. We're going to identify it. The labs will show the diminished function and filtration of the kidney. With her, she had a little bit of protein, so we saw on a microscopic level the filters in the kidney were starting to leak a little bit of protein, not large amounts, but enough to pick up on urine testing for protein, and then ultimately it's the biopsy that makes the determination on the kidney disease.
Okay. Anything in her day-to-day that she would notice symptomatically from that kidney disease? You said it's typically painless. Any other symptoms?
No, not until it's advanced, until you start to have electrolyte abnormalities and other problems from more advanced than hers.
Okay. Let's talk about her report. Did she have that when she began seeing you?
She did. The kidney doctor had put it in to help her stay hydrated as a protective measure on her kidney.
What is a port?
It's a central line. It's basically a line that's placed through a vein, in her case a vein, probably the subclavian vein. I don't remember which one she had, but I believe, which goes into the heart. But it allows you to receive IV fluids, medication infusions. It allows to draw blood, so that we don't always have to do it through a peripheral placement of an IV. So you're not sticking somebody all the time, trying to find IV sites. And after time, if you're utilizing those a lot, you lose the ability to gain access. So basically what I'm saying, it prevents us from having to poke her every time she comes in, put an IV in, take it out, put another one in.
Okay.
If somebody's obtaining frequent fluids, medications, infusions, or needs frequent blood draws.
Okay. So saves wear and tear on finding other veins.
Yeah, you'll see them bruised up all over the place after they've been, and it just saves that. It's an easy access to her vascular system.
And you said her kidney doctor had placed that in her.
Uh-huh.
Where on her body was that located?
I don't remember side laterality. It would have been up on the upper chest.
And I guess, what does that look like physically? Can you immediately tell if somebody has one?
Yeah, you'll see a little bump. It's located under the skin, but they're readily identifiable when you look at the chest wall if you're medically trained.
And do you know, you mentioned a number of things that ports may be used for. Do you know what she primarily was using her port for?
Self-administration of IV fluids, normal saline.
What was that saline needed in her for?
Hydration. There was also some thoughts that she may have something called postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome. She had appointments with cardiology, and they were going to see her. This was later in 2024. She had upcoming appointments with them when she had passed. So they were the workup for this postural orthostatic, and with them as well. This is what we call a dysautonomia, where the autonomic nervous system does not control and regulate heart rate, blood pressure, etc. very well, and her heart rate was always just a little elevated.
Okay, forgive me, I will not be able to remember nor pronounce a lot of the terms that you're using. So this condition that it was maybe suspected that she might have, and you were working on maybe confirming that. What is that?
So again, it's I'm trying to say it in layman terms. The autonomic nervous system doesn't work. So positional changes, people have a harder time with regulation of heart rate, blood pressure, and so forth, and they frequently will pass out or lose or feel very lightheaded. With her, it was more lightheadedness and a mild elevation of her heart rate that would accelerate if she stood up.
Is this something that you were? It sounds like there were maybe tests planned to confirm or diagnose her with this, but at the stage she was at, is this something that you're relying on just her subjective complaints about how she's feeling?
In part, yeah. Well, there's verifiable with the heart rate.
Okay.
Yeah, postural orthostatic tachycardic syndrome means, what all those words mean is that with positional changes, you're going to see an elevation of a heart rate. For example, from supine or lying down to sitting to standing, you're going to see the heart rate elevate when inappropriately elevate.
Okay, and that is something that you could independently verify?
Yeah, her heart rate was high, and she would. Now, just dehydration can also do that. So if someone comes in dehydrated, they're also going to show the same signs. So, but yes, and consistently her heart rate was a little bit elevated. And the point with that is it also requires IV fluids.
Okay.
I take that back. It does not require, it requires increased fluids.
Increased fluids, okay. You mentioned that she was using saline through her port for hydration.
Yes.
Is that typical for someone with her kidney issues?
No. I mean, we don't put ports in, there are potential complications with ports. Infection is probably the most prominent and probable, although it's relatively rare. So no, we don't, but her nephrologist had opted to, because she had fibrosis on the liver and she was at, I think she was chronic kidney disease stage 3B, or 3A, sorry. And it goes 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 5 is end-stage renal disease. So she was at 3A. He was doing, his thought was, I need to protect this kidney. She also had some chronic nausea, which is a subjective complaint. She was on chronic nausea medication, had a hard time staying hydrated.
Okay. When someone has a port and they're using saline, is that something that has to be prescribed? Can they get that over the counter? How was Kacee getting saline?
It's prescribed.
Were you prescribing that?
I don't remember, honestly. I may have prescribed it once. Nephrology had prescribed it for quite a long time, and I very well could have prescribed it.
I want to talk about other prescriptions. When she came to you in June of 2020, first as a new patient, was she already prescribed other medications?
She was.
What were those?
She had been prescribed, so Percocet, oxycodone. Gynecology had prescribed her, I believe they were giving her 160 or 180 10 milligram Percocet per month. She was also on clonazepam, 2 milligrams.
Let me stop you there. What's clonazepam?
Clonazepam is a benzodiazepine, is an anxiolytic medication designed for both chronic long-term anxiety and acute anxiety, depending on how you take it. It's an older medication, it's been around for a long time. Really should not be used with opioids because they both cause respiratory depression, and most overdoses with opioids are related to the use of both benzodiazepines and opioids together.
Okay, so let me stop you there. Maybe, well, just so I don't forget, was she on any other medications, prescribed other medications when she began seeing you?
I believe phentermine.
What is that?
It's a stimulant used for weight loss. It's really only indicated for 6 months. And this, in fact, the state of Utah has basically taken it, said providers in Utah, licensed in Utah, really shouldn't use it. There's a strong discouraging. But when she came to me, she was on it, and that restriction hadn't been placed. And she'd been on it for quite some time. So it's a stimulant.
Okay.
Roughly an amphetamine-based stimulant.
Okay. And these were all prescriptions. Were you able to verify that these have been prescribed to her, or she's self-reporting?
No, those all come, you can review a year's worth of data in the state database.
Okay. So I want to talk, when she began seeing you and now she's your patient, you mentioned before that it is probably not a good idea to mix opioids with clonazepam.
Benzodiazepine,
with benzos. Did you, I guess, what were you doing as her PCP to manage that or treat, or I guess help come up with a plan for that situation?
So there's a couple things we did. One is she'd been off, so benzodiazepines can have, with abrupt cessation after long use, can have pretty serious withdrawal, including life-threatening withdrawal, but she had already been off benzodiazepines. I believe it was for 30 plus days. That's long enough to say she's not going to have any acute withdrawal from the medication. So I did not prescribe those for her. So she was stopped on the clonazepam.
Let me stop you there. Is alprazolam or Xanax another benzo?
It is.
Was she prescribed those? Either, I guess that's the same thing, right? Xanax and alprazolam?
Alprazolam and Xanax, yeah, they're the same medication.
Was she prescribed that when she began seeing you?
No. Unless it was by somebody else.
Okay. Did you ever give her a prescription for Xanax?
No, and I verified it in the medical record a couple days ago.
Okay. So you've mentioned that she had been off of clonazepam for at least 30 days at some point when she was a new patient. How did that affect the opioid prescription?
What do you mean, how did it affect it?
I guess your plan with her, your treatment of her.
So at that point, there's subjective pain. It's hard to say somebody's not in pain. So I continued the opioids at that point with a plan to taper those off. At that point, she had pretty high anxiety levels. I started her at some time in the first several visits on a medication called duloxetine or Cymbalta at 30 milligrams. It's a serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor, which means it increases the concentrations of serotonin and norepinephrine inside the brain.
So that sounds like an antidepressant.
So it is FDA approved for generalized anxiety disorder, major depressive disorder, and it's also approved for musculoskeletal pain, fibromyalgia, and diabetic neuropathic pain.
So you started her on Cymbalta at some point in 2020?
At the beginning when I saw her.
How long was she prescribed that?
I think we went a year, I want to say close to a year, so we increased the dose to 60 milligrams. She had reported some good responses to pain. She started to have more pain, and at some point, I believe in 2021, I transitioned her to something called desvenlafaxine or Prestique, which is also a serotonin norepinephrine reuptake inhibitor.
Is it fair to call that an antidepressant?
This one is only FDA approved for depression, but it works the same as Cymbalta, and it actually works well for anxiety as well. So off-label use, and then off-label use for pain as well.
Okay. Primarily, it sounds like they might work for multiple things, like you said. Primarily, what was the purpose of the
Duloxetine?
Yes.
And a lot of names, to target anxiety, depression, and pain.
Okay. I want to talk about her opioid prescription when she began seeing you. You said that she came to you with a prescription existing already of 160 to 180, 10 milligram a month. Is that correct?
Yeah, it was Percocet, which is a combination of oxycodone and Tylenol.
Are you aware of how long she had been prescribed that amount?
For a really long time. I don't know because I don't have the obstetrician's records, the gynecologist, not obstetrician, the gynecologist records. The nephrologist had been prescribing it for a number of months. So, and he wasn't, he's like, you need to have a primary care managing this.
The dosage that you talked about, 160 to 180, 10 milligram a month, would you consider that a high dosage?
For somebody that's naive to the drug, yeah. For somebody that's been on it for a long time, it's a moderate dose.
So for Kacee, what would you consider it?
Moderate dose. Not something I'm willing, as primary care, not something I would be willing to increase, but a moderate dose.
What is opioid tolerance?
This development, reduced effectiveness of opioids over time. Benzodiazepines do the same thing. The effectiveness gradually is reduced over time as the body adapts to the medication and physiological changes make the medication not as effective. So basically, you can take the same dosage and your pain levels will be higher because the medication is now not as effective.
Would you say that Kacee had a tolerance given how long she had been prescribed opioids?
She's been on the same dose and the pain levels were all reported about the same. I mean, she had periodically gone up and down on her pain levels. Everybody's going to have a little bit of a tolerance. Everybody's a little different as well.
But she's not complaining of escalating pain, that she's
No,
wanting more? and
She's not
higher
asking for
doses?
escalating doses. Typically, if there's a high tolerance, people come in asking for escalation of the doses.
And you didn't see that with her?
No.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. You said that you consider this a moderate dose for her, and that, that's what I wanted to ask. I believe you mentioned that you had a plan to wean her down from that level of opioids?
Yeah, we also put her on something called amitriptyline or Elavil, which is a tricyclic antidepressant. It also affects dopamine, norepinephrine, and serotonin. It's used for chronic pain as well, and she was put on 10 milligrams of that at night to try to reduce pain, and the plan was to titrate that up as well. You do have to be careful with the duloxetine and the tricyclics not to get too much serotonin. But we were cautious, and she was fine. She didn't respond to this. She didn't have any symptoms of too much serotonin. So when pain went down, reportedly, pain is subjective, but her pain went down. And so over time, and I don't remember, we were able to reduce her down to just less frequent dosing on the pain medications.
And she was not, like you said, she wasn't coming back to you asking for higher amounts of opioids?
Not at the beginning. At the end, when her knee started to, there was requests. As the knee was getting worse, there were requests to go back up to the original dosing.
Okay, I'll come to that in a minute here. Well, actually, let's talk about that now. So you did not do the knee replacement, and we heard from, like I said, we heard from the surgeon that did. He talked about what he prescribed her after the knee replacement. Did you give her additional prescriptions other than what the surgeon gave?
No, he managed the pain. She had 2 knee surgeries. She had the one, I believe, on 6/20/2024, and then she had the knee replacement, I believe, 7/25. So she had 2 knee surgeries fairly close together.
Let me stop you there. We've heard about the knee replacement in July of 2024. What's this first knee surgery that you're talking about?
It was an arthroscopic surgery to go in and clean up some of the frayed tissue and the damaged tissue and cartilage on the knee, and to see if that gave her adequate pain relief so he could buy more time for replacing the knee, is what I believe. I'm sure he's already testified as to what his intentions were with that.
Do you know if the same surgeon performed that first knee surgery that ended up doing the replacement?
I think so. I can't be certain. I'm pretty sure it was the same, but I'm not sure.
Okay. But is that first knee surgery something that you can independently verify, or is that just word of mouth by Kacee?
No, there's I believe there's a note in the chart now. It's actually uploaded into the electronic medical record.
You mentioned that you did not give her any prescriptions after the knee surgeries. Were you aware of what she had been prescribed by the surgeon?
I think he gave her, and this is just looking at the record, I saw a prescription for hydromorphone, which is often used in conjunction with oxycodone. I believe that's, looking through the medical record, I saw a prescription around that time frame.
Okay. Is hydromorphone also an opioid?
Mm-hmm. It's called Dilaudid. That's what most people recognize it as.
You said that around the time of her knee surgery, she did complain of more pain and was asking maybe to go back up to the original dose of opioids. Is that?
Yes, she was.
What did you do in response to that request?
So when I started prescribing again, I believe we went back up in the recovery. At some point, I had gone back up with the notion that she was going to have to see a pain management doc at that point.
And why was that your notion?
Because me managing her pain, the idea was to reduce opioid medications with alternatives and figure out ways to manage her pain. And the knee surgery, or the replacement and the planned other replacement were the primary pain generators. I shouldn't say that, the abdominal pain as well, but at that time, those were the primary pain generators. And as we got rid of some of her pain, with the surgeries, if they were successful, the idea was to get her down on the dosages of the pain medications.
And you would have turned to a pain management doctor to,
To go up or escalate the doses, she would need to go to pain management.
okay, so your plan was never to escalate the doses beyond what you already had?
No, I couldn't do that.
I want to talk about the frequency of treatment or communication that you had with Kacee. How often were you seeing her in person?
A couple times a month, maybe.
Is that normal for a primary care physician with somebody with her conditions?
It's not uncommon.
Was she communicating with you by other means?
I had called her on my cell phone. I usually go through Doximity, which is it reroutes it through the University of Utah calling number and shows that. So yes, she had gotten my phone number because I probably forgot to use Doximity and called her on a result or something. And so yes, she had texted me several times after the knee surgery, telling me about the pain in her knee.
Is it normal, you said you normally go through some kind of program that converts your personal cell phone number into something different. Is it normal to text with patients on your personal cell phone?
Not if I can help it. I just changed my phone number because of it.
And she was reaching out to you because she may have gotten a hold of your number.
Yeah, and she was telling me she was in pain, so we were scheduling appointments.
How frequently was she texting you?
I don't remember. It was only a couple times.
How
I
often?
remember.
How often were you responding, if you remember?
I would usually have the nurse call her and schedule an appointment.
Did you ever go to her home?
No.
To your knowledge, did any nurses that you work with ever go to her home?
No.
Was Kacee ever on hospice care?
No.
I think I asked you, did Kacee ever have cancer?
No.
Did Kacee have diabetes?
No.
Did Kacee have any medical need for insulin?
No. In fact, she had complained that, you're probably going to ask me about this, but she had started in 2023, I believe, complaining of low blood sugars, hypoglycemia.
I guess, how does that, is that something that she's just subjectively complaining about? Is that something that you're able to objectively verify?
You can verify it. So all the labs we frequently will do with her kidney function, that usually will check a glucose. So all of the sugars from the lab work were normal. Now I did order her a glucometer, the same thing that a diabetic would use to check their sugar, poke their finger, get a sample of blood, see what the sugar is. And she would send me sugars that were low. I was looking at the values and they would be in the 50s, so she would report morning sugars were probably the worst, usually in 52 to 55 range, or 50s to 60s in the morning.
Did those reports that she gave you seem consistent with otherwise what you're observing about her?
It was pretty sudden. The hypoglycemia, these hypoglycemic episodes were pretty sudden, started pretty suddenly. So we did a workup on her, right, where we have to look for causes of hypoglycemia. Causes of hypoglycemia for diabetics are going to be medications typically. For non-diabetics, there's a number of things. The most common is called postprandial hypoglycemia, associated with eating. A huge load of carbohydrates will trigger the pancreas to oversecrete insulin and drop the sugar. Hers were not associated with eating. There was no postprandial. These were random. Blood sugars were dropping very, very low, mostly in the morning from what she was reporting.
So you issued her, or I don't know, gave her a glucometer to take home, and then she was reporting blood sugar levels back to you. It wasn't something that you were looking at the glucometer and verifying? No, she would just tell me the numbers. I don't believe she ever had the glucometer with her for me to independently verify the numbers.
So I never saw the numbers, and like I said, all the numbers that we had inside the clinic within the electronic medical record were normal. Okay. They were all in the anywhere from 70 to 90 range.
The ones that she was reporting to you that seemed abnormal or sudden, like the 50s, were you able to come to a conclusion about what might be actually medically causing that?
No, so we checked, I checked for a few other things. We ordered a bunch of laboratory testing. Sometimes this is hard to prove and sometimes requires, for example, if somebody has an insulin secreting tumor on the pancreas, this can be fairly difficult, but the lab work didn't identify. I checked a lab called the C-peptide, which returned at 2.9. What C-peptide is when insulin is activated inside the body, it breaks into two products. C-peptide is released, and we can measure those levels, and that tells me what somebody's endogenous insulin, by endogenous I mean their natural pancreatic production of insulin is. Her levels were normal, and at the same time, I always will compare sugar at the same time, and her sugar was also normal at the time of that C-peptide.
Okay.
So if somebody has an insulin secreting tumor, often in a fasting state, they will have, and I had her come in a fasting state for that. Her sugar was, I believe, 86 at the time, and the C-peptide was right in the middle normal range where we would expect the pancreas to be functioning.
So were you able to rule out an insulin secreting tumor?
Not completely with that, but it would be pretty hard to say somebody has one without a pretty constant high level of insulin.
Okay. Any reason for her to be taking insulin?
No.
How would insulin have affected her?
Insulin will drop her sugars. So insulin allows cells to take up sugar from the bloodstream, right? So insulin is our way to get sugar out of our bloodstream and into the cells of our body for energy purposes. And so it would drop her sugars pretty drastically.
Pretty drastically?
Yeah, I mean, for somebody that's not diabetic, you're going to have, most people are going to have a pretty bad response to insulin use.
Even a small amount, perhaps?
Even a small amount. I mean, that's a harder one because everybody metabolizes drugs a little bit differently, so it's hard to predict the pharmacokinetics on, right, there's a range with drug durations and how long they last and so forth in every individual. So every individual is different. So we metabolize drugs differently.
I want to switch gears a little bit. We've talked about a lot of different medications that may have been prescribed at different points for anxiety and or depression for Kacee.
Mm-hmm.
So it seems clear that she talked to you at least about her levels of anxiety and depression.
Mm-hmm.
How, I guess, severe, I think you said that you did do some kind of diagnostic or I don't know, some kind of way to gauge the levels. Is that fair?
Yeah, so we did what's called the PHQ-9 and the GAD-7. So PHQ-9 is a 9-question depression screening. The GAD-7 is a 7-question anxiety screening. I think we have 4 on record. Most of them are associated with social work visits. The depression screening was ranging 21 to 22, which is moderate to severe depression, and the anxiety screening levels were at 18, which shows severe anxiety.
Were those consistent among the tests that you had
They stayed the same the whole time.
Did she ever, did you talk to her about suicidal ideation?
Yeah, we always talk about it. Every time we talk about depression, we talk about suicidal ideation. One of the questions on the PHQ-9, have you ever thought about suicide? I'm probably quoting it wrong. And it's no days, some days, half the days, every day. And she would mark a 2, which is half the days.
Okay, was that significant to you?
Yeah, it's always significant. We've got her in, tried to get her in to see our therapist. She was seen, I think, 4 times by our therapist and called probably half a dozen other times. Social worker.
In what time frame?
2023, 24.
Okay, so she went 4 times to a therapist and then maybe called, did you say half a dozen?
The therapist tried to call her if there was some concern at a visit that I had seen her on, like a televisit or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did Kacee ever express a plan to commit suicide to you?
No. No plan, no intent, which was also documented in the social worker's notes.
Is that different? So I think you mentioned the test asks if you ever think about suicide. Is that different than if somebody expresses a plan or intent?
Absolutely, right? I mean, people go through ups and downs, people go through breakups, people go through job loss, they go through lots of things, and people get depressed. Most people have periods of depression, and most people have periods of time when they say it'd be better if I wasn't here. But they don't actually have a plan to go through with it. Now, if there's intent, that changes it. If there's intent and plan, that increases the risk of actual suicide, because now that is a thought that is, how do I say this? The thoughts have accelerated.
Okay, they're
Right.
putting more action into
Right,
the thought.
there's more potential, yeah, there's a lot more investment in that thought at this point. And so she never had expressed any intent.
So it sounds like depression and anxiety were concerning enough to you that you put her on medications, maybe referred her to see a therapist a few times. Any other escalation that you saw needed for her levels?
No, nothing ever required hospitalization, either with me or the therapist.
Is that something that you would have done if you saw something that was concerning?
If there was concerning, absolutely. Send her to the emergency room or an acute crisis center.
Do you remember when the last time you saw her before her death was?
It was in July. I think she saw the nephrologist on the 25th, and I think or no, she had the surgery on the 25th. I don't remember, honestly. I don't remember the dates. I did a televisit with her.
Do you remember if it was before or after her knee replacement?
I think it was after the knee replacement.
I want to talk about that. Do you remember that encounter?
Yeah, she wasn't talking about the knee at that point. It was more this weight gain that she had.
At this telehealth visit, did she, I guess, anything about her presentation or what she told you suggest to you that she was suicidal at the time?
No. No, she was actively seeing me. She was seeing the nephrologist, had plans for other visits, had scheduled a number of visits with endocrinology, cardiology.
And how do you know that she had scheduled other visits with other specialists?
I just saw them in the computer. I can see the future appointments through the University of Utah.
Do you know how many future appointments she had scheduled?
I think it was 4.
Do you know how far out in time those?
I didn't look at the dates.
Okay.
I didn't look at the dates.
Did she talk to you about any other future plans she had just for her personal life?
And we talked about well, honestly, she was very fixated on this weight gain, which we, in the end, concluded that she was just gaining body weight. This was just body weight. It wasn't her kidneys, it wasn't her liver, it wasn't her heart.
I guess, was she coming to you to work up some kind of plan to help her lose weight?
She kept telling us there was this edema that kept coming on her legs, and her legs were getting really swollen, but nobody ever saw it. So we had, all this was right before she passed away. So we hadn't really come up with any concrete plans because we were still looking for objective information on the swelling in the legs and the weight gain.
Okay, so it sounds like, and I think I've asked you this before, you had an impression that Kacee may have been exaggerating or fabricating health conditions that you weren't able to objectively verify.
Yeah, she did in this case. I mean, 3 of us, there's documentation of 3 of us pushing her on her legs. In fact, the ER, she came in complaining of pain from swelling, and in their note, they said trace edema in the legs, which means almost none.
Based on your training experience and direct experience with Kacee, do you have an opinion about why she may have been exaggerating or fabricating health conditions?
And some of this is going to be opinion, right? And this was opinion among myself and the staff. She liked attention.
And what gave you that, what leads you to that opinion?
There was always something. She was calling Terry Baird, the case manager, a lot with various complaints and concerns, and she seemed to call a lot and like somebody involved, and we knew at least what we thought was, we know she'd been, right, had lost a relationship when I first started seeing her, and home life and other things, didn't have a lot of people in her life. So we had presumed that she liked the attention from the healthcare setting, just with the amount that she was trying to interact with us.
I'm gonna switch gears a bit. You being a physician, it sounds like do you work with nurses?
I do.
Do you depend on nurses to help you do your job day to day?
Every day.
Would you say you're aware of the, I guess, base level of knowledge and kind of categories of knowledge that you expect a registered nurse to have?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 7, and I don't intend to actually admit this, but I do want to use it as a demonstrative that we'll publish with the jury. Mr. Williams, I believe, has no objection to that.
I have no objection. State 7, did you say? That's already been in.
11.
Oh, 11.
So I'll show you that on your screen, and if we can put it on the screen for the jury as well.
No objection, Mr. Williams?
I'm sorry, no objection.
Thank you.
Trying to find a different document, I'm sorry.
Shit.
The jury will receive more context about what these are from with a later witness, but I want to go through some of these, or all of these, with you. And we'll start at do you see this on your screen?
I do.
I'll start with the top one. So on March 13th, 2024, there's a report of what's BP?
Blood pressure?
What does BP 60/39 mean?
So top number, do you want me to explain blood pressure?
Yes.
Yeah, so top number is systolic blood pressure, bottom number is diastolic. Diastolic blood pressure is the blood pressure present in our bodies in between the heart beating. So that's our baseline pressure inside our arterial system. And then the top number represents the pressure as the heart is pushing the blood through the body, what the pressure in the body is during that beat.
What is, understanding this may vary within people, but what's like a normal blood pressure range?
90 to 120 on the top number, 60 to 80 on the bottom number.
So to you, what does a blood pressure of 60/39 indicate?
My interpretation that something critical is going on and needs to be addressed. Now, that's a critical blood pressure.
What would somebody with a patient with a blood pressure of 60/39, what symptoms might they be exhibiting?
Lightheaded, passing out, pale, sick appearing, clammy.
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
Yes.
The next one, March 14th of 2024, oxygen is 39, heart rate is between 24 to 28, blood pressure is 52/30. What do those vitals mean to you?
Either the person is passed out on the floor in an ambulance or they're not real. I mean, oxygen at 39 is not compatible with life.
Would you expect a nurse to
For
know
very
this?
long, yeah.
Next one, March 16th of 2024, blood pressure is 40/30, heart rate is 22 to 26, oxygen is 32. What do those vitals say to you?
They'd be unconscious,
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
yes.
Next one, March 17th of 2024, BP is 39/20, oxygen is 24, heart rate is 24. What do those vitals say to you?
It says I'm literally struggling to try to breathe and my heart rate's 24. She wouldn't be, I'm assuming this is a text message, she wouldn't be texting with these. And yes, a nurse would realize that she would not be texting with these vital signs.
Next one, March 18th, 2024, blood pressure 30/20, oxygen is 22. Again, no wonder I'm struggling to breathe and my heart rate is still around 24. What do those vitals say to you?
That they're not real in somebody that's texting.
So somebody with the, I guess, are those vitals even compatible with life?
No,
And certainly somebody would not be texting then?
no,
Would you expect a nurse to know this?
yes,
Next one, March 20th of 2024, oxygen is 22, heart rate was 24, blood pressure was 19/20, or maybe 19/30. Are those vitals that are compatible with life?
no,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
yes,
March 28th, 2024, BS, what, blood sugar perhaps?
yeah, blood sugar,
116, blood pressure 16/30, O2, I'm assuming it's oxygen, is that fair? 20 to 22, heart rate is 24 to 25. What are those vitals compatible with life?
no, they're not. In fact, the blood pressure, the systolic is lower than the diastolic, which can't happen.
That can't even happen?
No,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
I would.
Next one, March 30th, 2024, was PB, if you know.
I don't know.
Maybe it's,
I think probably is supposed to be BP.
okay, so maybe a typo meant
I think it
blood
was a typo.
pressure. 15/0, oxygen is 19, heart rate is 23. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
yes,
Same date, temperature is 104.6, oxygen jumping between 17 and 21, heart rate is 14 to 17, blood sugar is 46. What do those numbers indicate to you?
low blood sugar, not compatible. You can't have a heartbeat of 14 to 7 and be alive,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
or you're very close to death. I would.
March 3rd of 2024, blood pressure 20/0, heart rate 27, oxygen 24. Are those vitals compatible with life?
They don't make sense, no. They're not, but they don't make sense.
Why don't they make sense?
Because you've got zero arterial pressure with the diastolic pressure when your heart's at rest, but if your heart was still beating, I suppose, with no pressure, but a nurse should understand that those don't make sense.
Next one, March 8th of 2024, blood pressure 30/0, heart rate 17, oxygen 21, temperature is 87, and blood sugar is 43. Are those vitals compatible with life?
No,
Would a nurse know that?
yes,
April 14th, 2024, her heart rate has been in the low 30s, her oxygen has been between 19 and 21, and her blood pressure is 17/0. Are those vitals compatible with life?
no,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
yes,
April 20th, 2024, heart rate 21, oxygen 16, blood pressure 17/0, temp has dropped to 84.2. Are those vitals compatible with life?
nope,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
yes,
April 21st, 2024, blood pressure 20/0, heart rate 14, oxygen, I believe 14, between 14 to 20, jumping back and forth quite a bit, temperature is 78.4. Are those vitals compatible with life?
no,
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
yes,
April 23rd, 2024, heart rate 167, oxygen 42, blood pressure 97/64, temp is 94.6. What about these vitals?
yeah, they could exist, she'd be blue, and that's a very low oxygen level, but yeah, those could happen.
Those could happen, but what would the, I guess you said she'd be blue, any other physical symptoms you'd expect?
With an oxygen level of 42 and a temperature, heart rate of 167, probably be passed out.
Same date, there below, heart rate 36, oxygen 21, blood pressure 32/10, temperature 94.6.
Same thing, not compatible. with
Would a
life.
nurse know that?
Yes,
April 26, 2024, heart rate 72, blood pressure 46/24, temperature is 66.4. Are those vitals compatible with life?
nope,
Would a nurse know that?
yeah,
May 2nd, 2024, heart rate's 29, oxygen's 18, blood pressure is 18/10, temperature is 90.4. Are those compatible with life?
they're not,
Would a nurse know that?
yes,
Did I already do May 6th? May 6, 2024, heart rate's 30, oxygen is between 17 and 20, blood pressure is 37 over 24, temperature is 67.2. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 8th, 2024, heart rate is 22, oxygen is 19, blood pressure is 26 over 14, temp is 70.4. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 9th, 2024, heart rate is 14, oxygen is 11, blood pressure is 14 over 0, temperature is 64.2. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
May 10th, 2024, heart rate is 10 to 13, oxygen is 14 to 16, blood pressure is 14 over 0, temperature is 60.8. Are those compatible with life?
They're not. No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
I'm going to skip down, save us some time. Let's go to anything around August, if there is. Or, okay, late July. We'll just do with these final three on this exhibit. So starting with July 12th, 2024, heart rate is 29, oxygen is 9, blood pressure is 31 over 24, temperature is 86.8. What are those vitals say to you?
Same thing. Not compatible with life.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
July 13th, 2024, heart rate is 12, oxygen is 8, blood pressure is 12 over 10, temperature is 76.4. What do those indicate to you?
Not compatible with life.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
July 18th, 2024, heart rate is 9, oxygen is 6, blood pressure is 19 over 14, temperature is 78.6. Are those compatible with life?
No.
Would a nurse know that?
Yes.
We can take down that demonstrative. Thank you. Would you expect a nurse to understand what insulin might do to a non-diabetic patient?
Yes.
Would you expect a nurse to understand what effect, sorry, that's, re-asking that. Would you expect a nurse to understand how hospice care works?
Yes.
How does hospice care take place?
When you determine somebody has a terminal condition with a limited time to live, we will offer hospice, comfort care, and increased support through end of life.
Is that typically something that happens at the person's home?
Can happen in the home or in a hospice facility.
I think you said that I forget, I'm going to misstate exactly what you said. They're near end of life?
They have a terminal condition. Death is imminent. Usually we'll say prognosis is within 6 months.
So it would be atypical for somebody to be on hospice longer than 6 months?
In the current setting, no, because of a lot of our older population that have terminal conditions. Again, everybody's a little bit different, and predictability is not between people. It's hard to directly predict when a condition is going to take someone. So we will extend it if it is a terminal condition, and we anticipate when we put them in hospice, the prognosis is usually about 6 months, but we will extend it. And sometimes I've seen it extended for years if in, for example, an individual with dementia that has just kept going.
Okay. Somebody with Kacee's condition near the end of her life, is she somebody that would have required hospice?
Absolutely not.
Would she have required hospice for multiple years?
No.
Do you know what HIPAA is?
Uh-huh.
What is HIPAA?
Protection of health information from being disseminated to people outside an individual's care. So protection of their health information.
Are
Rules that
medical
guide.
providers subject to HIPAA?
Absolutely.
Does that include nurses?
Uh-huh.
Would HIPAA allow a nurse to communicate health information to a patient's friend over text message?
No.
Would HIPAA allow a healthcare provider to use the patient's own phone to communicate health information to somebody else?
No.
Would HIPAA allow nurses to communicate health information? Would you expect a nurse to understand how HIPAA works?
Yeah, we go through every school in healthcare goes through extensive training on HIPAA, and refresher courses are required annually.
What's a DNR?
Do not resuscitate order.
How do those work? I guess what's the procedure if one is in place?
So DNR is a decision between a physician and the patient to perform no resuscitation in the event of an emergency, for example, cardiac arrest. DNRs are signed by a healthcare provider in the presence of the patient.
Are they kept on file somewhere?
They are, so the hospitals will keep them. We keep them stored in our database as well.
Is that something that you would verify before you actually decide not to resuscitate somebody?
Yeah.
Would you expect a nurse to know that?
Yes.
Do DNRs mean, I know that it literally means do not resuscitate, but what exactly, and understanding this may vary based on the individual, I guess, agreements that people come to with their physician. Does it mean that you literally can't touch a patient, that you can't do anything?
So DNR is nothing, right? DNR is an order that we are not to resuscitate, no CPR, no basic life support, no advanced life support. So advanced directives are a little bit different. That is a patient-guided document that outlines what they want if there is something to happen.
Okay, so an advanced directive can give more nuanced guidelines about what they want?
Yeah, a DNR is a physician order. It is in conjunction with patient's decisions, but it is signed by a physician as an order saying this was discussed and this is what this individual wants, no resuscitation attempt at all.
And you would have to verify that before acting on that?
Yes.
And you would expect a nurse to know that?
Yeah.
With advanced directives, where there may be more nuanced guidelines or wishes, how do those work?
Yeah, so advanced directives, we will give the individual some paperwork to go home, talk to their spouses. They make decisions as far as do they want mechanical ventilation? Do they want assisted breathing? Do they want assisted nutrition? Do they want, so the things are for basic life support, and they can outline what they want, what they don't want, and then so it's just a decision-making. Living will also encompasses medical power of attorney. So.
Did Kacee have a DNR?
No.
Did Kacee have an advanced directive that gave more nuanced, I guess, guidelines on what she wanted or didn't want?
Not that I filled out with her, or that I had seen.
Would you expect a nurse to know how advanced directives work?
Mm-hmm.
Would you expect a nurse to know how to go about trying to verify that?
Yeah, I would.
You mentioned within the advanced directive that may encompass powers of attorney, medical powers of attorney. What does that mean?
So medical power of attorney is giving permission to someone else to manage your health care in a time of crisis or end of life or serious injury. And they do it in accordance with the directives that you have written down on your advanced directive paperwork.
So that would be part of an advanced directive?
The medical power of attorney, no, the advanced directives can be filled out separate. That's literally just a form that we give them and they fill it out. But it usually, they can do, they're all part of the same spectrum of managing end-of-life care or serious situational care.
Okay, so if somebody's electing to give another individual a medical power of attorney, how might that other individual become aware that they've been selected?
Well, they have to accompany them, right? This is all signatures and going through the legal framework with a lawyer, notary. It has to be done by the book.
With a physician, signed paperwork, notary?
Yeah, I mean, that can be done. It's usually done with will and estate planning through an estate lawyer.
Okay, so not necessarily, a physician doesn't necessarily have to be involved,
No,
but
no.
there's some kind of authority that
Yeah, there has to be, right? I mean, decision-making for healthcare.
Did Kacee have a medical power of attorney to your knowledge?
Not that I know of.
Would you expect a nurse to know how those work?
Yeah.
How do death certificates work?
Somebody passes away, and then either myself, as the primary care physician, we will sign them through the state database, or the ER doctor will sign them.
Does it need to be a physician that signs a death certificate?
I believe so. And when I say PAs so nurse practitioners can also sign them.
Okay, can nurses sign a death certificate?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that they can't sign a death certificate?
They won't have access to they won't be asked to.
All right, the jury's going to be given a little more context about this topic later also, but it pertains to you as well. Did you have plans, well, let me ask you this. Did Kacee have a problem, did Kacee's body have a problem absorbing or ingesting medications generally? Such that like medications just don't work on her?
I mean, she did have bariatric surgery, which does alter the gut and absorption of some things. For her iron, we know she was iron deficient, which is probably multifactorial, heavy menstrual bleeding. She subjectively said she had rectal bleeding frequently. She was supposed to see a gastroenterologist for that, and then as well with the gastric surgery. I believe she had a gastric sleeve, which doesn't usually confer as much absorption issue as a bypass surgery.
Okay.
So with the bypass surgery, you're literally bypassing the stomach and the upper small intestine. And so we connect you basically cut the stomach out, the stomach is free floating. So nothing, the item or the nutritional elements that normally absorb in the stomach and the upper small intestine now no longer absorb because the stomach is bypassed. With a gastric sleeve, they make the stomach smaller.
Okay, and she had the latter?
Yeah, she had the sleeve, but they still often will have absorption issues.
Okay. It sounds like, though, that she was on a number of medications that you were prescribing her. Were those seemingly effective?
She would say they were. I mean, I'd have to go back to each individual note and see what she said about them, but the duloxetine was initially effective for her anxiety. It was helping with pain. Then it wasn't. The Prestige or desvenlafaxine was effective, and then it wasn't. And the amitriptyline she stayed on and said it helped with pain.
So it sounds like she may have had some valid absorption issues with medications. If I told you, would Kacee have been somebody that if she ingested 9 vials of insulin, her body would not react in any way to that?
No, insulin's not ingested though.
I guess that's my wrong terminology. If 9 vials of insulin is introduced to her system, was her body such that would do nothing to her?
No, because it's going directly into her bloodstream.
So
Right,
she didn't have any.
Or it's being injected. It's being absorbed into the bloodstream, not through the gut. Right. So insulin is either subcutaneous, could be IV, or IM. It's not done very often IM because that increases the rapidity of delivery, and so that's intramuscular. Okay. So subcutaneous, intramuscular, and IV are the 3 means of injectable delivery of drugs to a human, directly through the vascular system.
So even her absorption issues with medication, that would not affect how insulin may.
No, we're bypassing the absorption in the gut.
Did you have plans to arrange a surgery in the Pacific Northwest for Kacee, to get a surgery that would allow her body to respond to medications such that she could kill herself?
No.
Are you aware of even such a surgery
I'm not
exists?
even aware of a surgery.
Is that something that you as a physician would coordinate or help a patient plan?
No.
Was Kacee on any secret heart medications that you were giving her?
Secret medications? No. She was on metoprolol, which is a beta blocker to lower heart rate, but it wasn't secret. It's in the medical record.
Was she on any heart medications that you were prescribing her that would allow her to more easily be able to kill herself?
No.
Would you expect a nurse to know that those things are not real?
Yes. And if not, look them up.
I have nothing further. I'll pass the witness. Well, yeah.
Let's take one short break, and then we can work up to 5. That's gonna work. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to dismiss the whole cell. Any other person not being subject to the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. We'll take one last break, and then we'll finish up for the day.
All rise, jury.
Please be seated. Let's come back at just about 10 after, and then we'll get moving.
All rise.
So you have, I don't know, 15 minutes before cross, so yeah.
Stretch my legs.
Thank you. Please be seated. We're going to go back on the record on case 251-401-132, State of Utah versus Sundwall. Dr. Mastel, I will remind you, you are still under oath. Mr. Williams.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Masteller.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
I'm good.
That was exhausting. I'm not going to go over all of that again. Let me hit some themes about Kacee. Let's talk about Kacee in general. You were just wanting to put through all of this, obviously, I mean, on its face, baloney vitals that apparently were sent by her, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Sorry, I have to remind you. I'll be the bad guy reminding you to say yes if you just nod.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And, I mean, you had already said that it's fair to say that Kacee was a patient who gave false information, or at least supposed subjective information that wasn't verifiable, even in your experience with her, right?
Yes.
And sought to come in and have visits and go to the ER and things. I think you once referred her to the officers as a frequent flyer. Does that sound right?
Yes.
When she reported false information or subjectively described ailments that just were not verifiable, fairly, you gave your opinion that she did it for attention seeking, right?
Yes.
You saw that as attention seeking even in the medical circumstance, the medical environment, right?
Yes.
Now, a lot of times as a doctor, that's really all you have is subjective information to go on, right?
Right. Yes.
Some of the things, it's like especially like, for instance, mental health. That's a tough one, right? Someone says they're depressed, you can't measure it.
I mean, we use our scales,
You're not a psychologist.
but they're answering the questions. So it's all subjective.
Okay, that's my point, is that you use some scales that you marked down. She scored high enough that you referred her to a mental health provider at one point, right?
On several occasions, yeah.
She went once for 3 visits. You recall that from your records?
No, she didn't go very often.
But I told you, according to the records, it was 3 times. Do you have any reason to disagree with that?
No, I looked at it. I thought it was 4, but 3 or 4 were all the visits, and then there were several telephone encounters where the social worker couldn't reach her.
Right. So while she would express suicidal ideology, depression, anxiety, and these things, and was referred out to resources, it doesn't appear that she went to those referrals, other than the 3 mental health visits, correct?
Yeah. Nope, she did not.
And that applied to other things, like you sent her to an endocrinologist, right?
Right.
She never went to the endocrinologist.
No.
And when she would talk about some things that are measurable, and you got her in there to measure, didn't pan out. Your measurements didn't verify what she was claiming, right?
Not usually.
Let's talk especially about something that's relevant to this trial, glucose levels, all right?
Right.
So, I'm sorry, I meant to put these up there for you in case they help you on paper, but I'll publish them as well if we can. I'm going to show you, those look like just a couple different sections of her medical records from back in 2020.
2023, 9/14/2023.
I'm sorry, there are 2 different ones.
Oh, yeah, 9/26/2020.
I screwed that up. As far back as 9/26/2020, let's talk about that one. She's in addressing supposed hypoglycemia, right? Look at it. I know there's a long paragraph, and the second page might help. take your time if you'd like to.
Oh, yeah. So she addresses some hypoglycemic concerns, yeah.
I'd like to put this up to post to the jury as illustrative so they can follow along while I address some of it with the witness, though I'm not seeking to send it back as an exhibit.
Ms. Hunt?
No objection.
Thank you.
Mike? It fell out, so when it loads up again, you can post it. In the meantime, let's lay a little foundation. So here we are, all the way back in 2020, and she's your patient by then, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, she is.
And we've got the subject of hypoglycemia, correct?
It is, yep.
You're dressing, and you had already said that in general, you recall that when she would have these claims of hypoglycemic problems, you just could never verify them. Right? When you were in the lab, she'd be, I think you just said between 70 and 90 when you actually used medical equipment to test her blood sugar levels, right?
They were always normal. I don't remember seeing a single hypoglycemic.
And I think just for numbers purposes, you had said 70, 90, that's what you recall, right?
That's what I recall.
In the lab.
Yeah, ranging between 70 and 90.
And let's talk about when one of these occasions where you have me doing this, as usual, poor. So what happened is, even back then, you went ahead and said, go use a glucometer and let us know, report your levels, right?
Right.
And then this is a log, as I scroll through this, of levels that she reported. This is to you, the doctor, in 2020. That's what this is a patient log calling in and telling her what her glucose levels were, right?
Yeah, that was part of the note, so it was, copied and pasted into the note, probably.
Yeah. So she's reporting these levels, 62, 51, 68 over that period of time on the 4th. I mean, if we're going to go over stuff that Kacee reported, let's still go over what she reported to her doctor. That's the first day on the 4th, right?
It is.
Not one of those is within the level you ever measured. Let's go to the 5th. As low as 54, 60, 71, right? That's what that says on the 5th.
It is.
54. There's no indication that your team took any action when Kacee Terry told her doctor that her blood sugar is at 54, right?
I don't remember.
That's a significant blood sugar level that would be alarming, agreed?
It would, yeah.
Well, let's go, because it goes lower. The next day, she says she's 52, then she goes to 47. That's close to unconscious, perhaps, right?
For some people, yeah.
The doctor does that. Would that alarm you as a doctor?
Yeah.
Then on the 9th, she's down to 53 again, 71. Looks like the 9th is, at 8 p.m. on the 5th, we hit the 71. The first one that's even, it's 1 point within the measurements that you ever took, right?
Right.
Got 52 again the next day. She is repeatedly reporting 52, 53, 52, 54. This person is waking up in the morning and saying that's her blood sugar level, right?
Yes.
No indication in the charts or anything that the doctor's office called an ambulance, right?
No.
No, doctor's office didn't. Otherwise, it doesn't appear from this even respond to her, communicate with her about these.
They were already done, right? So these are passed.
Well,
so,
how do you know? I mean, you said they were copy and pasted in.
Right, but it's past blood sugars. Those are previous blood sugars from previous days.
That's true. If you're
So if we check her blood sugar on the day that she's here and it's normal.
Right, well, do you know? I mean, you're her doctor. Do you know whether these were reported each day?
I don't think so.
Why not? Why don't you think so? She's trying to report her medical condition. Wouldn't you tell her to do it every day?
Depends on what the blood sugars are.
It would, wouldn't it? I mean, she's coming in saying she's got low blood sugar. She's waking up dizzy, reporting blood sugars. let's go through them again, and at the end, we'll talk about the same question then. At some point, they end up in a chart, right?
Yeah, when she comes in for the visit, or we did a televisit.
Can you tell from him this when it was?
26th of September.
Okay. So this can't, she's relating through up until the 26th of September, right?
Right.
So at least on the 26th of September, you agree that these items, these readings are known to your office?
Right.
All right. On the 11th, she said, I was a 46. 46. That's pretty dang alarming, right?
Yeah, it is 43, 46.
40,
Very alarming.
Extraordinary alarming. Can we agree? I mean, we've had earlier testimony, you've given it at other hearings. That could even render somebody unconscious, agreed?
Yes, it could.
Especially in combination with a whole bunch of other medications on board. Opiates, benzodiazepines. I know that you weren't prescribing benzos, but you know now that she was taking them, right?
Yeah, I heard she was.
54. Then she comes in. Patient will need to get a ride at the clinic. You say she should come in, she should fast, things like that. Certainly she was never sent to any emergency room or anything like that, right?
Not at this time.
And as you saw this in fairness, you see all these reported levels. You don't believe for a second that she was telling the truth about those, do you?
I'd question them.
I don't know why you resisted. We just went through them. Those are not levels of somebody you believed. Especially since when you tested them, they weren't even close to that. In a laboratory, they were normal every time you tested them.
And
right?
I would expect her to be symptomatic and immediately rush into the emergency room or the clinic.
Those are more indicative to you probably of her inability to tell the truth and maybe has some mental health problems trying to make a doctor believe this sort of data, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. At this point, I'm sure I was already questioning things.
And that's in 2020. I mean, it continued. You pointed out that I had started you off on the wrong. Let's go to another report here. Because, in fairness, here's a report all the way into September of 2023 on the subject of hypoglycemia, correct? Look it over if it helps. I'm sorry. I meant to show these to you at the break.
Yep, another complaint, dropping to 39.
39. She claimed that she had a 39. That is deadly, agreed?
Yep.
When she claimed that, you didn't believe it, right?
Well, I knew she wasn't at the time when she was here in the clinic.
You didn't believe she was when she claimed she was 39. You didn't believe when she said, Doc, I woke up at a 39. You don't believe that, right?
I've had people wake up at 40. They usually go by ambulance to the ER.
Yeah, I thought we had a prior hearing about this. This is emergent numbers.
Yeah, they usually go to the emergency room by ambulance.
So, I don't know what the resistance is, but isn't it true that since they would normally be sent to the emergency by ambulance, you don't believe the information your patient is giving you? You don't believe it, doctor.
Yeah, I ordered stuff to check it. Again.
What's this insulin? What's this reference to an insulin plan?
That's checking fasting insulin levels.
Okay.
Yeah, that's checking fasting insulins, that fasting C-peptide that I talked about.
Trying to do some tests because once you did them, you knew that there was no reason to believe that she was even abnormal, let alone at a 39, right?
Yeah, her sugars were normal on her C-peptide, and this is the one specifically, I believe, on the 14th when we did the C-peptide level, and she came in and the sugar was 86, and the C-peptide level was 2.9, which is a representative of her insulin production.
Very normal.
Very normal.
You were asked a lot of questions about these opiates, and along the same lines, I want to go to something that you mentioned. Got a screen on the screen here. You indicated that as a doctor, you're able to look at what you called a Doppel record, right?
Uh-huh.
The Doppel record is a division of professional licensing, right?
It is.
So what it is doctors can look up at what's going on in professional licensing activity in the form of prescription medications, right?
They can, yes.
And you can do that right from your office.
Yeah.
And do you think that's a good thing to do when you're prescribing opiates?
It is, and they've made it much easier.
And part of the problem they made it much easier to do is because opiate addiction and opiate overdose and opiate abuse and trafficking, for that matter, has become a problem in recent years, right?
It has.
The government asks you questions a lot about the opiates and what you prescribed her, and the amounts, and the times. You had the ability to see this screen that I'm scrolling up and down on. Now it has highlights. You didn't make that, right?
No.
They're highlighted for ease of reference. You see here that yellow is highlighted for oxycodone. And it says Mastel oxycodone, correct?
Uh-huh.
Now, this is such a small document, I've had to blow it up. So let me screen back up and say what it depicts. Patient's address, dates that things were sold. I think I have this published. I'm going to move to admit this as defendant's D.
I need more, I don't know who,
And we should unpublish it.
I don't know any foundation about this document.
Like some more.
So you recognize what a Doppel printout looks like, or a Doppel screen?
Yeah, this looks like the old printouts from Doppel.
And so this is what you could see if you looked up on, with your ability as a licensed physician, if you looked up on the Doppel controlled substances screen.
Yeah, we access it from the medical record now.
You indicated that you would do that as a doctor in the course of your care, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Oh, yes, I would. It was hard sometimes to access it because of password issues with it. But yeah, this is the Doppel.
This is what it looks like.
This is what it looks like, and I see lots of.
We're going to get to what you
visits.
see, but we're laying some foundation. That was my fault. I didn't lay it. I showed it to the prosecutor, but I hadn't done it with you. So I now move to admit this as defendant's D.
Ms. Hunt?
No objection.
Thank you. Court will receive defendant's exhibit D. Wish to publish?
Yes, and I'm sorry that it got published a little prematurely. All right, where we were talking about along the top, we can, patient, these are all Kacee Terry, right? As far as you can see as I've scrolled?
Yes, they are.
All right. Then we get the date of birth. That's not important. Neither is the address. And then you can determine when you look at this when prescriptions are written, right? Here at the top.
When the pharmacy fills them. Yep.
It says RX written, RX filled, right?
Yep.
Okay. So we get to know what the drug was, drug name, right? Quantity here,
And days. Yep.
Days is for what it's, if it's taken as prescribed, how many days it
Right, how many days it should last.
should last. Thank you. Phones, we get to know what pharmacy it was. And some other numbers that have to do with DEA numbers and prescription numbers, right? That's what the kind of information I just showed to you and the jury you get to know from this topic. Now I'm going to go to Mastello oxycodone. As we tab up, this starts in terms of the date on May 30th. I'm sorry. When we get to these dates written and dates filled. Bottom of the dates written column is December 30th, 2022, right? Billed is August 2nd, 2023, do you agree?
Mm-hmm.
So we can run this all the way up to 8/5. This is roughly a week before she passed. It was written. It was filled on 8/7, less than a week before she passed away. That's the time range we have for what prescriptions were written to her, when they were filled, what they were for, what pharmacy she filled them at, etc. Go down here and give you the benefit of confirming that these yellow lines have to do with oxycodone, 160 counts.
Yep.
All right. As we go up here, we have another 160, 425, 718. These are still the dates that are in 2023. Looks like pretty much every yellow line representing your oxycodone. Now, oxycodone, do you think that's different than Percocet?
No, it's the,
That's how it would look on the doc.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Just want to clear it up because you'd said Percocet. Right up to a couple weeks before her death, another 180 here, right? Looks pretty clear that she had other oxycodone that she filled of a 40 count on 2 days later. The screen line that I'm on.
Yeah.
Agree?
I would agree.
Looks like that's Jason Scott Erickson.
Don't know who that is.
Don't know that. You're her primary care physician, and you don't even know how she got a prescription from a Dr. Erickson that she filled for
I have no idea.
oxycodone.
A lot in those last couple weeks. Probably ER doctor? ERPA?
Okay? You don't know from your chart. From your chart, this is not something that in connection with your primary care, she is filling, and you can even see that she's filling, right?
No.
She's certainly not telling you, I've got other doctors I'm getting more and more pills from, right?
Nope.
You wouldn't have given them to her if she did, right?
She would have broken the contract and she would have been disconnected immediately.
I mean, this is a sign of an opiate abuser, agreed?
Agreed.
She's doctor shopping, right?
Yeah, she is. So Epic is the nephrologist. That's the
Right.
kidney doc.
We've got Epic in there. Let's see, here's 7/23/24. This is right in that same week.
But is
40
this-
oxys.
This is pain management, maybe, or this is the orthopedic surgeon, because this is right about the time of her surgery.
Shelley Duncan.
This
Was
is
that she got the 40 count and filled?
These are both between her two surgeries on her knee.
Yeah.
So this
Anyway.
is the extra pain management that ortho had provided for the knee surgery and knee replacement, possibly?
7/23. Well, let's see. Again, if you knew that these sorts of numbers of opiates were being thrown at her, you wouldn't have given her the 180 that you prescribed to her on 7/29. Agreed?
After the knee replacement, she would have required more. Right, and let me correct,
Well, let's go to this, let me ask the question. 7/1, July 1st, okay? Let's just start with that one with the 108. Then she gets 40 on the 23rd, and that could have been in connection with some knee surgery. By the way, you knew your understanding was she had 2 knee surgeries, right? You would testify to that.
yeah, my understanding was she had 2.
She told you that.
I knew she had the replacement,
She told you she had 2.
yeah.
You aware now that she only
I'm
had
suspecting she only had 1.
1? Get pain medications when you get knee surgery, right? Right?
Yeah,
This has been admitted, we'll have to get it in a form that can be reviewed by the jury in terms of these numbers that you have seen and can agree that the green lines for oxycodone other are not you and are replete, especially in the last month of her life. Agreed?
agreed.
We can take down the pub sheet. Now, she had this knee surgery, totally, let's just talk about the one that was real. Towards the end of her life.
Right.
In July.
7/25.
And again, as you stated, clearly could it result in additional pain medication, right? In terms of her attention to you, you talked about the fact that she would text you on your actual phone number, right?
Yeah,
Do you remember when she got that?
I have no idea.
You said she started sending you texts. Let me ask you this way: the attention seeking that she was trying to get from you really started ramping up in the couple months towards the end of her life. Agreed?
It's been a long time. I don't remember. On the text messages, I don't have them. If you have them, I'm sure you do.
Well, I got 70 of them. Do you think that sounds like the sort of attention she was seeking from you?
She was a high attention seeker.
They were long, weren't they?
Some of them.
Did you respond to them?
We've had the nurse call her and tell her to follow up.
You didn't. I mean, it's not your job to respond to constant texting from a patient who somehow got your number, right?
I may have said, I don't remember. I may have responded to some of them. Go to the ER, I don't know. I'm sure I did if you're bringing them up.
Just briefly talk about DNRs. There's a lot of legal aspects to do not resuscitate, right? And a doctor wants to know if their patient has, for that matter, directives and things like that, right?
Right.
And you enter into them with your. In this particular case, you actually were shown. Can I have just 1 minute here? You met with the police a couple times in relation to this case, right?
Uh-huh.
Gave a couple interviews to Detective Barney and Special Agent Richard Hale was there, right?
They came into the office, yes.
Did you know those were recorded?
No.
Then, would that have been okay with you for them to come in
Fine.
and talk to you about your patient with
Yeah.
recording without your knowledge? At any rate, then you have offered, you've talked to the prosecutors about your role in this case, right?
Right.
You've been given information about the case, right?
Some.
Don't you remember the detectives talking to you about some of the things that had happened with the case and the things they had learned? Like that Doppler chart showed?
Yeah, they had uncovered quite a bit with opioids, Kacee and opioids.
And frankly, also learned learned how she was getting benzodiazepines even though no doctor was prescribing her to her, right?
Right. Yeah,
Connected to this, trading drugs for drugs, right?
basically.
In connection with the case as well, the prosecution, and I don't know if the police did this, to be honest, because I don't know before the one hearing that you did previously testified, this had been done with the police or the prosecution, but you had been shown evidence related to the case that was purportedly taken off a glucometer that read Kacee's blood through the day on August 12th, 2024,
Right.
right?
I reviewed that data again today.
You did? And
I did.
we didn't hear any testimony about it. The actual chart that relates that data, I don't think we have had addressed. And I'm sorry,
Scott, you're still publishing.
I don't mean to be publishing, I'm not publishing.
Not to the jury.
Can you see freestyle blood glucose monitor Kacee Terry
Uh-huh, I can.
on your screen? Does that look like the chart that we're discussing,
Yes.
that you reviewed?
Uh-huh,
So your understanding, and you've reviewed it before, right?
right.
So your understanding that it was created off of glucometer that purports to be readings from Kacee Terry, right?
Right.
In relation to the role that you have played in this case and the things that you've been asked to do, were you shown medical records from her hospitalization on the 12th?
I reviewed all the medical records through the hospitalization.
And you've given consultation to the state with regard to insulin overdose event that these numbers are related to that happened on the 12th, is that right?
Say that again?
You knew that these numbers relate to an insulin overdose event that the
Right.
state reports and to have occurred, right?
Right.
And that the police were investigating.
Right.
That are material to this case charged against Meggan
Right.
Sundwall.
Yes.
When you look at that chart and consulted with them, having known all of the medical records and knowing her, you agreed that as far as what you know in medicine and your personal care of Kacee Terry, that the information was such that you could not opine that Kacee Terry had exogenous insulin introduced to her after a point where she would have been unconscious. Agreed?
Say that again?
Let's put it up. May I publish? I can mark it. It hasn't been offered by the state yet, and I expected it would have had been. Or we can use it as illustrative at this point. Does the state have a preference?
We're going to 10. It's number 10.
We plan to introduce it as State's Exhibit 10. I guess at this point you can use it as demonstrative if I don't have an objection to that.
Thank you.
Okay
And
to
if we
publish,
could
okay to publish, Ms. Hunt?
Yes.
All right, here's these numbers, here's this chart. Sorry, we've been sort of talking ethereally about this, and you've worked with the prosecution in interpreting these numbers from your perspective, with your experience, and as Kacee's doctor, right?
Right.
So this were blood glucose readings. Let me get right to it. As you go down these times that are on the far right, they're the actual time in Utah at the time that the readings were taken. You've been shown these and asked what these blood glucose levels might mean to you as a doctor, correct?
I have.
Let's look at the one from 1343 and go left to where it says 43 is a glucose level, right?
Yes.
Now, I think you've opined, let me ask again today, Kacee could have been conscious, right?
She could have been.
30. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, like you have opined before, that you don't think she would have been conscious.
I don't think so.
And thereafter, with these numbers,
Definitely.
you don't think she would have been conscious, right?
No.
So let's talk about 2 o'clock in the afternoon on the 12th. With all the information you have in terms of the timing question, with the medical records, your expertise, you couldn't determine with a degree of medical certainty that anything was introduced exogenously into her after 2 o'clock. Agreed?
No.
And no, you do agree, right? Sorry. You said no. Nothing was introduced, right?
Nothing was introduced.
And going forward up to 9/18.
We don't. I mean,
You don't know.
we don't know.
So with all of the medicine you saw, the records from the hospital, the history you had for 4 years with her, you can't say that anything was given to her after she would have been unconscious, right? That's what you mean. Just don't know.
No. There's no way to know.
And as a matter of fact, you can't know whether she actually took something before she took this reading at 9:18 in the morning, right? She
There's-
could have taken something before then that caused these readings. The way insulin works?
Possibly.
Okay.
So your short-acting insulin is going to be about 20 to 30 minutes?
I know the answer. You
Okay.
already explained it, she could have. I don't have any,
Long-acting would have been consistent with this, a basal insulin.
I should let you explain it, I guess. You've explained why we don't know, and it's possible that prior to 9/18 on the 12th, it is when exogenous insulin was ingested that could have caused the numbers on this chart to do what they did, right?
Right.
I cut you off, and I apologize for that.
That's okay.
I'm looking at the clock and getting nervous.
Nope.
I know the times that apply, and I'm finished. Thank you for answering my questions.
Redirect.
I'll try to be brief. You were shown, sorry, Scott, did you end up admitting the Doppel as an exhibit?
Yes, D, I believe.
You were shown, I don't have it, so I'm not able to pull it up, but the Doppel records,
Right.
defense exhibit D, it had a bunch of highlighted, it went from, I think, 2022 all the way up to shortly before her death in 2024. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
You talked about the increase toward the end that were not, that were oxycodone that you had not prescribed, were around her knee surgery. Is that right?
Right.
You may have believed that she had 2 knee surgeries, but the knee replacement, is that one that you have verified happened?
Yeah, I hadn't seen her after, and so yes, I thought there was I read the note in the chart yesterday, and I thought there was a knee surgery that happened. I didn't see documentation from the orthopedic surgeon on the first one.
The second one, though.
Second one was done at Mountain Point Hospital.
And you have verified that independently?
Yes.
And that's the one that happened in late
The
July?
knee replacement, July 25th.
July 25th of 2024. So you would expect maybe additional, I think you said extra pain management for knee replacement might be something that you would expect to see.
That's what the orthopedic, yes, typically they're going to have extra pain management on top of what they're already getting.
You mentioned that Doppel, your ability to check patients' Doppel records and what meds they're receiving has changed over time. It used to be more difficult.
Yeah, they used to, password requirements were very difficult. It was very time consuming. We had to frequently call Doppel, couldn't get a hold of anybody. It was very difficult with Doppel to work with. Now they've actually added a link into the electronic medical record that at every visit we can just click on the link and review all their medications very rapidly, and who's refilled them and the dates that they've refilled them.
When did that change happen?
A year and a half ago?
let me ask this, and let me see if you remember what you were going to say. Mr. Williams asked you a question, I believe, about the Doppel records, and you said something about, let me correct, and I believe you were making reference to some of your own charting that he had given you. Do you remember what you intended to correct?
Yeah, so I had, and again, dosing on the, and this came from the note, she was initially on 15 milligrams of oxycodone at the same frequency. So her initial doses were quite a bit higher when she came to me. At least that's what I had written. Would have to go back into Doppel and look at that.
Okay, so on direct testimony, I believe you said 10 milligrams. They're actually...
That's what I was prescribing.
Okay, and she came to you on 15?
That's what my note says.
Okay.
So it says she was on 15 Q 4 to 6 hours, which means one tablet every 4 to 6 hours.
Okay, and is your testimony from direct still true that you did not give her a prescription that was higher than that? You lowered her at some point, and then when she complained of more pain, you may have gone back up to that level, but you never raised the level that she initially presented with?
I never went up to the level she initially presented with.
And she didn't, in fact, she didn't even seek to ask you for a higher level?
She never asked.
Mr. Williams asked you about whether you might, if he was your best friend, believe if he told you he had a DNR. You remember that question?
Uh-huh.
Sorry, let me try to fashion this question in a way that makes sense. As a doctor, if somebody's your best friend and they tell you they have a DNR, would you believe it if you were being required to medically act upon it, or being asked or able to medically act upon some kind of medical emergency? Would you just say, he's my best friend, he told me I had a DNR, there's nothing I can do here?
Probably not.
And why not?
I don't know, because there's no verification of the DNR. That's with
Why is it important to
yeah, I don't know on that one. I don't know what the situation. I would probably believe him.
Okay.
On a friend, a close friend.
On a close friend, you would believe them?
Yeah.
Why, you said before that verification is important. Why is that important?
We have to know what their wishes are. I mean, it's a signed order. A DNR is a signed order. It's like a medication administration in a hospital. It's like it is a signed order by a physician.
If somebody is your best friend, but they've been telling you obvious lies for years about many other medical information, would you believe them about the DNR then?
No.
You've been shown the chart that the state intends to admit as Exhibit 12. That's the glucometer readings that we just were looking at of Kacee on August 12th.
Uh-huh.
You're not, what's an endocrinologist?
Diabetic doc, specifically, hypoglycemia diabetic in this case.
You're not an endocrinologist?
Sugar. I'm not an endocrinologist, no.
You were, sorry, I'll be really quick. In the charts from 2020 and 2023 that Mr. Williams gave you, where Kacee is giving you readings of from her glucometer,
Yeah.
You said that those are in the past, and that she may have given you a collection of them all at one time.
She may have.
When you look at the 2020 one, and sorry, I don't have it available, so I can't put it up. Before the readings begin, there, I believe there's a paragraph, and she says, here are the blood sugars you asked me to send you. Do you see that?
Uh-huh.
And then at the end of the list of sugars, I think the last one, she says something like, this morning, this was my reading. Do you see that?
Yeah, I was 74. Uh-huh. On the 26th.
Does that help indicate to you whether they were sent daily and whether you were following up daily, or whether you had asked her to, check it for a week or however many are there and send me the collection of them when you're done?
Usually I'll have a monitor for a couple of weeks.
If she was in the clinic and you were actually getting some of these numbers on a monitor that you were observing and you were doing the testing, would you have taken different action?
Yeah, I mean, if we test her sugar right then, and there may have been a point of care glucose that we did at this time, but I don't know, I don't remember. But anyway, yeah, we would either give her a glucagon injection or we'd give her a glucose tablet.
And you said even after getting this
And
list of-
monitor closely.
Okay. You said even after getting this list of numbers that seemingly are fake or made up, that you still tried to verify, you still did testing, you still tried to follow up with, you know, what might be the cause of numbers like this, and are these consistent with the
Yeah, we did
case's
pretty
condition.
extensive blood testing and referrals to endocrinology.
Ms. Hunt, we're past time.
Okay, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Can this witness step down?
No objection to releasing the witness, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thanks for being here,
Thank you,
Doctor.
Your Honor.
Counsel, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that concludes today's work. Thanks for your efforts and your attention. I'm going to ask for your potential indulgence. This trial is scheduled for tomorrow, and then next Tuesday, the 17th through the 20th, and then to finish up on Tuesday, the 24th. As I indicated before, there's a lot of ebb and flow to trials and a lot of pivots and things of that nature. It's come to my attention that we're going to need an extra day. That extra day hopefully can occur on Monday, March 23rd. I don't need you to commit right now. We're going to talk about this more tomorrow, but if you could go home, look at your schedules, and potentially try and make arrangements to be here on the 23rd, and we will finish up on the 24th. We will finish on the 24th. We can't go past that anyway, because the summons doesn't allow for you to do that. So please consider Monday, March 23rd as a trial date. I would make arrangements to rearrange my calendar too. We're all busy, and I understand that. And we'll talk, if any of you have issues, we'll talk more about it tomorrow. So see what you can do. I know these attorneys who have put so much effort into this would very much appreciate it also. I'll leave you with that, and we'll talk more tomorrow. We've got one day left this week. You are admonished by the court that it is your duty not to converse among yourselves or to converse with any other person on any subject of the trial, and it is your duty not to form or express an opinion thereon until the case is finally submitted to you. This includes no individual research on the parties, attorneys, or claims. Once again, get home safe, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow at 8:30.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. Counsel, before you leave, my clerk is going to email both of you a proposed curative instruction that I've come up with. I don't know if the two of you have had a chance to talk, but you're going to get one this evening from Brooke. What I am proposing to read to the jury, and we can include that also. I will be happy to entertain any objections or further discussion on it tomorrow. I don't want to make it more difficult than it is, and you'll see that when you get my instruction. And we can talk more about it tomorrow.
Okay.
Anything else we need to cover?
Not right now.
No, thank you.
All right, thanks again.
Thank you,
I
Judge.
understand the effort that goes into this type of case, so thank you all. Okay, we'll see you bright and early. Thank you.
All rise.
It's 8:30 again, right, Brooke?
8:30, yes.